We're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. You know that time of the day. That or your man again. You know how it is done. Round about 10:20 UK time, between 10:20 and 10:35. That is the time slot that I come on stream to engage with you guys for a few hours. All that is required is your presence to make the conversation complete. The hyperlink is in the comment section. Click on it if you want to come and join me live on stream. One man went to Mo, that or your guy again, all matters Nigeria related. You know what we do. So if you are new to the platform, then this is the format. It is an open mic sort of session. So I provide the platform, I provide the space. The hyperlink that you're seeing in the comment section, it allows you to come on stream. So I read out the talking points, and then you can comment on screen and engage me in a discussion about the talking points. So that is the format. So for those that are new, introduce yourself and click on the subscription button. For those are regulars, you know the format. If you want to come live on stream, come live on stream. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there we are, the Kegites, Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, and so say all of us. So click on the hyperlink if you want to come join me live on stream. So to the narratives, there are certain news items that has come on stream since the headlines were put out. So there might well be stories that you'll come across or that we will come across that was not previously advertised. But to it we go. So this is one of the stories actually that was not advertised, but has since come upstream since I put out the thumbnail for the session. So this new story: release Kanu or we will lock down Southeast. IPOB issues deadline to the federal government. So the 8th of August, I think, is the deadline, but I will find out now this latest installment from IPOB. So we'll go there. So still with the Southeast, still in the eastern quarters and still with that movement, Biafran struggled now on autopilot, sacked IPOB radio host Simon Ekpa. So Simon Ekpa now speaks to that IPOB space, but is he speaking out of a bitterness or is he speaking encouraging words to the space? So we look into that as well. So we go national with the next headline, even international. Pantami, Buhari regime indicating support for terrorist bandits in Nigeria, declares UK Parliament. So the United Kingdom takes a stance on the Nigerian situation. Back to the east we go, and worrying development in that space. Cult gangs turning Abia into a war zone. Residents cry out. So the cultism now that is all over Nigeria, but especially pronounced in the southeast, we visit that as well. Burutai meets Beninese president as Nigerian envoy amidst Sunday Igboho trial. So to that as well, so Burutai, of course, the killer of Aleki, has now been appointed an envoy to Benin Republic. So what is his mission there? How does this play out? And how does this especially play out with the Sunday Igboho narrative? So that we are looking at as well. So all of that in contention, all that is required now is your presence. So come join me on the hyperlink. Come join me on screen rather by clicking on the hyperlink. So because we're spending a lot of our time in the eastern quarters, we come in properly via the Igbo flutes. So to the Igbo flutes. Okay, so to the Igbo flute, and a special welcome to the Facebook audience as well. We've expanded the platform to include our Facebook as well, so there are people joining us via Facebook as well. So the hyperlink is available for the Facebook crew as well. So if you want to click on the hyperlink and you tell me that you are from Facebook, you probably get preferential treatment. But we are on our YouTube as well as our Facebook. Both names the same name rather for both our platforms. One man went to know. So straight into it we go. The format already known to the YouTube crew. So let's go straight into it, and we go straight to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So let's go to that new headline that we just brought into play. So just so please, it doesn't even say please. They don't say please in IPOB, do they? Release Kanu or we lock down Southeast. IPOB issues deadline to the federal government. So the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB has issued ultimatum to the federal government to release its leader Nnamdi Kanu on or before the 8th of August 2021, or it will lock down the entire Southeast. IPOB, in a statement issued by its head director of state, Mazi Chika Odeziam, on Wednesday, said the global community knew that self-determination is not a crime and that the Nigerian government equally knew that self-determination did not constitute any known offense stipulated in their constitution and therefore did not have any case against Kanu. It said in recognition of the above fact and truth, the Directorate of State of IPOB demanded herewith an unconditional and immediate release of Kanu on or before the 8th of August 2021, failing which it shall commence a weekly lockdown of Biafra land before starting failing which, rather, it shall commence a weekly lockdown of Biafra land starting from the 9th of August 2021. The group stated that for the avoidance of doubt, this total lockdown of Biafra land would take place every Monday until its leader is released unconditionally. IPOB added that the weekly lockdown was simply one of the measures it will put in place to ensure that Kanu was released hale and hearty. It warned all governors, businessmen in Biafra land, and all those who were complicit in the abduction of Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria to pray fervently that his health is not endangered and that nothing untoward happened to Kanu, as the land of Biafra shall not accommodate them and the Biafra people. IPOB affirmed its readiness to do all that was necessary to secure the immediate release of its leader. The group said it was completely unacceptable to IPOB to allow Kanu to remain in the hands of the enemy up till October 2021. So punchy words and fighting words from the IPOB quarter. So this now a language that we've come to recognize from that space, but how would that play out? That is the question. So still within that region, he was once of them, now no more, but it still speaks to the space. The costume-loving Simon Ekpa, of course, he that likes to dress up to the point that people are speculated that is there a penchant for cross-dressing in him somewhat. Cross-dresser or not, he certainly likes to dress up. And more than dressing up, he likes attention. So he speaks to the attention space. Biafran struggle now on autopilot. Sacked IPOB host Simon Ekpa. So now let's find out what he is saying. A Finland-based member of the indigenous people of Biafra, Simon Ekpa, has said the Biafran agitation is no longer within the reach of the members and supporters. The recently sacked Radio Biafra broadcaster declared that the struggle for the actualization of Biafra was now in its dangerous phase. Ekpa made this disclosure on Wednesday via a post on his official Facebook page. Kanu, who is facing the trial of treasonable felony and terrorism, was slated to appear before a federal high court in Abuja on Monday, but could not be produced by the operatives of the Department of State Services as a result of alleged logistic reasons. The incident has resulted in widespread criticism and anxiety amongst concerned Nigerians who accused the federal government of deliberately delaying the trial to keep the separatists in detention. Simon Ekpa, he is actually Nigerian based in Finland, but I don't know why they're calling him Finnish. But we go with that. Simon Ekpa, a Finnish who has been silent for a while, said he is set to change the narrative of the current struggle. The post reads, the Biafra struggle has entered the autopilot phase, a very dangerous phase that we have no control of what happens. To your tent, O Israel, I am Simon Ekpa, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's disciple on Biafra restoration, changing the narrative of yesterday. So ambiguous terms and coded words because he has said a lot without actually saying anything at all. So what exactly has he changed? That remains in the realms of our speculation. So I invite your speculations on that. To the next story, Pantami, Buhari regime indicating support for terrorist bandits in Nigeria, declares UK Parliament. So the Nigerian situation takes an international dimension. The United Kingdom Parliament has declared that President Muhammadu Buhari's regime's actions indicate support for incessant terrorist and bandit attacks targeted at individuals and communities. The development came weeks after Mr. Buhari publicly expressed support for Issa Pantami, his communications minister, who grabbed the headlines after his violent preaching and support for Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and other extremist groups surfaced online. Mr. Buhari had justified Mr. Pantami's dangerous views as coming from a position of ignorance, even though the minister was in his mid-30s and early 40s when he made the remarks. The president asked the minister to continue in his position, claiming without evidence that Mr. Pantami had eschewed his past views and romance with terrorism. The lawmakers sent a protest letter to Dominic Raab, UK Foreign Secretary, on July the 26th. The members of the House of Lords, the upper chambers of the parliament, who wrote the letter include Caroline Cox, Rowan Williams, and David Alton. Melvin Thomas of Christian Solidarity Worldwide, and Ayo Adedoyin of Peace and Social Justice UK also signed the letter, citing the shooting down of the Nigerian Air Force fighter jet by bandits. They expressed worry that the country was now under the control of non-state actors unleashing terror at will, particularly in the northeast and the northwest. Earlier this month, intense gunfire from bandits caused the aircraft returning to base from a mission in Zamfara-Kaduna border to crash. Nigerian citizens are currently at the mercy of non-state actors who have been allowed to evolve and now have the capacity to shoot down a fighter jet, as has recently occurred in Kaduna, the letter said. Correspondents in May reported that Boko Haram insurgents had successfully taken over the Shiroro local government area, imposing VAT and income tax on residents of the community. Governor Abubakar Bello had also announced the displacement of many residents by the insurgents around Munya and Shiroro, adding that the terrorists placed their flag in Kwari. Mr. Buhari blamed C-19 pandemic which broke out in the country on February the 26th, 2020 for Boko Haram takeover of Shiroro, Giadam, and other communities. The United Kingdom Parliament also lamented the regime's unceasing disregard for human rights whilst recounting how soldiers opened gunfire on NSAS protesters who protested against extrajudicial killing by police officers. The aftermath of the protest left dozens killed in Lagos, including at the Lekki toll gate, shortly after Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu announced the curfew. Initially, the Nigerian army denied being at the toll gate, stating that videos and photos from the scene were doctored, but later admitted their presence and claimed that shots were only fired into the air to enforce a curfew. Whilst critics of Mr. Buhari's regime and the United States condemned the attack on the unarmed protesters and called for the prosecution of soldiers involved in the shooting, the government has not brought anyone to book. This the parliament criticized. There are now widespread concerns that human rights violations take place with a degree of official complicity and that the Nigerian government only occasionally investigates or prosecutes those responsible for such crimes, the lawmakers said. The government gives the unfortunate impression of being as quick to pardon, rehabilitate, and release repentant terrorists as to harass and shoot protesters who make legitimate claims for justice and reform in a peaceful manner, they added. Although Mr. Buhari in 2018 said his regime was willing to accept the unconditional laying down of arms of any member of the Boko Haram group who shows strong commitment in this regard, insecurity has worsened in recent years. We are ready to rehabilitate and integrate such repentant members into larger society. This country has suffered enough hostility, he had said. His regime had also claimed that it technically defeated the terrorist group, but several violent attacks have been traced to the insurgents. So on and on it goes. Let me give you the fullness of it. Let me just okay, just a couple more paragraphs. So let me just give you the fullness of it. Boko Haram insurgency began as far back as 2009 in the northeast, and the terrorists further spread their atrocities to other parts of the country. Mr. Buhari's regime has been widely condemned by critics and the opposition People's Democratic Party for not prosecuting bandits. This, the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said, is not the federal government's responsibility, arguing that it is not a federal offense. Whilst responding to statements credited to the PDP on the security challenges facing the country, Mr. Mohammed said, it is shocking that a party that ruled this nation for all of 16 years does not know that kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses. Meanwhile, PDP conveniently forgot that as far as terrorism, a federal offense, is concerned, this federal government has successfully prosecuted thousands of Boko Haram members in Kianji as part of a continuing exercise. We are now seeking the cooperation of the judiciary to continue with the trial of arrested terrorists. So there you have it, the back and forth. The British government takes a stand, but of course, does it actually change anything? Is the question. Back to the east and worrying developments in that space. Cult gangs turning Abia into a war zone. It is the residents of that space that are crying out for public to just bring in public attention to this rather concerning development. Residents of Abia in Abia State have called on the state government to strengthen security due to the ongoing cult clashes, which has turned their area into a war zone. One of the residents who spoke with correspondents said a lot of youths had been killed in recent times by cult members who roam about with deadly weapons in their bags. The source said there has been an ongoing cult war in Abia State. It started since last year, and whenever it seems like ending, it starts again, and the government is doing nothing about it. Countless youths have been killed by them. Even grown up men who were once cultists in their youthful days are being killed too. At first, it was as if everywhere had been calm, but last week, two more persons were killed, one along the railway in Aba and another one at Osisiama. Just yesterday, another tricycle driver was killed when he was doing his daily work. So that should be driver, not drive. But there we are. I think we understand what is being said. Oh, right. Let me just reset this. That's probably why I'm struggling to read it. Okay, so okay, please, please help us inform the government of Abia State that they have to stop these killings. The boys walk freely with guns in their bag because they are not searched and they are always looking for someone to kill. The government should ensure that officials search everyone whose movement seems suspicious because this issue in Aba is getting out of hand. They even go to people's houses to kill someone or because he was once a cultist, a resident lamented. So that is just that worrying development. This is the space, of course, that the ESN has effectively opened up by sacking security forces from that space and then, of course, leaving the quite a vast swathe of the eastern quarters now in the hands of cultists. So the final story, Burutai meets Beninese president as Nigerian envoy amidst Sunday Igboho's trial. So the timing of this are more importantly, and then of course the characters involved given the current situation. Nigeria's former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Burutai, retired, has met with the Benin Republic President, Patrice Talon, as the Nigerian envoy and presented his letter of credence to him. Correspondents learned that Burutai met with Talon on Tuesday amidst ongoing trial of Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Igboho in the West African country. Sources said both dignitaries discussed the issue behind closed doors, with insinuation that Burutai was, until yesterday, not officially recognized in the Francophone country. Correspondents had reported on July the 21st that Burutai was in the forefront of the desperate efforts of the Muhammadu Buhari regime to get Igboho extradited to Nigeria. Correspondents had been told that Burutai, who was appointed Nigerian envoy to Benin in June 2021, was also instrumental to the arrest of Sunday Igboho. A top security source in Benin Republic revealed that Burutai had secretly written a letter to the Beninese security agencies to arrest Igboho wherever they found him. At the moment, Burutai is leading other Nigerian officials and lawyers together with Interpol to ensure that Igboho is returned to Nigeria as soon as possible. He wants to make that his first success, a source noted. Burutai, since the declaration by the Department of State Services, sent a secret letter to the Beninese government to be on the lookout for Igboho. There were feelers that Igboho was in the small West African country, and some of Igboho's associates also gave him away, the source added. Burutai's memo was behind the arrest of Igboho and his wife Rokpo at the Kajahoun airport in Cotonou, the largest city in the French-speaking country. Recall that 3 weeks ago, the Department of State Services declared Igboho wanted for allegedly stockpiling weapons, an allegation he has since denied. Before then, the DSS on July the 1st, 2021, raided his house in Soka area of Ibadan, killing 2 of his aides and arresting 12 people. So that's essentially the talking point. So now to the talking heads. So Ajanle Koko, we see you. Vin, we see you. Engineer, we see you. And UK, we see you too. So good to see you all. To you first, Vin, good to see you. So to the talking points, let's kick it off with this warning essentially that can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, because UK is saying can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you saying, UK, then, that my audio is not coming through?
It was bad. It was bad, but it's okay. You know.
All right, okay. Because I was just dreading that I spent like about 40 minutes reading to myself, you know. Okay, so to you, Vin, then, I don't know why you are in the dark, but to you, Vin, nevertheless, the IPOB movement then giving the government an ultimatum to release Nnamdi Kanu by or before the 8th of August. Otherwise, there'll be a lockdown in the East. They are going to now be locking down every Monday in the entirety of the East. And we have seen that potency from them before. So that threat has been issued. But what will be the response of the government? Simon Ekpa is saying that the movement is on autopilot. What is your reading of that? Is it being mischievous? What is he saying to the space? The United Kingdom comes to now put pressure on that Pantami space, querying why you would have a known and self-avowed terrorist as a top functionary of the Nigerian administration. Cults, gangs, and all this cultish behavior in the East now going now from a menace to now a real existential threat to that space. And Burutai now fully in Benin Republic now, intent on making Sunday Igboho his first success. So to all of that, Vin Maxwell, good to see you.
Thank you very much, one man, and good evening from Ghana to all our people in the studio and those that are watching.
Is it Akwete saying, no, give us Ghana greeting now. You know the form now. How is good evening how do you say it in Ghana?
Aiko, you are well done. No?
All right, thank you.
So you answer me, yeah.
Yeah. You see, you are learning, engineer. You are learning language skills, language lessons and politics. But to the politics now and the ultimatum issued by the IPOB to the federal government.
Yeah, I would like to say, a big fish is held by the federal government of Nigeria. the leader of the IPOB, Indigenous Peoples of Biafra, is held due to the barbaric, I'll call it barbaric and primitive, system that is ongoing in Nigeria till now as we speak. Extraordinary rendition. A person who has, denounced the citizenship of Nigeria to that of the British back to Nigeria, incarcerated and being detained in a very obscured manner. As you know, one man, he was not brought to the court. That is to tell you how bad the Nigerian judicial system and the security apparatuses, operate, how they deal with you, how they will even deal with you, one man, if they find you into their nets. That is what is happening in Nigeria. That barbaric act of dealing with people, that is what is going on there. I wouldn't, have any doubt, any atom of doubt, what the IPOB is going to do. My brother, the gas law, when you keep on bombarding pressure into a gas cylinder, it gets to a stage where the gas will be vibrating, and that gas cylinder will be, will explode. That is exactly what is happening. You treat IPOB people, you treat their leader in a different way, and you treat other people in the northern part of Nigeria in a different way. Where is the justice there? This is the reason why Nigeria can never be one. This is the reason why Nigeria can never be the same. If at all there has been a time when Nigeria has been one. So if IPOB said that they are going to shut down, yes, I believe that they can do it. And they have the capacity to do it. They call them miscreant. From the beginning of this IPOB, campaign, they call them miscreant. They call them Facebook, country. They call them scammers. They call them all sorts of names. But that man can issue instructions.
But you are going off on a tangent a little bit, Vin Maxwell. But it's really to the potency of this ultimatum that the IPOB have issued that I'm wanting you to speak to, because they are quite specific. They say they are going to be shutting down every Monday. So they're not even.
I am just telling you, one man, what they can do. And if they tell you that will be shutting down on Mondays, and there will be they can do it. They can do it.
Because of course we've seen their potency already in May when they had that.
They did it before at a sit at home, on a sit at home order. It happened. Now, the trial on the 26th that happened that did not come to pass, they did it again and it happened. That is to tell you the potency and the strength IPOB has in that part of the in that part of Nigeria. I'm not doubting them. They can do it, and they can do it very, very well. And the government will not do anything to it. There comes a time when men and women will be tired of the oppression and get their acts together and fight the injustices that is going on in Nigeria. Thank you, my brother.
All right, thank you. Let's go to UK. UK, I want you to speak to that space of what is going on in Abia State. So you've heard the narration, and Abia State is the example, but it is something that is really repeating a lot in the East, where cult members seem to be filling in that vacuum that has been created when security personnel were chased heavily out of that eastern space. So we're hearing the alarm from Abia now, but then of course that story repeats right across the space. So just to some of that, UK.
Well, these cult issues, in all these things, all these cult gangs, they are working for all these politicians, because every politician use them anytime, election time, or some of them, they even use them during like a normal day-to-day activities. I mean, some of them, they even employ them into like the government house, because the part of Abia State I come from. I remember when before I left to US, because I did my 1-year university in Abia State, but due to the way things were going on, I said, man, I can't even go further. I need to leave that. I need to leave this country for a better life. At the time, when they see you, more especially if you come from a well-to-do family, you will be in the school. They will approach you. They want you to, even if you don't want to join, but so that you can be funding them. Once you are well-to-do, family, they will always come to talk to you, so that either you be funding them and all those things. So it's been a very big problem, because I remember one time Nnamdi Kanu talk about the court issue that as soon as Biafra is restored, all those people will be flushed away. Even I think there's a time he gave them an ultimatum that Eastern Security Network should start looking for all those court boys and flush them away, because they have been doing more harm than good, in the society. So I mean, in Abia State, I know it's something across the country. Like every state, you will see called guy now, due to those guys who claim that they are in school and they want to do like hard men and all those, So that's what I can say. But I believe anytime.
Yeah, it is a national problem, but we have seen it because what I was. Sorry, I knocked myself off a bit there. The reason why I actually brought it up for discussion was that we had speculated in that period when the security personnel were being chased out of the east heavily. You remember when they were burning down security posts and whatnot. Well, we had been speculating then that this might well lead to a security vacuum that will be filled then by elements like cultism and bandits, etc. And that seems to be what is playing out now. So, how much are you attributing that to? How much are you linking those two incidents together?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it is. Yeah, what you say is right, because when there is any security vacuum in any community now, or all those bad gangs, you see them rearing their ugly heads out, because most of them they have guns, and ordinary citizen without anything cannot challenge them, because if you challenge them, they will just kill you. So I mean, yeah, because for the fact there's no security, within that space, they are bound to take up the space. That's what I can say.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Ego for the uh for the Pantami. Actually, let me go to Ego for the what Simon Ekpa said. So Ego, what Simon Ekpa said? Are you there, Ego? Ego. Okay, let me go to engineer then. Engineer, let me come to you then with regards to what Simon Ekpa said. He's essentially saying that the IPOB.
I can hear you very well now. I can hear you.
Yeah, but we're waiting for you now. So okay, let me come to you then, Ego.
I was there. You were talking. I'm listening to you to speak, and
okay.
You were speaking. Yeah. Suddenly you can. Maybe it was breaking, right? What did he say? Simon Ekpa, please. Can you get me through, please?
Yes, he's saying that just bear with me, I had it up just now. Yes, he's saying essentially that the Biafran struggle is now on autopilot. So what he said essentially is that there's no leadership or no direction in place anymore, and people are then just now trying to guess at the space to speculate on what their leader would have wanted and acting secondhand, sort of. So it's essentially saying that the IPOB space is on autopilot.
What he's saying, the guy might not be wrong. Is he not the one? Is he not the one announcing seated, talking? What he's saying is true. They all have direction for now. Both of them are speculating. Nobody knows what Nnamdi Kanu wants now, and no one can. But the issue of them staying at home every Monday, who is declaring that?
Oh, it's IPOB as well. This has been declared by what they call him their director of communications or something like that. Mazi Chika Odoziam. So Mazi Chika Odoziam, head of Directorate of State. So Directorate of State, apparently, whatever that means, that
How
is
do you assess the generality of this IPOB or Biafra, wherever? How do you assess it? Are you seeing a restructure? Are you seeing a remap of this struggle? Because how do you assess?
What I'm seeing
is it beginning to be everybody talking on his own?
What I'm seeing is essentially just exactly as this Simon Ekpa has described it. I am seeing something that does not essentially have a direction because it takes its lead from that singularity of their lead person, and essentially they're just on autopilot. So what you are seeing essentially is a car driving itself. This is what is playing out in that space at the moment. A car driving itself.
I agree with the guy completely. Completely agree with the guy. What Ekpa said.
All right. Thank you. Ajanle Koko. Are you there, Ajanle Koko?
One man, you can come to me later.
Oh, okay. I'll come to you later. Let me come to you then, engineer. So the United Kingdom then speaking to is a Pantami. So the headline essentially just raising alarm about the general insecurity within the Nigerian space. It says Buhari regime indicating support for terrorist bandits, and that is what the United Kingdom is saying. So they are speaking to the incessant acts of terror and banditry that goes unchecked. They are speaking to that catch and release policy of the Nigerian government when they get hold of terrorists. And they're speaking then, of course, to having even a self-avowed terrorist, or at least a terrorist sympathizer, being in government in Nigeria. So the United Kingdom now raising alarm that this is now worrying times. And what seems to have inspired that, was the shooting down of a jet in Kaduna recently by the bandits. So that then tells you then that they're getting more sophisticated and they're getting even more emboldened. So, engineer, your thoughts?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. And
good evening, engineer.
You see, when they talk about the shooting of the Nigerian plane, the army or the fighter jet, I believe the pilot escaped it, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't follow that story, but
yeah, I think the pilot escaped it, and they called to promote him also, if I'm not mistaken. They were like cheering him for escaping that. But something you need to understand here that it's a bit kind of looking dodgy and looking worrying. Why is it all of a sudden now UK government will come out and start raising alarm regarding this incident that is ongoing in Nigeria for decades? Shall I say for nearly 8 years or so now? You understand? So why is it all of a sudden?
What is your speculation? What is your speculation? Why would you think this is?
Yeah, but why did they have to come out now when things are almost getting vanished? You know what I mean? So at times we should see things from the other way around, When you talk about the Pantami, they knew Pantami is someone who has been given a speech that he is meant to be in jail. But what happened? Due to the fact that there's a good communication between the
Do you think the United Kingdom's position is as a result of the pressure that they are feeling from especially Nigerians in the United Kingdom and really the international community as well? Because, there's a lot of pressure on that Nigerian space now within the United Kingdom.
Yeah, United Kingdom can do just a little bit. I don't see them doing anything more than that. They can just come out and talk what they want to talk. That's it, and keep quiet. That's just the truth, nothing but the truth. You see, when it comes to things like that, one man, let's be honest to ourselves. These people, they knew what is happening in Nigeria and how long. Come on, their citizen has been kidnapped. What did they do about him? You know what I mean? So it's not a new thing to them. It's something they will
But
just.
when they speak to the space, that is actually something being done, because I don't think we should be too quick to dismiss
We are
when
not dismissing what they are saying. What we are saying, where
or the
were they?
impact of it or the
Mm.
impact of it, because when the United Kingdom speaks, it speaks not only to Nigeria but to an international space. Do you understand? So when they are saying
Yeah.
that this is what is going on in Nigeria, they are not only speaking to Nigeria but they are speaking also to an international space. And when the country continues to get that coloration, then it cannot ultimately be something that will pan out in the favor of the country. We cannot continue just to dismiss out of hand
No,
when
we
they
are,
come
we
out.
are, we are
Yeah.
we are not dismissing what they are saying, one man. Try to understand what I'm saying here. If you look in the northern part of Nigeria, there was a time they burned a church, they killed so many members. What happened? America stepped in and they helped people in it, they helped Nigerians. Where were England then? Where is UK then? Sometimes we should see something from every angle and weigh it before judging it. Where were they? A lot of things happened.
Engineer, if I may add to what Roma was trying to tell you, you one man is trying to look at the bigger picture. Look, in a country where the government is a sympathizer to the so-called bandits, they call it bandits, they don't give the right name, that has acquired capacity to down an alpha jet. Apart from capacity that a Super Tucano can carry some ammo, do you really know that like a Alpha Jet is actually stronger in terms of speed, in terms of its quickness than even Super Tucano? Now, we are now talking of terrorists that they've acquired capacity to down an Alpha Jet. You understand what I'm saying? Alpha Jet is a European, is a collaboration between two European countries, if I remember, between Germany and France. So a very strong aircraft like that. So you can't dismiss some of these things. When these people are starting to show concern, it's beyond what is happening in Nigeria, but they may be looking at how it's going to escalate to their own territory. Imagine
Yeah, but I understood.
Abdallah when he has never even got that capacity that was trying, see the rubbish he was trying on American Airlines. So
I understood that very well. But my own question here and my own concern regarding the fighter jet, I believe there are thousands of plane they do move on air in Nigeria every single day. So when see, let's be honest. You see, when it comes to Nigerian government, to be honest, let's be realistic to ourselves. These people, they know what they're doing. They know everything they want to do. You understand? When you talk about fighter jet, right? Fair enough, the jet has been down and they're coming out to start giving, sympathizing, whatever. What happened to the head of Army's chief of staff when that fighter jet was down? Have any investigation come up online that,
Yeah, but
you know?
there's a difference between the two because the fighter jet that was shot down in Kaduna was shot down by Boko Haram, by insurgents. So that is an activity of terrorism. But the jets that are falling down, nobody they are attributing it to technical failure. It might be for a myriad of reasons. So that is an internal thing. But
Yeah, but
the
that's the
real
language they will use. That's the language they will use.
yeah, but the real one that should be of real concern is that the insurgents now have capacity to shoot down a fighter jet from the skies. So this is what is alarming the international community, that rather than this thing petering down, it seems to be escalating. These people seem to be getting more sophisticated and they seem to be having more
They
capacity.
already have sophisticated weapon in that country. You understand? Because the army, they have no say in that country. Nothing. Army can't come out and speak their mind because they will end up being killed. This is what is happening. So whether fighter jet is down, apparently, like I said, the pilot, he escaped it. You understand? That's a video they showed.
And that's why the
No, it
federal
doesn't
government cannot
matter.
deny.
That's good that the pilot. I'm not sure if we're speaking the same language. That's good that the pilot got away, and that's what we want. But the real moment in time is that Boko Haram, the insurgents, they now have the capacity to shoot down a fighter jet. That is the real. That is another thing now that we are crossing over to now have as part of the.
They are upgrading. What else?
So
They
that's
are
the thing.
upgrading.
That is
Yeah.
the concern. That is where the concern
they are
is.
upgrading. So at the end of the day, who are you going to blame if we have a president in the country? Who will you blame? Let's be honest to ourselves.
But that is the space that the United Kingdom is speaking to, though, because the space that the United Kingdom is speaking to is that these people are getting more emboldened, they're acquiring more capacity. The government is showing no indication of having any capacity to tackle them. And the United Kingdom Parliament is also now stating, and this is damning, that they believe that the government is complicit with the terrorists. This is what the United Kingdom is saying. So these are powerful words coming from a leading nation.
Yeah, can I say something, one man?
Yeah, come in.
Go on.
We should remember that all these billions or billions they have been investing in arms. Sometimes we have to ask questions about those billions. They will tell us they bought this one, they bought this one, they bought this one. By the time you know it, we don't see anything. Now remember that some of these ISIS members they dislodged from Libya now. Most of them they have been coming down to Nigeria. So among those people now, some of them they are very capable of taking down any kind of aircraft.
Thank you.
Know that they are very, very capable of taking down any aircraft because they already said that them and Boko Haram are one now. You remember that you had it now, one man.
Yeah.
Did you read about it?
No, they took over from Boko Haram. They slaughtered their leader and took over the structure.
So those guys, they can take any kind of this thing because they have the weapon, and they are well trained. They are well trained than our soldiers, so they can do anything. And believe me, if the Nigerian government,
UK,
yes.
See, this notion, I beg to differ. The notion that those guys are better trained than our soldiers is what I disagree with. I keep disagreeing with all those things. The point is this: when you want to achieve something in life, you have the political aspect of it and you have the tactical aspect. The problem we are facing in Nigeria is the political willingness. For example, you arrest bandits, Fulani S-men, you take them to the police station. So those people that we even take them from you, they will arrest those people that arrested those S-men, for example. What are they telling you? You report S-men, they tell you, don't report them here.
Okay,
for example.
Allah. Okay, so therefore, which means Nigerian government is a terrorist now. They are a terrorist government.
That is exactly what we are saying.
Yes.
You got the point now.
Yes.
So the Nigerian government, they are throwing their weight behind terrorists. That's exactly what we are saying. That's what we're saying. So when the government is sponsoring terrorists,
more importantly, that is what the United Kingdom is saying.
Exactly.
That is what the United Kingdom is saying, that these people are complicit. This is what they are saying.
There was a time America said that okay, you have about 5 officers, like strategic officers now, deliberated on what we are going to do tomorrow. By the time you get there the following day, you see Boko Haram there, and 5 of you just met. That's why America just packed the strategy.
UK and engineer. Hold on. Let me give you this paragraph quickly because it speaks to exactly what we're talking about. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me just give you this paragraph. It says, whilst critique of Mr. Buhari's regime and the United States government condemned the attack on unarmed protesters and called for the prosecution of soldiers, involved in the shooting. The government has not brought anyone to book. This the parliament criticized. So this is now debate. It says there are now widespread and these are the words. This is in quotation marks. There are now widespread concerns that human rights violations take place with a degree of official complicity, and that the Nigerian government only occasionally investigate or prosecute those responsible for such crimes. So these are the words of the United Kingdom Parliament, the lawmaker said. The government gives the unfortunate impression of being, these are in quotation marks again, so these are words from the Parliament. The government gives the unfortunate impression of being as quick to pardon, rehabilitate, and release repentant terrorists as to harass and shoot protesters who make legitimate calls for justice and reform in a peaceful manner. So they are quick to pardon, rehabilitate, and release Boko Haram terrorists, and with the equal speed are quick to shoot and kill people that are protesting in Lekki. These are the words coming out of the United Kingdom Parliament.
So, I just want to say one more thing, one man. Do you know, as we are talking right now, they have denied them. They wanted to acquire helicopter, war helicopter, warfare helicopter. As I'm talking to you, the U.S. government have denied them.
But don't worry. The US is it not just 6 of the ones that they have they not given them 6 fighter jets already? Apart of it, forget all that, man.
Well, it's true. So I think what UK government are trying just to say, they just want to relate what happened in Lekki, in Lekki to Plaza, the shooting. After shooting, nobody was, they said that it was unknown soldier now, that came to did the shooting. So, but my own annoyance, based on what engineer was saying, why is it that this UK government don't have the thing to punish these guys, or give them, like the Nigerian government, give them like sanction? That's my question.
How do you mean?
They are seeing all this thing that is going on. Then no, because I believe that the
government... No, it's not at the stage of sanctions yet, because because these are opening salvos in the direction of. So when the United Kingdom starts to speak in this manner, very soon you hear other nations starting to speak in this manner. So then the capacity that Nigeria has internationally is then being diminished and narrowed towards a terrorist sort of a country. So this is the beginnings of it, really. But they are not just going to come out and start throwing...
Yeah, that one man would say nobody is disputing what they're saying. But my question here is, when all this atrocity is going on, it's just because of one fighter jet. How about people that they're being killed in the church? People are being massacred.
They captured that as well in the paragraph that I read to you.
Yeah, but has ever their parliament said something about that?
No, but they captured that in what I just read to you. They are saying that people are being slaughtered and the government is complicit, and they are setting free essentially terrorists. This is what the United Kingdom is saying.
So all of a sudden, because one fighter jet is down, that's when they start raising more alarm.
Well, I don't share your cynicism. I think this is a step in the... This is
a joke, man. Honestly, I keep saying it. This is
a joke.
No,
I don't think it is a joke, because we keep saying the international community are not getting involved in what is going on in Nigeria. So they come to speak to the space, and we still call it a joke. So we must at some point...
It's a joke, one man. If they
right. What would you have expected? You expect the UK to send fighter jets?
Their own citizen has been kidnapped. What did they do? What did they do?
Okay.
A citizen that is fighting for his people, that is trying to make life...
No, they are showing him support. Did you not see Katrina Liang's interview on Arise TV?
That's completely...
What do you want them to do? Do you want them to go and blow up Aso Rock? Do you want them to send their SAS? Do you want them to send their SAS?
They have the right to send a delegate to go and check on their citizen.
Yeah, but that is what they said they are doing. They said they are offering him support. And he's not their citizen.
There's difference between offering a support and sending people to go there and examine this guy and have a look and check his health condition.
But can they force their way in? Because even his lawyers are now just being granted permission to see him.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Is if UK should stand up and say, listen, this is our citizen. This is what happened to him. We need to see him. I don't think Nigeria has that capacity to tell them
okay.
no.
Wait. No,
Hold on, Ola. Nnamdi Kanu is first and foremost a Nigerian before he's a United Kingdom citizen. His United Kingdom citizenship is secondary to his Nigerian citizenship. But so he's actually a Nigerian citizen and not a United Kingdom citizen. He's more of a Nigerian than a British citizen.
By birth. Not by
birth, yes.
You understand?
That is his first passport. He carries 2 passports, and his first passport is his Nigerian passport.
Yeah, but if he denounces his Nigerian passport, what else again?
Okay, all right. I don't know what the expectation is. That's just what before.
No, the expectation is
because they say the international community don't get involved. They are taking a parliamentary position in the United Kingdom. They say that is not enough. They say Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. The British High Commissioner in Nigeria has gone to the media houses to take a formal position, and they are still saying that is not enough. So are you expecting them to send
let me give you an example of what happened in America. An American man was kidnapped. They passed him from other country to Nigeria. What happened? They sent soldiers from all the way from America to go and rescue.
So the UK should send soldiers to go and rescue.
No, I'm just giving you a scenario. This is how America deals with their citizens. But when it comes to UK, come on, this guy is their citizen, regardless of what, because he's fighting for his right, fighting for his people.
Let Ajale Koko come in first, and then you come in. Ajale Koko, you wanted to chime in. Engineer is confusing me. Maybe it's just
I'm not confusing. I'm just telling you based on how these people there. You see, when UK come out and talk, I don't believe in that, man. Trust me. It's just marinating sugar on top of cake. That's it.
Engineer, listen.
Hold on. Let Mike. Hold on.
Let me interject.
Hold on.
Mike is here. Let Mike talk.
Yeah.
So Mike, you want to scatter everything again?
No, I don't want to scatter. I just want to say one. Anyway.
Let Ajale Koko hold on. Let Ajale Koko come in, and then you come in after him, Mike. So Ajale Koko to you.
Engineer, you know that international communities, all these Britain, American, and all the rest of this advanced country, you know, they have their way of doing things. They don't rush into internal affair of countries like that. They want them to they would like to give them time to solve their problem first. And it's when it gets to a situation where they feel that, the whole world is now crying, or it looks like they cannot really manage their own situation. That is when they will start talking and speaking and trying to take action. I think Nigerian situation, it has got to that stage now. That is why you see Britain speaking up. You know that Britain has a lot of interest in Nigeria, business-wise and other things. So they kind of give that government the time to solve the problem. But it's so glaring to them now that Buhari looks like somebody that cannot solve the problem. And that is why they're speaking. I mean, for Britain to speak like this in such a very strong term, I mean, it's a powerful statement. We have to commend them. Though, because of their past history and the way they do things, you might not totally trust them. But speaking up in this manner, we have to give. Who is that? Yeah. Who is that?
And you are.
Who is James?
That's James. James, stop toasting babes live on. Let me put him. He's toasting babes again. We are talking serious. He's toasting babes. But carry on, Ajale. Sorry about that. Yeah.
So for them to speak up in this strong time, I mean, it's a very strong political statement against Nigerian criminal administration, and it shows that they are turning back against them. This is just the beginning. Everything is turning against Buhari's administration now. Now that Britain has spoken, United States will follow, and then it will start spreading. France and all of the rest. So all we have been speaking of, been discussing on this platform, that this government will crumble, have started to emerge now. So we have to praise Britain. We have to commend them. On the Nnamdi Kanu, they stood up. They sent their is it not their mission, to get him sign some document or something like that. The criminal administration, the DSS, did not allow them to have access to him. So Britain is trying. We should not condemn them and just write them off completely, that they play too much game. A lot of pressure is mounting on them too. IPOB is mounting pressure on them. Every Yoruba people are mounting pressure on them.
And it is the result. Sorry, Ajande Koko. It is the result of that pressure that is leading now to them speaking to the space. Because ordinarily they will just keep quiet and look the other way. But just the volume of pressure, all the protests that they are seeing in London, people are in Trafalgar Square, people are at Abuja House. They are now even protesting Downing Street. They are now even going to Kenyan embassy to protest. So Nigerians are just there in their face all the time. They are going to work. They are seeing them protesting. They are coming. So it's just that volume that is now affecting these comments. This is what I think.
So, engineer, I mean, we're on the right track.
Engineer expects too much. That is it. He's expecting too much.
Can I ask?
Just hold on. Whilst we still have engineer, your thoughts on this going on the cultism in the East?
Let me interject real fast now. I mean,
say you come in here, Mike.
See,
don't speak in that gruff manner.
I'll
bring beer here to flog you.
What's the worry yourself?
Carry on.
So everybody have to be gentle now.
You have to be gentle now.
I'm a student of fella, man.
Okay, hold on, Mike. You look your screen now. We are all boys. The reason why the girls don't come is because of this. Too much muscles. Everybody's getting too much muscles. So if you tone down the muscles, maybe the girls will come and join us.
All of them are scared of Mike.
All the girls are scared of Mike.
Women like tough men. Actually, Salibi came here and she said, man, the reason she even like him is because it's tough. Women like tough men. Forget what I want. Now because they talk gentle, that's why they come.
Okay. Address what engineer was saying, because I want engineer's opinion on that.
But let me, and I just want to touch on that. Interject on that. This you guys keep saying UK will come and they're supposed to fly into and see their citizens. You guys have to understand that there are thousands of Americans and UK citizens facing trials in other countries on a daily basis. So one thing you guys need to understand is this: UK, US, the only time they're going out of their way to go and save citizens, if that citizen is a prisoner of war, a POW, you understand? Or it's a federal worker, a government worker.
Or there is a strong political angle to it.
Or a small political angle that involve their country. That's the only time they do it. And you guys remember these two Canadian girls that came to Nigeria that Otedola paid police to go and arrest them because he thought they were trying to blackmail him.
Those girls that were trying to blackmail him.
Exactly. When those girls reach out to their Canadian embassy, what do they say? They say, man, internationally, we can't interfere in other countries' judicial system. You understand? It's like that. Remember that one American rapper, A$AP Rocky, that's even a personal friend of Donald Trump, when he went to Sweden and beat up his Swedish guy on the streets.
Trump rescued him, did he not?
No, Trump trying to reach out to Sweden to release him. They tell him, they say, listen, Mr. Trump, no. We can't interfere with our judicial system. That's international. That's something agreed in the UN. United States. So you guys need to chill out with that. UK will come and fly.
No. UK have done the most that they will. They have really only done this much because of the international focus on that space. And because they are making such a big deal about him being a British citizen. That is why they are just offering him some sort of like a skeletal service.
What they can do is just give opinions and give their own views.
Yeah, they'll just go there and give him some pamphlets, and that is it.
But they can't interfere in another country's judicial system.
Engineer is expecting them to send SAS and parachute into DSS headquarters and young James Bond. It was James Bond. Engineer is watching you want James Bond. There's no James Bond, though, engineer, sorry. But to Abia State, it's not James Bond, but it is cultism that is going on there. You are familiar with that area, not Abia so much, but the eastern quarters. And that vacuum now that has been created with the chasing out of the security personnel that happened a few weeks ago, that vacuum now being filled by cultists, and of course the natives are crying out. So the eastern quarters.
Yeah, when you come to the eastern quarters, cultism is not only about chasing those Nigeria, whatever they call them, or Nigerian uniform men. Cultism is something that we have two rivals. They don't agree on one spot. That's just the fact. And also, when you want to join cult, you know, there are some things that you need to do that, they will tell you, they will guide you, or they will do this, they'll do that, you know. When it comes to things like this, I keep saying it, there is hunger in the land. So if the cult people, if you look at it, majority, 80 to 90% are just youth. You understand? They are youths. And if you look at it,
well, you say that, you say that, but what they are now saying is that they are now targeting middle-aged men that had a historical ties with cultism. So people that were once cult members in their youth, that have now since left it for legitimacy. All these young people are now they are now going directly into their houses and just gunning them down. This is what is going on in the
but
East.
one man, when you come to think about this, the cultism in Nigeria is something that when you start, I give you just good example. When you start university first year, when you join them, they will come for you after almost when you're about graduation. That's when they'll come and kill you, or they'll stab you. This is how it works then. But I don't know as of now, because when the cultism, when it's really happening, that was the time, I think, some years back. It's all about, they will send you, you go. It's just argument. Because of a woman, all those kind of things.
It's usually because of a woman.
Yeah,
They will
send A to go and kill family of B. So B will just chill down till maybe when part of A family, they're trying to celebrate their graduation from university. That's when they'll come and strike. So this is all about what is happening regarding cultism in Nigeria. It's like whatever you sow is what you reap. You understand? That's the full definition of that cultism, the way I can say it to my own understanding, because it's something that two people don't agree and they end up fighting or killing themselves. But something they need to realize, it's not all about fighting your brother or fighting your cousin. If you come to realistic, the country is draining, is sinking. So it's something that people needs to understand themselves, because if the cultism people, that the lads, if they can go and start questioning all I don't want to use the hard language before they said, I'm threatening Nigerian government. If it's something that they have to go and start questioning Nigerian government, what are they doing? That would be much more better than they killing themselves.
Engineer, you're talking about questioning the Nigerian government. That is certainly what IPOB are doing. They are giving the government an ultimatum to release Nnamdi Kanu by or before the 8th of August, which is essentially no more than a week and a bit. Otherwise, they will start locking down the entirety of the East every Monday of every week until Nnamdi Kanu is released. So this is what they are saying.
You see. Let me give you another example that, when Sunday Igboho came out and gave Fulani headsmen warning that they should vacate, I completely disagree with that. You understand? The reason why I disagree with that, because your enemy, when he's coming to strike, will strike without giving you phone call or giving you notification.
No, but this is a signal to the government. They can't be silent about their demands to the government.
Yeah, I'm coming. So now they're coming out saying this to government. Remember the newly appointed army chief.
Yes,
he went to
South.
Yeah. He went to visit South. And I said this yesterday clearly. Does a reason why for him to go and visit that place. Because with time, the repentant Boko Haram, the 1,000 they released to go freely, based on, we know that they're not Nigerians, but they released them to go freely, and I believe they will still employ them in that Nigerian army. Remember, those are the people they will use now to send them to that south in the uniform. This is what is going to happen. By the time the IPOB members, they start demanding for justice, they start voicing their voice out. That's what you see. What is going to happen there is just going to be a nightmare. You understand?
I cannot see that it will be a nightmare because what they are, sorry, there's still something that's popped up on my screen. What they are saying is something that they have tested before. What they have tested before, and we saw this in May, and it worked effectively, is to have a sit at home, for a day. So that is essentially what they're saying when they're saying they're going to lock down the East every Monday.
We know that.
Hold on. That is essentially what they're saying, that when they say they're going to lock down the East every Monday. So if every Monday they tell people not to go out and people do not go out, there is nothing, there's no thing that force can use to effect or change that. So they cannot send the armies to be going into the people's houses and forcing them to go out and go about business or shooting them in their own homes. So it is a sit at home, essentially, that they're going to have on the Monday. And they've tried it before, and it worked.
Have you watched a video whereby that very same day they acknowledge the Biafran referendum? You understand the silence they made. Yes. Have you seen how some of the IPOB members, they stop somebody from a bike and they start?
Yeah, no, those are isolated incidents, but generally, largely, people complied with it.
Yeah, but one man, when it comes to reality, this is something you need to understand. They can say something in the easy way, but it's just the people on ground. Those are the people that they will face it. Those are the people that will pass through those pain. You understand? But like I said to you, when it comes to Nigerian government, they know what they're doing. You understand?
I cannot see how they can counter a sit at home. A sit at home is a sit at home. You apply force as a counterweight to a sit at home. And we know that Ipob has the capacity to effect a sit at home. So what they are saying effectively is that every Monday, until Nnamdi Kanu is released, they'll be enforcing or they'll be applying a sit at home.
No, the thing is, they can apply that, but what if other people, they open their business? What will happen to them?
Well, they would then have to pay the price. You see, sometimes...
So paying the price is violence then?
No, it's not essentially violent. Let's say, for instance, there's a whole street of, let's say, a type of people. Let's say they are Chinese. And then they say that everybody on that street, for reasons of being persecuted, should not go out. So let's say there are about 1,000 people, and they all agree that what they are doing to us is not right, and none of us will not go out. But let's say then 20 of those 1,000 people go out. The community itself will turn against those 20 to say that we are making this sacrifice to get something that is better. So it's peer pressure, essentially, is what will affect this thing.
Yeah, but that will end up becoming a violence.
That is not what is happening. One man, that is not what is happening. That is not what is happening. People comply because of violence.
Thank you.
That is
no.
I
don't think I agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I am telling you what is happening. People complied because of threats of
the entirety of the East
complied. It is not true. Don't say that. It is not true. It is not true. Anambra people especially did not. And the people that complied in other places, Nnamdi said that if you open your business, we will burn you and we will burn your business. That was what he said. Stop saying that it is that it is not something that is.
Are you saying that the majority in the East were not sympathetic to the sit at home for the reasons that it was suggested?
I told you
May.
that even before now. I told you that even before now, as far back as 20 years ago, every May there is this remembrance that generally happens, and Masob would come out and carry flag, make noise and all that. But nobody has ever been compelled. And what usually happens is that the markets actually close down, but every other business is open, banks open, eateries open, restaurants everywhere, normal activities. It's only the markets that usually, but this time around, it was because of the threat of violence. We have to speak to the correct narrative.
No. That is your interpretation. That is your interpretation. That is not categorical.
No, one man, he's saying the truth. That's just the fact.
What are you talking about?
He's not saying the truth. He's not. Hold on. He's not saying the truth because the East is too big. IPOB does not have the capacity to enforce something by violence if the people are not complicit. The entirety, almost 80-90% of the East shut down. You cannot say that 80% of Igboland shut down for fear of IPOB. No, they shut down for sympathy of the reasons why that sit at home was being suggested.
One man, you saw a video. Let me remind you again. You saw a video. Somebody
I saw the
was
video,
on his
but
bike.
that was just one incident,
He
wasn't
was
it?
lashed. He's not
No, that was just one incident, wasn't it?
Thanks to social media that video was captured. How about others?
Engineer.
You need to understand.
Hold on. Let me hear Ayo's opinion on all this. Ayo, good to have you. Am I talking out of tune, or what is your reading of what is being said? Ayo.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you can compel millions of people to sit at home using violence, no matter how influential you think you are. I just don't.
Especially not some small organization like ESN.
Right, exactly. And I mean, it just doesn't fit with the Igbo character either. I'm not Igbo, obviously, but I just don't know the Igbo people to be that passive or that scared of authority, where all it would take is a threat of violence from some influential person to have millions of people fall in line. So, I think it's wishful thinking to assume that what evolution is trying to put forward, that the reason they sat at home and didn't go anywhere was because they were scared. I mean, it almost sounds.
No, I don't buy into that either. But just whilst you're still there, Ayo, to what ESN are now saying that I'll just give it to you, and then because I don't want to influence anything that you have to say. Sure. What they're saying in effect is that they're giving the government an ultimatum that till the 8th of that if they're giving them up till the 8th of August to release Nnamdi Kanu. If it's not released, then they are going to be effecting a lockdown every Monday in the East until Nnamdi Kanu is released. So that lockdown, of course, we are assuming to mirror what they did on the 31st of May, which was successful. So they're going to be recreating that up until and when Nnamdi Kanu is released. So what are you making of that? That's how they have positioned themselves.
Yeah, I think that is a wise move. I don't know that. So, and I guess it's a trait we have in Nigeria where we like to warn people. It's more effective to actually do something and then tell them that you're going to keep on doing it until your needs are met, as opposed to warning people that you're going to do something. Passive resistance does work. Passive resistance worked during the civil rights era, where the bus boycott in Alabama pretty much broke the civil rights movement through, and it's passive resistance. I mean, there's no way to compel someone to ride a bus. There's no way to compel people to go to work. There's no way to compel anyone to open their business if they don't want to. I think the bus boycott happened. I mean, that went on for many months, and the bus corporations were losing revenue. Once the powers that were sort of like in charge of things realized, okay, well, there's no way to win this fight. They gave in. So passive resistance does work. I think the mistake.
No, they had to put it in the public space because they had to get it to the people. There's no other way to communicate it other than to, yeah.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, thank you, Ayo, and thank you, engineer. Let me just acknowledge the super chats, and then I'll come back to you still, engineer, and to everyone else, but primarily to engineer, to speak to that space now of Burutai having a meeting with the president of Benin Republic. But before I come to you on that, let me acknowledge super chats. Alexander, as ever, his super chats. He says, Ga people, inhabitants of Accra, will say Yote, and that means how are you? Response is Iyojogba, very well. Ga is a derivative of the Yoruba language, and some say descendants of Odudua behave just like us. So he's speaking to that space when we first started the session. Vin Maxwell, of course, he is half Nigerian, half Ghanaian, based in Accra. So I was just teasing him about the Ghanaian language, how hello is being said, and Alexander added to that narrative via super chat. Still super chat and still Alexander. This is what his super chats this time around. It says, with an acquired British citizen, the announcement of your primary citizenship, Nigeria, is not application here. It's not applicable, I think he intended to say here. That is only applicable in the US, engineer. So he's speaking to that space of because Nnamdi Kanu, first and above all else, is in Nigeria. He's secondarily a Brit. This is the thing that people don't really because they ask and speak a lot to that space, that to his British passport. But then, of course, if Nigeria wanted to force that space, they will tell you that he's first and foremost a Nigerian. Chris Nwago, he comes in with the super chat. He says, one, I doff my hat to you for the first time speaking the truth. Evolution does not have the capacity to cover the truth. I wouldn't extend that far because, of course, evolution speaks to as it knows. So you may well have a different opinion, but that is not necessarily to say that evolution is not speaking to the truth. His truth, your truth, the truth in there somewhere. So thank you for that. So back to you, engineer. So Burutai now presents his credentials to President Paris Talon of Benin Republic. So Nigerian envoy, of course, but even before he presented his credentials to formally take that post, he has already been acting surreptitiously because what is coming out now is that he was the one that sent the messagings out to the security agencies in Benin Republic for them to be on the lookout, of course, for Sunday Igboho, because he knew as soon as he escaped, the well-trusted and tried route of the Yoruba person escaping is usually through Benin Republic. So he alerted the Beninese to look out for him, and that was essentially what led to him being picked up. So he's now presenting his credentials to the Beninese president, almost, of course, and then they went into like a closed-door meeting for hours. No prices for guessing what the discussion will be. So Burutai now making his move. How do you think this will pan out? Burutai in Benin Republic twisting the arm of the president.
Yeah, when you come to Burutai, by realistic or by reality, Burutai, that guy should have been jailed. That's to my own understanding. Before anyone will get me wrong, he should be in jail by now because he's one of the people that destroyed our country, Nigeria. But come to think about it, he's somebody that it's just the truth. He is shocking that Nigerian government, after telling someone to move away from that seat, they are calling him back to give him, a position to represent the country. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the country is completely finished. If I should say to my own understanding, the country is a mess because him going there, I said this, was it yesterday or so? I said Nigerian government, they know what they're doing. They will just make things hard for our brother over there because I've never seen whereby somebody run away from his country for his life, for safety, and you people from Benin, capture him and keep him. By law, by standard law, they're not supposed to even do nothing to him. He should have carried on his journey. But when it comes to things like this, they know that
why would they even send Burutai to Benin Republic? Is a mystery to me. Burutai, of course, from Borno, whatever, Fulani man. It's completely the opposite of whatever Benin is. They will view him with suspicion there. So,
yeah. When I said something yesterday, I think few people in the platform, they said that, but Nigerian government didn't do this, didn't do that. I said they will walk behind closed door. They would never leave this guy to go freely. They will do. Nigeria will mount pressure. They will mount pressure on Cotonou. Cotonou will do their best to make sure they just keep that guy till Buhari will finish his tenure. Maybe it's by God willing. If any other new president is coming to take over Buhari, that will be maybe the one that was okay. Or can you release that guy to go freely? Because this is all planned work. Well, we don't see reason why Burutai himself will go, because most Yoruba leaders, they are on track. They are all alerted on what is happening to their son. You understand? So they will look at it. Nigerian government now, wow, they don't have right to even send Burutai to go and visit that place because one person is captured. You know what I mean? So at least that tells you that the
no,
capacity.
what I'm even suggesting, engineer, is that they shouldn't even. Burutai is even the wrong ambassador to Benin Republic because there's no affinity, there's no common language, there's nothing. He doesn't share a culture with us. There's a lot of Nigerian diplomats that share cultures with Benin Republic.
Wow, a lot of people.
Oh, it's James again, toasting babes. So there are lots of Nigerian diplomats that share a commonality with Benin Republic, people of Yoruba extraction that would chime more with that environment. Somebody like Burutai, he will completely stand out in that space. The Beninese won't know what to do with him, and they will view him with suspicion. He won't understand the space, and it will just be, it's just a complete waste. He doesn't fit at all, except, of course, he's going to serve.
But one man, why would Nigerian government, send a Yoruba person, knowing that there's a high chance a Yoruba person will try to compromise, Come on now, of course, they have to send
It's not necessarily a Yoruba man. What we are saying here is a retired chief of army staff who messed the country up. You understand? They should have found somebody.
No, I'm speaking in terms that one man is saying, why would they send someone that has no cultural affiliation with Beninese, So I'm saying, like, of course, the government will not send someone that has cultural affiliation with them. Because
can I say
something? No, hold on, come in, Ajale Koko, and then I'll come to James next, who has been waiting. But Ajale Koko, come in, and then I'll come to James next.
Mike, so you don't think that it will be of advantage if a Yoruba person, a diplomat, is sent to Republic of Benin when we have a large number of Yoruba people in that country?
That would be the perfect fit, would it not?
It will be advantage for Igboho, not for the government.
No, forget Igboho.
What is
just
Igboho?
one thing. Just as the diplomat in that space to serve Nigeria's
interests.
Oh,
sorry. I thought you were saying that the Nigerian government.
No, not for Igboho. I'm just saying that
for the
as the Nigerian ambassador to that space, that guy is completely the wrong person. One, he's not a diplomat; he's a soldier.
Okay. I misunderstood what you were saying. I think I see what you're saying.
The language of diplomacy is completely different from the language of the army. Army is just give order, and diplomacy is sweet talking. So completely different language. And he from Borno, Kebbi, whatever, from the deserts, is completely at odds culturally with the people of Benin Republic. So he's not going to serve any purpose.
It seems as if you are.
Woman, do you know that the Nigeria Benin border is being guarded by a bunch of Fulanis? Whatever.
Yeah, I know. All of the borders are same border. If you don't speak Hausa, you don't pass through.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah, please, hold on. Let's hear from James. Yeah.
Wama, the person that went to Benin Republic, if it is Yoruba, what is his mission? To go and tell them to bring Igboho?
No. I mean, we're not talking about Igboho. We're just talking about who the right diplomat should be to Benin Republic that will best serve.
Okay.
The diplomat is not there for Igboho, you know, it's there to as the Nigerian representative. Igboho is just one incident at this moment.
When you send a diplomat into a crisis, there's what is called rules of engagement. So he's going there to achieve something for his country. So automatically, once you are there, you are representing Nigeria. Now, if a Yoruba man is there, remember, what is that diplomat mission is what you have to, the rules of engagement and the mission. One is to go and talk to those people. They need to make sure this guy is being, repatriated to Nigeria.
No, you're misunderstanding the conversation, James. We are not talking about Igboho. We are talking about who the diplomat should be. So forget Igboho. We're talking.
Now I got what one. Yes, I know he's an ambassador to that place. So sorry. So now I got what.
So I'm saying that Burutai is completely the wrong person. It's like you have a country. It's like, for instance, we have about 10 Chinese-speaking people in Nigeria that are senior diplomats, and then you speak somebody that's somebody that speaks Portuguese to send them to China. When you have 10 Chinese people, so this is what I'm saying.
Man, can I say something about that?
Let's hear from Ola. Let's hear from Ola.
James, please, just
James, hold on. Let's hear from Ola. Yeah.
See, we need to look at the strategy. What exactly is Buhari trying to achieve? Okay, look at Buratai. First of all, he's supposed to be answering for genocide. Pick that one. Who were those people?
Thank you.
Buratai were facing the Southerners. Now, if Southerners will have a chance of escaping the country or maneuvering themselves, is Republic of Benin. And this man now is protecting Buratai from using diplomatic immunity. He protected him from answering to his crime. That's number one. Now, he put him in a strategic place where even right from the day of June 12, everything, anybody that is facing wahala with the government, the axis they used to escape, he put Buratai there. So this thing is that we may now just start realizing what Buhari was trying to achieve by putting this particular guy there. The guy that was among those people that committed the crime, at the same time, is still the person that they are using to even sabotage anybody that try to face the government and use that as to escape. That's just my opinion about that. It doesn't really matter whether it's going to achieve anything that benefits Nigerians. No, I benefit from Buhari.
All right, thank you, Ola, for that.
Thank you. I agree with you almost 100%. The thing is these Fulani people, they have a very big strategy. So putting this guy there with a lot of military intelligence and police intelligence is something Yoruba have to pay attention to, because they don't want the Yoruba diplomat there, because that will pave the way for another Yoruba rally that will give more strength to Yoruba people. So they know what they are doing, my brother. These guys have a very long time.
James, we are all aware that Burutai is there to serve no other interest than the Fulani interest, because, of course, that was what I was seeking to highlight, that if Nigeria's interest was what was being served, then somebody that has commonality, that has, I don't know what term might just use now, that shares a cultural affiliation with that space, would be the person that is sent. But Burutai is not there for any other thing, but just to keep an eye, the Fulani eye out. But James, whilst you have the floor, let's take your thoughts then on this.
Please, before you move, tell me how many ambassadors of different countries in Nigeria that are black.
I don't know. Why?
Exactly, because what you're saying that, of course, I am not holding brief for Burutai, but the basis of your submission that because there are Yorubas in Benin Republic, that the best ambassador that will represent Nigeria is a Yoruba person, it does not hold water.
No, that wasn't what I was saying. What I was saying was that the best ambassador will be somebody that best fits that brief. So, and what I'm saying is that the person that least fits that brief is somebody like Burutai, who, one, is not an ambassador, two, is a soldier man. A soldier man gives order. A diplomat, an ambassador, is a diplomat who uses diplomatic speak and soft words. So he uses persuasion, not orders. So completely out of tune. There's also a cultural chasm between the Beninese and somebody like Burutai. So there's nothing that bonds somebody like Burutai to the Beninese to serve Nigeria's interests. So it doesn't essentially have to be a Yoruba person, but it has to be somebody that has the touch and the feel and the understanding of that space. And the last person that has any of that is somebody like Burutai.
I agree. So basically, you are speaking to putting a round, a square peg in a round hole.
Exactly.
Exactly. So the issue of having Yoruba people there shouldn't come up. We should speak to having the career civil servants that know what it means to represent a nation and not political appointees. There are people, we have Nigerians that are in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I am sure that we will have somebody that is competent enough to represent us. Stop bringing in ethnicity into these things.
Ethnicity does apply, though, does it not?
It doesn't apply.
No, hold on.
Benin is a different country.
Hold on. Let me tell you how ethnicity applies. Let's say for equal measure, you have an equal measure Hausa Fulani person, an equal measure somebody from the Eastern quarters, and an equal measure somebody from Yoruba land. So every one of the three of them are of equal measure, but you want to send one of them to Benin Republic. Would it not be more advantageous? Does the Yoruba man that then shares additionally a cultural affinity with that space, does it not then tip that brief in his favor just for reasons of that cultural affinity?
No, it doesn't, because
It doesn't?
what matters is the foreign policy of Nigeria towards the country. Yes.
One man, you guys know that the ambassador to Cameroon is also from the north, it's also a Fulani.
Yeah, this is it.
The ambassador to Chad,
Niger,
Benin, all the countries that surround Nigeria, they're all Fulani.
Exactly.
So
and we would have been saying, okay, why did we not appoint a Biafran? After all, there are Biafrans in Cameroon. It doesn't make any sense because it does not hold water.
It makes infinite sense. It makes
the
perfect
foreign
sense.
policy.
Let me ask Evolution a question. The ambassador to Niger, is he a Yoruba man or Igbo man?
It is irrelevant. The point is that
okay, that is what we are talking about. Look,
the government is not appointing.
They will never appoint. If you can't speak Hausa, they will never make you ambassador to Niger.
Exactly. So that should be the narrative, that the government is not appointing the right people in positions. Let's stop bringing ethnicity into everything.
No. We can't disregard ethnicity where it applies.
But there are black people in every country in the world. How many black people are ambassadors to Nigeria?
No, that's a
different race.
Evolution.
One at a time, please.
Evolution. When Obama was there, it was a black ambassador from United States we have in Nigeria.
America changes their ambassadors every 3 years. There are career ambassadors in the office of the foreign service. We have had black ambassadors before.
But they have to make sure the ambassador can relate to that culture.
It is not because Obama was.
Okay, let's not get to
a former ambassador that married a Yoruba woman, and the president there was a white man. In fact, a racist white man. It is the policy of the State Department. They are in charge of foreign policy. We should be speaking towards appointing competent people. People can come from anywhere.
Okay, we take that point.
Buratai is competent.
Hold on, everybody, because I don't want us to go down that route too heavily, because I want to get back to James and here. I've upgraded the thing, so I'm able to have even more people on the screen, so which makes it even more difficult for me to manage. So I need your cooperation all the way through. Yeah, we take that point, but I don't think that point necessarily negates the alternative point that has been made. But we rest that there as I go to James. James,
Can I just finish what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
see,
sorry. Finish, engineer. I was sidetracked, but I finished and then I come to
yeah,
James.
okay. To just make it short, to be honest, so other people can have their own say. To me, to my understanding, Brutai should have been in jail. That's the truth. And when it comes to ambassador to Cotonou, they should have find anybody. I don't care if it's Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. But for me, I'm just saying Brutai should have been in jail. That's
You
all I
have
can say
said
for
this
now.
before, one man. Let Gabe go on. Let us hear that. You have said this before. We have had this one. You said now.
No, he wanted to
Butai
land
should
his
have
point.
been
So thank you, Ego. So to you, James. James, the talking points. We were talking about the IPOB giving the government an ultimatum to release Nnamdi Kanu by or before the 8th of August. Otherwise, they'll be applying a shutdown of the eastern quarters every Monday until Nnamdi Kanu is released. And then Simon Ekpa, or Ekpa, however you pronounce it, speaking in coded words and saying effectively that the Biafran struggle is now on autopilot. So it's on autopilot, which then tells you, of course, when you say something is on autopilot, then there's nobody driving it. So when there's nobody driving it, then it's just driving essentially from memory. So rudderless essentially is my interpretation of that, and that is what I think is speaking to that space. And the United Kingdom speaking to the Nigerian increasing facilitation for terrorism and banditry. So to all of that, James, good to see you.
Thank you. Good evening. What I will say about ultimatum, I think those who are supporting IPOB, they are trying to put pressure on the government, but this government is being led by deaf somebody, so I don't think it's even going to hear that. And if people are being mandated to go to stay at home, not to go to their various place of job every Monday, I'm fully convinced that they will only do that for a short period of time, and they are going to get tired. They're not going to achieve anything. And a lot of people are not going to be interested anyway. But because of sometimes what is happening to the Southeast, to people who don't comply to IPOB, mandating them or giving them information to stay at home. Because out of that fear, many will stay in their house, because as we are speaking here, the Southeast of Nigeria is not like the Southeast of before. Police stations are being born everywhere, so it's very bad. It's not a good situation, because I have a lot of Igbo friends who told me they went back home. The way the things are going, they don't like it, because everything is just like everybody's living in a very terrible fear, even the security agents. So that's what I will say about that sit at home, because I don't think it's going to achieve anything. Buhari here is very, it's something that has already become. So there's nothing that can go into his ear any longer. So it's just part of adding suffering to people's life for nothing. All I'm asking for is that Igbo alone should understand one thing. They can't even do anything at all. When it comes to Nigeria alone, they can't. And whatever is going on in the Southeast, the Fulani are collaborating with Igbo leaders. The last time they went to Goze, to Kano house, they killed people, and he narrowly escaped to United Kingdom or whatever. I listened to one broadcast where some Igbo leaders
Why you
admitted that
speaking so softly? Are you feeling shy all of a sudden, James?
No, I don't.
Where is that confidence that we usually
When
hear
he
your voice?
finished talking with her, now, one man.
Okay, my madam has
No.
okay, I understand.
Because of noise. Because of noise.
Okay, all right. People are sleeping.
So,
okay, carry on. Yeah.
So the problem is that all these things that are happening on both sides, both Igbo or Buhari is not just acting. I'm here, Buhari. A lot of leaders from both sides are with him. So that's why they are doing what they are doing. And that is just the fact. But I don't think those sit at home or maybe ultimatum is going to achieve anything at all. They will get tired. I'm telling you the truth.
Especially when they are losing money, when they start to lose money, because sit at home means you are not going about your earning, doesn't it?
Yeah, listen, it's not like even the Nigeria situation is very tough now, my brother. You can everybody like there are some people who make sure they go out every day before they can have food. That is compulsory. They must go out, or else even missing one day, there will not be food for them. So those kind of people sitting at home is going to be a frustration for them. Even if they love IPOB before, they may not even be happy. You understand? So that is it. It's not an easy something, my brother. We need unity, and that unity, I don't think is even possible or tenable in the southern part of Nigeria because there's no proper mechanism or measures on ground to address it. It's just there, and it's getting bigger every day. Yeah.
Okay. And
then you added another thing. What was that?
yeah, I was asking the Simon Ekpa narrative. He is saying that the IPOB movement is essentially on autopilot now because there is nobody steering it at the moment. So essentially, headless chicken essentially is what he is describing.
The thing we have to ask ourselves is that you see, they said first of all there was a broadcast that Samuel Ekpa should take the lead. And so many people who think the IPOB were not happy. So there's a internal quarrel. It's an organization that, to me, internally, there's already a big division even before they arrested Campbell. So a lot of people left the place and they are still operating inside. And so we're not happy to see Samuel Ekpa taking the leadership. And that is why they just, fire him. And internally, man, they are not stable. Many people want that position. So that is just the fact. They want to be recognized as a leader of this group.
And cultism in the East, a growing problem now. Because of course, we were saying that a vacuum was going to be created when they were chasing all the security personnel out of the East, and it looks as though that vacuum that has been created is now being filled by cultists. So cultism in the East, this is what they are alarming about now, especially in Abia State.
Yeah, Nigeria is a society where the government have abandoned the youth to remain in darkness. So the only thing you see in darkness is evil. So according to Wish that I've confessed, they confess that they hold their meeting in the night because I'm not a Wish anymore. If you see people who want to commit bad evil, they think of midnight. So then we are in darkness. Let me use my state, Edo State, where I come from, as an example. So immediately we enter this democracy, this one that Obasa just started with us. So during the time of campaign, a lot of politicians, they brought in a lot of gun and give to these youths as a means to fight their opposition. So after at the election, they were unable to retrieve most of this arms. That is what led to this Edo State become a coven of cultism, and a lot of guys were dying. The problem is that if you look at on no government in the East, but the government, they know themselves, they know their source of where the ammunition is coming from. So now I think there is a vacuum because the spirit that is on ground is very bad. It's drilling blood. So therefore, it's still going to push people to turn against themselves as far as the weapon is in their hand. Any little differences among them, they will start fighting themselves. You kill my
this
men.
Is the thing. All these wild youths with their guns in their hands, they don't understand, or do they understand that once you take a human life, you cannot bring it back. So you act in anger, you say you are called, you go and kill a bunch of them, they come and kill a bunch of you, and before you know it, you wipe each other out. It's just the senselessness and the mindlessness.
To we who are not part of them, we see it like that. For them, they see it like I'm in a cause of vengeance, so I must fulfill this vengeance for my fallen fellow.
So when you go and carry out that vengeance, the other side will say, "Okay, we have learnt our lesson, Abi." Of course not. They will come back and get you, and then you will go back and get them.
The other side will say, "I'm also in a vengeance. I must go and fight," but that's how they'll be killing themselves. So, like in my place now, at least is a little bit under control. For quite some time, they are no longer turning against themselves. The government, the traditional leader, their hands are on desk fighting it with every means they can. So it's a very bad something. So the Southeast, I don't know, because we have to be careful in the entire southern part of Nigeria. Those that are preaching violence, that maybe when we use war, we just achieve it. Man, the youth on ground are not disciplined. Go back and reason with them. You will understand that these guys, what they know is just Instagram life, and there's nothing more than that. So if you by mistake use them for anything like violence to achieve anything, they are just going to turn up and get themselves and mess up your cause. That's what I believe.
Okay, and this Burutai situation, what do you think exactly? I mean, obviously a Fulani plan, but Burutai, because you can see the image on the thumb nail. Burutai stood shoulder by shoulder with the Beninese president. They are having closed door meetings as part of his presenting his credentials. So of course, Sunday Igboho then on a flight to Nigeria within the week. This is what is going to happen.
We cannot predict what is going to happen. My prayer is that for the Yoruba people to use every means, connection they also have in the Benin Republic, to present their own interest to the president. They are very free to do that also, the Benin Republic also.
So which connection get power past dollar?
Then some Yoruba people also have the money to follow up and influence and everything. But however, the Benin government may decide to do it for Nigeria because it's a country, don't know what is going to happen tomorrow, and the whole situation is very confusing. It's very tense. And another one I would like to talk about is the United Kingdom coming out, to talk about this issue at this very junction. There is nothing they can do for Kanu. If you are calling Kanu a full British citizen, and he's sitting in United Kingdom, calling for secessionists in another country, directing ESM in another country, so all these things put together, it means that person is still a Nigerian. So what led him to that problem is that he was fighting for a Nigeria cause. It's complex. These people, that is why they cannot just jump in and say, bring it for us, it's our citizen. Because the problem that led him to that trouble is something that is very difficult for them to do that. I don't know whether you understand. It's very difficult for them just to come in. Just like today, you should remember the British themselves, United Kingdom, they have a problem. You have the Irish secessionists or whatever. Maybe they go and sit in United States on that side. And they will, one person, their leader will sit in United States, or maybe he's in one place from that side giving command, talking, talking, and some words you say, you have to be careful. And from that side, you will be, commanding people, do this, do that. Some of them, you will even confess there's a gun somewhere, pick the gun, kill the army. So all those kind of things, my brother. Tomorrow, if the British government succeed to go and root that person from America and bring that person to United Kingdom and
James, the one thing I just want people to walk away from, especially people from the East, is to have all these grand expectations of the British government. The British government are not going to take any diplomatic risk or go any extra mile for a guy called Nnamdi Kanu. They simply will not. British passport or no British passport, they will not. They will do only as much as they have to do without jeopardizing their interest, because their interest in Nigeria way and above Kanu as a person. So just move away from all this just endless chanting. He has a British passport. He has a British passport. All the time he has a British passport. So what?
Yeah, what they are doing concerning Nigeria problem, what I believe, when the Saudi Arabia murder one of their whether Khashoggi, they call this man.
Yeah, Jamal Khashoggi.
You see the way all of them were. They at the beginning they wanted to be silent. They discover, silent will not work. They start coming out. Now the case is over, and that's what they are going to do when it comes to Nigeria. They will never push us into crisis, because the crisis will be so costly for them. That is why they are trying to say something. Look, you have to do this thing. I don't know they understand. Except we are already in, they have to come out with a different policy to see the one that suits their interest. Currently, the one that suits their interest is for Nigeria to remain Nigeria. Whether it's not working for Nigerians, it is not their business as far as we are still concerned. And moreover, those people, if you look at, we don't want them to support us. We don't even need them anymore, because the world have changed. The world order have changed significantly. There was a time where only American, Britain, and the Allies controlled the whole world. Currently, Russia is there, China is there. Once they take any side, China will take the other, Russia will take the other side. And the people will continue to suffer. We don't need anything like crisis. Anybody that is saying war, want to say it in your land, like we, Benin, Midwest, Bender people, we don't need it. What we need is to sit down and talk with our neighbor. So we don't, those ones that are just campaigning, they think it's an easy game. If you start today, my brother, people will just be dying. And why our issue, they will go to Geneva and be talking about our issue. And Russia will be coming in with his own interest. China will be coming because the country is very rich, man. So they are not going to fold their hand. Even Turkey will come in. And at the end, they will not be discussing about their own interest, common interest. That's all. And we will be there killing
like the way they have it in the Congo, right? They've been discussing peace.
They're just sharing
their resources among themselves.
You have a country where you have a group of people where distrust is very strong. And whereas people trying to water it down. It is this distrust that is supporting Fulani today. This one don't trust this one don't trust this one any longer. We are all suffering for years. So all we need to do is just to sit down and look into our own interest. Edoma want to get out of Nigeria. Uroboma want to get out.
Oh, Edoma don't want to get out of anywhere. Where Edoma they go? Eh? To go get
what
out
do you mean that
what?
we don't want to?
No. Edoma doesn't want to get out of Nigeria. Who tell you say Edoma won't get out of Nigeria? Where you hear that one?
Listen, see, let me tell you. I want to point something to you now.
Edoma wants to get out of Nigeria. Where then they go
Listen
if they come out?
Listen, Wama, let us be realistic here. Look, if you go back home, you go and do your studies, you will discover there is no ethnic nationality that want to remain Nigeria. Everybody have different point of view over this problem that is going on. We as a Bender people or Midwest people, we don't see Fulani as the full architect of our problem. Rather, we see Wazobia as the real problem of Nigeria. Those who found Nigeria
has nowhere to go.
They have nowhere to go. Of course, they have nowhere to go. They either stay in Nigeria or
this is what I hate about.
But they're not going anywhere. You want to go from
can I even talk? I'm giving a point. I don't need argument here. Listen now.
Oh yeah, carry on, James. But you're saying something a bit funny now.
Me, just give me some short period of time. This is a very serious issue.
Carry on, James. Carry on.
I want to talk about here.
Okay.
If the Edo or the Benders are quiet, it doesn't mean they cannot fight. It doesn't mean they don't know how to war. I'm telling you the real fact. Fulani is not our problem. It is our brother in the south that kill Nigeria. I have to tell the truth. So if anybody is calling for secession, is believing one ethnic group in the southern part of Nigeria that face double marginalization with the collaboration of the Wazobia for many years, we come and join you without proper dialogue. I tell people, Southern Sudan will be a paradise. People are hungry. It's not only like people are making us on daily basis, we are this, we are that. When we divide, you come and join us. Who are you to tell me where to join? You say Nigeria is not good, you want to go, then others will come and join. Are you better than the Fulani? Give an example. The only man that I will always continue to cherish is Awolowo, who told us and Atunenaro from the beginning that if Nigeria refused to shed themselves into 6 regions after looking at the complexity of this ethnic issue, that this is how we are going to end up. And today we are in that mess. And yet people did not listen. They betrayed him. And we are in that mess today. I don't know, Ajale Koko, as an Edo person, you think when you declare your Dodowa, you now march to my land that belongs to you, we just going to resist. You have that one in your mind. Don't think we are quiet. We are happy with what.
Where do you want to go? That's what we are saying.
We are Bender, we are Midwest Republic. We went, listen, we got the Midwest through a referendum. So you should first of all respect that. You don't think because people are making noise in London, or Dodowa and Biafra, it's just going to happen like that. If you bring it, you put it to me, Southern Sudan will be paradise. We have been making it clear. Like Biafra side, if you like, just be...
If you have option, hold on. If you have option to join any side, which side would you join between?
May God forbid. I will never have
Biafra.
No, you may have option to go and let me tell you now. So, okay, look at the word you are saying. If you are Yoruba, you have option to leave Nigeria, go and join Benin Republic. If you are an Igbo, go and join Congo. That is your option. How do you feel now? then what right do you have to tell others to have option? For me, I remain whom I am, but I can associate with you if you respect me.
What are your options is what we are trying to establish.
Well, he already said it now. They will have their own republic.
Let me break it down for you.
No, that's what we are wanting him to say in his own
But that's what he
voice.
said. But you guys are keep trying to tell him that he has to join either Biafra or Burutai.
Look at the option.
No, but it doesn't seem to have. Hold on, it doesn't seem to have the confidence to say that they want a Bendel nation. So this is what. If you don't have the confidence to say that, then are you going with the Igbos or the Yorubas?
Listen to us. Look at our plan. This is what we have been campaigning for. If Yoruba say bye-bye Nigeria, we will declare Midwest Republic. We have our currency, we have our national item, we have our flag, and we have people that will represent us as a diplomat. So we are not going to wait. Don't say when you say Ododuwa, we will not. It's only when you said our own will not work. That is when we tell you your own will not work. That is what people are still telling IPOB. If you want a certain Nigeria united, you must identify our problem, we will work together, and everything will go fine. I do understand that the Yoruba leaders and allies, they understand is that before they declare Ododuwa, they need to consult. They need to consult others. We are not going to enter the street. What we have been saying that restructure Nigeria, but however, if Nigeria fail to hold, we are not Ododuwa, we are not Biafra. Have you not been hearing it? We mean it with all our heart.
See, this is the problem. Just go with the Yorubas.
The problem is that the Yorubas and Igbos they betray this entire southern part of Nigeria, and they are presenting themselves as a messiah. They don't want to accept the fact that we have made an error.
Tell us how Yoruba betrayed the southern part of. Tell me how the Yoruba betrayed the southern part of.
I want to give you an instant. You as a Yoruba man.
Yes.
Now there was a time in Nigeria. If you want to join the Nigerian military, if you don't speak Yoruba, Hausa, and Fulani, you can never have an admission. So the Yoruba were aware that this is not good for the rest people. Do they fight for it? No. Did the Igbo fight for it? No, because it never affected them. Their name has been mentioned. Now, when they created this Wazobia, I'm giving you 2 points now. When they created Wazobia, the man who asked for independence of Nigeria is from Edo State, from eastern part of Edo State, Atoni Naro. Have you seen any airport built in his name? Yorubas have ruled. Have you seen any school that the federal government they want his name?
Do you not have airport in Benin State or in Edo? Do you not have airport in your state?
What do you even need the airport for? What commercial activity is going on there? Everybody wants airport. No, hold on, Ajane Koko. What do you need the airport for? What do you need the airport for?
I am giving you an instant.
One man, I'm sorry, man. I think James has the point here, man. James has the point here. Let me say something.
Listen to my point.
Yeah, I'm trying to support your point here. Hold on.
One man, listen.
Mike, let him land, then you support him.
Somebody rise up. Listen.
Go on, James.
You are saying we are not making noise. In the days where Atoni Naro rise up, when Atoni Naro rise up and ask for our independence, he asked for it in the time when he carried death penalty. So I want to remind you now.
He did not do it alone. Hold on. Edahoro did not do it alone. He did it.
You can say your own point. Here is important for me. Listen. When he asked, listen to me. When he asked for it, that now gave a leverage for the rest people to start supporting him.
Sorry, James.
He is the man that raised the motion in the parliament.
Let me shuffle you.
Why can't?
Go on, James.
Okay. Now he asked for it in the parliament when it carried death penalty in the hands of the British. Up to today, among all the allies, because it's from minority, there is nothing from the federal government to remember him. Now, that is one point. If the Yorubas really want to leave Nigeria, they should weigh that very carefully. We respect them so much. We want them to understand that, look, this is not the time to say we are better than the Fulani, or these Edo people are not making noise, they are not ready to leave Nigeria. It's like, my dear brother, the day you declare Ojoduwa, minus us out of it, we are not part of it if we are not consulted. Because our interest is different.
But this is what you are saying to everybody, though, is it not, James? You said the same thing to Biafra, that they did not consult you. You said the same thing to Yoruba land, that they did not consult you. You are asking for an airport when you don't have commercial activities to justify it. Is it a case of people being a bit too big for their boots?
One man, let me balance this argument.
One man, let me clarify that one.
James, listen, man. James, let me say one thing. Let me say one thing.
Wait, Mike, just hold on.
Mike, wait. One man. There is difference between the Yoruba attitude and that of Igbo. If you look at what the Yoruba are doing, they are very careful about what I'm pointing to. I mean the leaders. They are creating what is called a door, an open door for a dialogue. They understand why the Midwest was created. Because they knew it very well. And the Midwest are still willing to work with Yorubas. On one ground, don't create a country like Nigeria on top of us. If it gets to the time that you want to leave, you are serious, that is when we will rise up, because the three majority, we don't see them like people that are serious. If they give them this president position now, their people will keep quiet. They will not agitate again.
But you're not forming allies, though, are you? You're not romancing the Yorubas. You're not romancing the Igbos. You're not romancing anybody. You're just standing there waiting for things to happen so that then you can then...
We don't need to romance them. How can we romance people that are part of the problem of the country?
One man, let me
romance them?
Let me answer this guy.
Sorry, Ajan Lekoko, before you come in, I stopped Mike a few times. So Mike, come in, and then Ajan Lekoko, you.
On one hand, I agree with James. On the other hand, I also think it wasn't really fair the way he spoke about the Yorubas. On one hand, I agree that someone like an Naoro, yes, he deserves to be in a currency. It is or something.
And Awolowo was the only man that really stand for everybody.
And that's where I was going, because he said Yorubas never stood up to fight for you. And you say Yorubas are rude. First of all, they've denied Yorubas from ruling. The only person that's rude, which is Obasanjo, is not who Yoruba presented to come in on behalf of Yoruba. So you can't say Yorubas are rude, meaning Obasanjo, and decision they made, you have to hold against Yorubas, because Yorubas, support you to be the chosen person. Now, the only person Yorubas have chosen to be a leader in Nigeria was Awolowo, and that man has fought very hard for the Midwest. You can't deny that. And you just said it yourself.
The whole Nigeria, my brother, it was
So if you want to judge Yoruba based on our leadership, you have to judge us based on the leadership that we present.
No, maybe you did not understand me. That's why. I think you don't get my point very clear on that. After we lost Awolowo effort to build that country, the rest Yoruba that managed to come into the surface of leadership, they were just a tools in the hands of these northern people.
But those are not Yorubas. The Yorubas presented. When we present someone like Abiola, they didn't allow him. They killed him. When we present Olufalaye, they didn't allow him. So they haven't allowed us to present our own leader. So whoever the Fulani put there.
Let us point one thing out. First of all, the Yorubas, as I'm telling you, this Yoruba of Wazobia, all of them you are seeing today, the trust is no longer there to work with these people what they mean in their mind. I'm telling you, when they are in federal position, they don't even remember us as Midwest. They want to see a certain Nigeria that will be three. But the reality is this: the three may be possible, the two may be possible, one may be possible. But we need to understand that this distrust is very, very deep in the heart of the African people.
James, let me ask you one thing. Sorry, actually, Ajan Lekoko wanted to come in, but let me ask you, and then Ajan Lekoko ask you, and then you can tackle them. Where is your voice in the space? Not you personally, but the voice of that region in the space. Because there's a lot of voices in the space, but your voice is not in the space. But you are saying you don't want this and you don't want that. But what exactly you want, nobody is clear. And we are just waiting for things to happen. And then you scavenge from the carcass.
Our voice is loud. Our voice just concluded that we need restructuring for now. Because if we had good governing, the entire South, that is what they stand for. If you listen to their leaders. But if we restructure Nigeria and we go back to what Awolowo fought for and up to me now, we will have a better Nigeria that will work for everyone. But however, if this so-called power strongly among the three majority continue and Nigeria collapse, we will and everyone decided to be declaring like Ododuwa, we will declare our Midwest region. That one is clear. We have our currency, we have our flag, and we have
what flag? Go stop all this. Is it currency and flag? What are you talking about?
Listen,
Photoshop and printing shop.
If we go to listen, one man. If we go, listen, I want to point something to you. If we go to international court today, you present Ododuwa or international community. we Benin have enough evidence to tell the world we were in existence as a country before the British came. The British can never deny it. They fought my king, they deported my king, and they killed more than 80% of my people. If you go to the land of Ishekiri, their king was killed, he was deported. If you go to
that's
the land
the story of a lot of people. But let's hear from
Okay.
Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, what are you making of what James
Let me
is
quickly
saying?
draw that. Then if we go to United, you are not telling me no. We are Ododuwa. We have documents. We did not sign.
You have to
None
be
of these
one
things
thing
are
because
signed
you
to
cannot
Nigeria.
stand alone. You've not shown enough that you're
No,
able to
One
stand
man, do you know that? Do you know that that Midwest
Bende
is?
can exist. Bende can
Yes, they
exist.
can exist because that's that
no,
land,
it
that
cannot.
territory is larger than England.
We
It's the size
lived
of
together
England. You know
before,
that.
and
You
we
guys
did
know that.
better than every other region. We did better than every other region in Nigeria when we got the Midwest. And when we live as Bende, we were champion, and we
Okay,
did better.
hold on, James. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, what are you making of this? What James is saying?
First of all, what James is saying, the narrative is playing. I think is some personal narrative, because the First Republic, we had action group where Awolowo was the leader, and Enaworo was also part of this leadership of the action group, and they worked together. The same thing.
Yeah.
During the Second Republic, you were part of the West politics. We had, what is the name of this man as the governor of your state? That
Obamudia?
professor. No, not Professor Ambrose Ali. So your politics was always in alliance with the West. All right?
Yeah.
So if you are now saying that if we go and you are going to go your separate way, you have to ally. Yoruba cannot come and beg you. Yoruba are in majority. We are always together, but don't try to ridicule Yoruba as if we abandon you. No, Yoruba never abandoned you. Yoruba never abandoned your West. And remember,
I agree with you. Listen,
and remember, the size of Western Midwest has been broken now. Now we have Delta State out of the Midwest you are talking about. You are in a smaller space than what you used to be. So you have to play politics for alliance with Yoruba, because that has always been
that is your only option, and you need to be more active in the space. When we are pushing, you need to push the widow rather than stay in the background and wait to
looking at Yoruba as Yoruba have left you behind. They don't care for you.
Let me point to you here. When you look at the South as a whole in Nigeria, go and test every ethnic nationality that make up South. If there is anyone that want to align with Ododuwa or Biafra, the answer is no. So, if that is the case, as you said earlier, that we have been aligned with the Yoruba, it is the British who forced us into the Western region. It was not true. We were full autonomous people, we were an empire. So they forcefully created East and West because the South did not work for them. That is why they divide us. The South is even smaller than the North. But they allowed the North to remain intact because to colonize the North was so easy for them. So in the South, there was a lot of problems. So they decided to divide us into two. And then when we got independent, the resentment of the Edo being with the Yoruba was very high. The resentment of the core region being with the Igbos was very high. The resentment of the Middle Belt being with the entire North, it was very high. Awolowo discovered it, and he brought it down to break Nigeria into 6 regions, with each region with its own autonomy. So a referendum was called for the Midwest to vote, and they voted to leave the West. As Ajanle Koko said, they have break Benin into Edo and Delta. Edo and Delta was created by Fulani. There are so many ethnic nationalities in the Delta who are today South, and they want to do something with the Benin. We don't have problem. If we want to do something with the Shekiri, with Urobo, with Ijo, with all the rest, we don't have problem. But if they are Neoma people, for example, the Igbo-speaking part of that region, which is today Asaba area, decided on their own and say, we want to go and join others, we will also agree they will go. The minority are not ready for three. That is why I tell you, they are not ready for two nations in the southern part of Nigeria. Anyone who is dreaming it is dreaming for a deadly civil war that will be beyond their understanding. Everybody is angry to live with the so-called majority. They never acted like a saint. They never stand up when they're supposed to stand up. I am not saying the whole of Yoruba, but the elite, some of them, even they are still engaged their own fellow Yoruba people. In the Igbo side, the same thing. And the problem we are facing as in Nigeria is not for any other thing, just because of power struggling among these three ethnic people. That is what we are suffering today.
All right, thank you,
remember,
James.
but
I don't
remember-
think we're really still clear on what you guys want. You don't want to be Yorubas. You don't want to be Igbos.
No,
you're not in this space fighting for
How can I
anything, but you're
want to be a Yoruba? How can I want to be a Yoruba man when I'm an Edo person and I'm a proud Benin person and my ancestors have been in existence before the British came? The same ancestors were able to pull themselves out of the western part of Nigeria forcefully created by the British. Then I will not give up my own identity and say I'm Ododuwa Republic. That is may God forbid.
But
my
James,
ancestors were never Ododuwa.
But James,
so don't tell me that.
James,
we are not happy with that kind of something. It can lead to crisis unexpectedly.
One man have to agree with James,
don't
man.
take it for granted.
You see this arrogance that we have in Nigeria.
James,
historically, one at a time.
James, but you know that historically you are tied to Yoruba land, particularly Ile-Ife. You know that the Oba of Benin is a descendant of Oromiyan.
But Oromiyan is a prince from Benin. That is where we have to agree. How can somebody come from the sky?
How can it be prince of Benin?
Okay, how can somebody fall from the sky? 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 When my ancestors,
I don't think we're able.
When my ancestors came to Yoruba land, what language did they speak to
Let me enlighten this guy.
Let me enlighten you. Do you know what it takes for a king to release his son?
To rewrite the history now, but let me
get it clear. What it takes for a king to release his son to another land?
James. People always complain that we talk. Hold on. People always complain that we talk over each other on this platform. So let Ajande Koko make his point. No matter how ridiculous you find it, let him land it, and then you can correct him if you feel it's an error. So land your point, Ajande Koko.
Okay.
The Oba of Benin is right now is a descendant of Oromiyan. Oromiyan is a grandson. Hold on. Oromiyan is a grandson of Oduduwa. And Oromiyan is the founder of Oyo Empire. You understand what I'm saying? So how can you say that? How can you say that? Oh, he's a prince of Benin. What do you mean by prince of Benin? Oromiyan came from Ile-Ife to be a king in Benin, and from there he went to set up Oyo Empire, and he finally returned to Ile-Ife as a king. So you have historical. What I'm trying to draw out there is that historically, you Edo people have historical tie with Ile-Ife.
So they belong to the Yorubas. You belong to the Yorubas.
No, woman, you can't talk like that, man. That's very arrogant way to be talking. You can't say they belong to Yorubas.
Yeah, but they belong with.
That's the problem in Nigeria. Listen. One reason why God will never really allow Nigeria to grow is this arrogance of Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa trying to just talk down on the other group as if they are nothing. You know, we need to stop it. That
hold on now. Sorry.
Why must it belong to Yoruba?
Why must it belong to somebody? It doesn't make sense, man. That's very arrogant.
No. Hold on, everybody, please.
Somebody's making his point. You people are taking him to your direction.
Oh, okay. Hold on, everybody, please. Hold on, Ajande Koko as well. Hold on. Let me just address what Mike is saying. Maybe you misheard me or I misspoke, but what I'm saying is they belong with, not to. So if I said to, then I misspoke, or if you misheard me, then you misheard me. But what I'm saying essentially is that those people, they belong with the Yorubas. So that was what I was trying to say.
Okay. Can I also talk to Ajande Koko from the history point you just made?
Yes, just quickly, and then we'll move the conversation on.
Ajande Koko, I want to make you to understand. Before Ododuwa, according to Benin history, the Ife has been in existence. The Benin has been in existence. None of these tribes migrated from one another. And nobody come from the sky. to come and create a country in Ife. What really happened, according to our own part of the history, I want to tell you, even if there is any argument, the Benin don't speak Yoruba. It is because Ododuwa understand the language that was spoken to him. That's why he gave them a listening. Do you know what it takes for a king to release his son to go to a foreign land? You have to think of so many things, the way the Yoruba narrate the history. First, it is not that they even say Ododuwa came from Mecca, because a lot of Islam is getting ground. They said it's from Medina. Some are saying it's from Egypt.
Nah, it was the good people that came up with that one.
And they said it came from the sky. So I want to tell you, the history of Ododuwa, it was not the British who wrote it for the Benin or not the Yorubas. Our forefathers, through the artifact, has been keeping the history of the Benin intact. Ododuwa head that was taken from the Oba Palace is in the Museum United Kingdom. They did not write it, they took it from any Ife kingdom. They took it from the palace. It was for the sake of keeping history. Because we have been in existence in both parties. Then Ododuwa brought us together through an event for a purpose. We know we are tied historically. But what we are saying here is that unity has been misused by the so-called Tiri Wazobia. So the Yorubas and Igbos are now suffering more than the Fulani, because they can no longer unite the South, because no ethnic in the South that trust any so-called majority any longer. If you declare your Ododuwa, we say that they will declare our own. But if you make mistake that our own will not exist for any reason, we will fight you. And everything, everywhere will be like Satasu.
No, Yoruba doesn't do that. Yoruba cannot say that you should not have your own if you're not ready to form an alliance, want to have that historical time.
We want. The door is still open. But what we are saying is that they cannot tell us, oh, you belong here, oh, we have declared Ododuwa, you belong to us. No, it will not work. And I know Yoruba will not do that, because their allies are very educated. They know they are very sensitive to the entire issue on ground. And they have learned their mistake, that everybody are willing to even work with Yoruba. Yoruba don't have problem. Do you know how many Yoruba in Benin? We don't have problem. You don't see them have a problem with anybody.
All right.
Do you know how many Benin?
Let's leave it because
Oluwari is direct from Benin. It's you people that is trying to change it that is from Yoruba. Just forget about it.
Oluwari is called Shola. Shola.
Listen. You see the problem we are having now. One man. Look at the mistake we are making. Do you know how many people that be at Adewale in Benin who are Benin people?
Well, there you are. So that makes the point.
Yeah. So the reason is this: Benin has been a center. A lot of people migrated to our place, and they changed the demography. There is no true Ishekiri man that will tell you they migrated from. The Ishekiri people migrated from the Oba Palace, not from Yoruba land. You cannot change that. The Urobo migrated. They were the Oba Sijan. They know where it's 14th century that they are.
Let me just say this, James. If I'll go and bring the ceremony now, you'll see it, because you've seen it already. The ceremony, it's a 30-something year old man.
Do you see anything that indicates Yoruba? Do you see anything that indicates Yoruba?
Shola is also not Ishekiri name now.
Yoruba don't use Ada and Ebe.
And it's trying to distance themselves from Yoruba. You say you are called Femi. Every Edo man is called Femi. Do you not have the Femi in your own family? Do you not have Abayo in your own family? And you are with us, whether you like it or not. You are with us.
We are together, but we are together just like Austria and Germany.
Hey, Chris, I understand. I mean, James, don't allow the politicians to divide us. Don't play into those narrative for politicians. You are talking like you are being driven. Your narrative sounds being driven by
the minority in the South are very hungry. The way the Yoruba and Igbo are tradited, they are not happy to have that one in your mind. That's why we are telling them.
This is my point.
Including you, James. I will let Mike have the final word on this topic, and then I'll move to Ajanle Koko to carry on the original conversation, because we can get stuck in this forever. James, a proud Edo man who doesn't want to even give even 1 inch to anybody, and we feel that the Edo are part of the Yoruba family, but it's just different versions of history, I guess.
But the narration is not correct. That's the problem. The Yoruba.
Okay, let Mike have the final word. Let Mike have the final word, and then I'll move on to Ajande Koko.
See, let me. This is where I think James is coming from, and I've interacted with a lot of people from the South and all these other tribes in southern Nigeria, and where most they are really coming from, and I think it's one of the reasons why the South is not united. The fact this issue of respect is almost like we feel like Nigeria belongs to Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, and these people, we can't say because a tribe is smaller than another tribe means they are less than that other tribe. And the way Nigeria has been treating like all these other tribes, like which is more common in the South, especially in the South, is that okay, because your number is not as big as Igbo or Yoruba, you are nobody. And that thing, Wazobia alone, that's an insult. How can we just say a country is Wazobia? And
okay,
a kingdom like Benin was one of the most known kingdom in the world. Yeah,
because the British came to conquer us.
And then for we to discuss Nigeria and not bring that name up, that's an insult already. People like Ijoh, they fought against the British. That was a great kingdom, you understand? But then when we talk about Nigeria, we just say, hey, don't call yourself Ijoh, call yourself Igbo. People like Ikwere, for example, they are on their own tribe. You say them, don't call yourself Ikwere, call yourself Igbo. Ishekiri, for example, Benin, now we are saying, don't call yourself Ishekiri, call yourself Yoruba. I mean, they are their own tribe. We all have relationships, we have ties. Good, but let's respect each other, irrespective of our
No, there's respect. We just want to establish what the relationship is, because the Yorubas, myself included, I've always had a thought that essentially let's use old coin. Essentially, the Bendel State area, it was essentially part of the greater Oduduwa family. That has always been my understanding. But then, of course, now James is sharing new knowledge with me.
No,
now.
I think James doesn't deny that we have ties. What he's saying is that
we
are
have
their own tribe.
We are brothers.
They are their own tribe.
We are brothers.
Yeah, we are brothers. We just acknowledge that I am in my own tribe.
There is
you can't tell me that I cannot be in my own tribe. I have to be part of another tribe. That's what they are saying. That's
the narration and the approach is what is dividing us. Because
I think, and that's what's driving that disunity in the South. The fact that we can't look at another tribe and say, okay, you are your own person, and let's speak as equal. You understand? But when we start saying, no, we have to be greater than you, and
it's not greater. It's not even greater than.
It may not be what you are saying, but the way we speak to them.
No, James is trying to tell us that we are not family, and this is what we are saying.
No.
It may be the point you're trying to make. And even a lot of time when Igbo people are talking to
One man,
it may be the point they're trying to make.
Point.
But the way you present it may look like you are being arrogant towards them.
No. How can you be an arrogant towards an Edo man? Do you know Edo people? The proudest people on the planet. Nobody is prouder than Edo. You can't be arrogant with an Edo man. Or
One man. Let me quickly throw in something. The door for Yoruba and the Bende people to walk is still very broad. The one that is very narrow is that of the Biafra and the rest of the former Southeast or South.
No. You have nothing to do with the Igbos. They just want to expand.
Yeah, the thing is this. The entire South can come together on one ground. It's just a matter of agreement to accept the fact that Nigeria was misled.
Yeah, but under whose banner will the South come together? Under whose banner?
Okay, look at how it will come. A banner of unity,
because the
not
South
banner
can
of
only
Yoruba,
come together
not banner
under
of
a Yoruba
Igbo.
banner. You know?
No.
Come on, man. We don't have to be under a banner, man. We just gotta be equal, and that's it.
You see the problem.
We come together under respect. That's all.
Respect. What is the ethnicity of respect?
Because you are bigger than the tribe doesn't mean you are better than the tribe.
No. I'm just saying, if you look to sense in the entirety of Nigeria, if you look to sense, you only ever let me not even answer that. Let James answer that question.
Well, we have differences, man. We have to acknowledge that we have differences.
Your name is not James. Let Mike answer that question. Mike, you are a balanced man. If you are looking to sense in Nigeria, where would you look to in all of the regions? If you are looking to sense, say I want to see sense, where would you look to?
If you ask me, people that have demonstrated most sense.
Your name is not James now, Mike.
I will look for sense in my people.
Huh? No,
my people.
No, leaving your people to one side. We know that, of course, you will go to your people first. But if you are looking to sense, leaving your own people to one side in Nigeria, who would you go to?
Now, Yoruba land.
Of course. So this is what I'm saying, that the South has to be under Yoruba banner because that is the most feasible and the most logical.
No, it's not like that. It's not visible. Listen, get it clear. You will get the banner of Yoruba for Yoruba. The Midwest people who agree to be part of the Midwest will get the core region who agree, like the river, Bayelsa, and all of them, they will get their Igbo will have their banner, then we will not come together and talk.
No. Then nothing has changed now.
Okay, just have a dream like okay, one man. If that is it, when Nigeria fall, have a dream like country like Germany and Austria. They speak the same language, but they are not the same country. Expect a country like Germany and Luxembourg. They speak the same language, they are not the same country. Expect a country like Switzerland, whereby half of it speak German. Yes, they don't want to be part of that.
This is just something I think we
and
need
that
to
is what we're
agree
going
on.
to have in the South.
Under one banner, and the
never,
banner,
it can never happen. We cannot go into the Ododuwa banner because we are older than the Ododuwa.
No, that is not to say everybody gives up their culture. You still retain your culture, but under just the tone.
That is the mentality of conquest that destroyed Nigeria. So everybody must have equal right to decide with their banner and fly their banner. We can't fly Ododuwa in Benin.
On top.
All right. Thank you, James. Let Alexander have the final word, because Alexander is speaking, and this will please you, James, because Alexander is agreeing with you with the super chat. So this is what Alexander super chats. He says that James is absolutely right. Ife was in existence before Oduduwa. Benin too. Facts. The first king of Lagos was a Benin man. Eko is a Benin word for Lagos. So far, to back you up.
They are all Benin. They killed our people.
Thank you. So we land on that. So maybe it's even we that belong to you. This is what Alexander is now saying to us.
The British kill our people.
Now you are speaking the right word. Now you are speaking the right word, one man. It's you that belong to
all him. Yoruba Obas are from Benin. They know the history. It's just because when the British finished with Benin after they have conquered, those people just pick pen and write story and people come to read. How can somebody come from this car? Does it make sense? Is that an issue?
What do you mean?
All right.
James?
Let's go to
the Oba of Lagos always give credence to the Oba of Benin each time.
Agege is Benin. You know, one man, let me quickly tell you something. One man.
Look at that.
One man.
People don't go into matters now.
No, one man. Listen, no. Lagos was not a part of Nigeria colony. It was already a British territory before they joined into Nigeria. They've conquered Benin. They fought Benin. They killed the people because they want to create what is called British West Africa settlement, like the one France created in what is the country in this Mali. So they continue to fight the king and destabilize the place. They want to take over the land and make it like a country, like where they have territory. You see small territory, British territory in like South America and others. So that will all happen. But during the time of colonization, the South was not easy for them. The world was costly. Go and read what they were doing. They brought people from Africa to come and be fighting our kings. So, and after that war, they could not even be able to create a capital city. That is why they want to use Benin. No way. They want to use Calabar. No way. They divide the South into two.
Hey, James, let me ask you one quick question. James, do you guys have the creation story? How the world was created? Do you guys have that story?
You mean the Olodumare?
The creation story. I'm trying to see if they is similar to the one they will learn in, in your,
how the world was created.
Yeah. The creation.
The only history, you see, this history we are talking about that have to do with Oduduwa. Our forefather were the one who were telling us.
No, there's the creation. No,
sorry. I really must move on. Let's move on because we could spend the whole session on this. Quite engaging, but
the history of Benin.
There's a creation story on how the gods came to this earth.
We know that.
The history of Benin is that. Let me quickly talk to you. The history of Benin.
The history of the deities, the gods, not the land, the gods.
It is the Ogisos who were ruling the Benin before we now.
Okay, James, hold on. So hold on in CBD as well. So James, the question being put to you, and just address it directly, and then Mike, you can then give him your version directly, and then in CBD can chime in. What Mike is asking you is the Yorubas, they have a mythology about God creation descending from. So do you have a mythology? Do you have a creation story in your culture? Is what James is what Mike is asking you. So if you have that, just give us a brief summary of
it. We have, and if you the only story we have at the Benin is that God created heaven and earth and everything.
Who is God?
But what God created everything, so no human being.
And in your culture.
So listen now. We now have history of what we call civilization. The first people that brought civilization to the Benin people were called Ogiso, means king of the sky, that ruled for so many years before something now happened. That is why we continue to say those kings were the one ruling the Benin. Until something happened in the palace, that is a long story. I don't want to go into that. Which we Benin now believe that last Ogiso gave birth to Dodowa, and that made the Benin. If something happened terrible that made Benin to send him to exile, it was a woman who betrayed the palace, that Ogiso palace.
Okay,
so that
thank
is the
you for
history we
that.
have. We don't have history of creation.
Okay,
You
thank you
understand
for
me?
that. Thank you for that. So hold that space. So Mike, you now give him that version of creation that you want to give him, and then in CB they can make a comment, and then we do have to leave it there so that I can go on to Ajande Koko. So give him that version of our creation that you wanted to give, Mike.
The reason why I ask him is because the Benin kingdoms, they practice the same spirituality as the Yoruba, the same gods. They have Shango, they have Ogun, Orunmila, those deities. And in Yoruba, in the tradition, if you're going to study Ifa, because I'm a student of Ifa, and the deities in the beginning of creation, Olodumare is sending deities to the earth to come and create the earth. That's why we refer to those gods as the god of iron, god of lightning, god of rivers. And those deities, when God sent them to this planet to create this planet, that's when they created those forces of nature that we have in this planet. And according to us, the land where they landed, when the gods landed, was the land, they named the land. When they landed in that land, they call it Letinfe. The land that's expanding. That's what Yorubas believe is called Ife today. And Oduduwa that you guys are talking about, Oduduwa is a deity. He's really a deity. You understand? Even his grandson, Oromio, if you study his history, he's more like a deity than a human being. You understand? And when Oduduwa took part in the creation, the beginning of creation itself, when Obatala came he was one of the head leader of the all the Orishas. Oduduwa is also a deity. Now, when Oduduwa came, God created the earth, humans started living, but we didn't have kingdoms, kingship. We're just living, spreading. But then later on, when there was no order, it's when Olodumare sent Oduduwa back to earth to establish a kingship system. So he came more as a deity, but as a more advanced kind of deity human. Even Shango himself was the third Alaafin of Oyo. He came as a human, but he was the third king of Oyo. But he already existed as a deity before he came back as a human. So Oduduwa himself came back as a human, a deity human. You understand? He became king in Ife. So the point I'm making is the story of Ife that we learned. Ile Ife means the land of expansion. When the deity landed on earth, that's where they landed. So that's what I know, but I can't describe what you learn, what Benin people believe. I will respect your story. I won't tell you that your story is false. But what I know from the tradition, when you learn from the tradition, even any priest will tell you the history of those gods. If you go and study the Odus of Ifa, they will tell you when Orunmila was on earth, when Ogun was on earth, where the place where Ogun, in fact, was buried in a place in today's, I think, Odo State. So the story, there's a story of creation that we can go and study and get more knowledge.
That Odo of Ifa that you said, it was something that I was going to challenge you on, but I just wanted to move from that space. But let's hear from Insibidi, who wanted to comment to that space as well. So Insibidi, to you.
Yes.
Insibidi.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Before I comment, let me just quickly ask James. James, are you the Ishan people and the Auchi and those people? Are they all from Benin? Like according to the history that you know, are they all from Benin Kingdom?
For me, I will always say what I know about them. They themselves can. If you ask them themselves, they will tell you, because our parents, the first spirit of the Benin people is that they will sat their children down and they will tell them their place of origin, and that those things have been in our head. It is not education that makes us to know the name.
You know, from your own,
it is not. Listen, it is not Western education that makes us to know the name of Oduduwa. You see it now. So I want to clarify your view on that. It is not Western education that makes us to know the word Oba. So even before the British came, the Benin hold esteem about all this history. The Benin you are seeing today is Benin that was conquered by the British, not the Benin that the Portuguese made 13th century. A lot has changed seriously. So most of these tribes you ask, like Orobo, Ishekiri, the Agbo, and all of them, the typical history of them, they were Oba children. It was a crisis in the 14th century in the palace of Benin, that make all of them to abandon the palace.
All right.
And they went and created
James.
a kingdom.
I think CBD is just leading you up a garden path. If CBD wants to stake his claim, so stake your claim to Edo land as well, because we are staking our claims. So you claim it as well. What's your claim to Edo land?
No, one man. I'm not. That was why I'm not of that. Conviction. That was why when I came in, I don't know if James saw the link I posted there, because like I said the other time, some of our brothers from Edo keep on saying the same thing about the Biafra wants to claim their place and all that, and that interview shows clearly what Nnamdi Kanu said when they were asking him about the Biafran areas. And if you can believe that, I heard James speaking, if you can believe that it was the British that came and disorganized people and made Urobos go their way, and
No, I never said so, please. I never said so. No. That is very wrong.
All right,
listen. The Urobo kingdom came into existence, a Ka kingdom came into existence in 14th century. The British were not there. It was a crisis in the Benin Palace that led all of them to move.
What is your point? Your point is that they were
even Asaba. Listen to me now. I want to clarify you. You are an Igbo man. I want to clear your conscience. The word Ayaba is from Benin, and the Ayaba was created by the Benin people. The Onitsha, the Eze you have, they are all tied to the Benin Palace in 14th century. You get what I'm saying now?
My brother, calm down, relax first. Just
no. James is very passionate about these things. You have to understand.
And if you notice, if you observe, I've never tried to make all this claim anybody from anywhere as an Igbo person. In fact, I want them. If you ask me which people I want personally, and that is the opinion of many of us, people I want to be Biafra, I will tell you just the Igbo speaking people. But what I'm going to tell you, James, what I'm trying to say is, because I don't know if you're the one misunderstanding me, or you're not just, or you're maybe contradicting yourself. Because if you're saying that these people were all Oba children, so what were they? What is your point? Is it that they were all from Benin, or they are all?
They are from Benin, down to Onitsha. Don't go and ask your king; they will tell you.
But now, why are you now saying that you never said so again? You're confusing me. But
all right. What you said, I said when the British came. No, that I told you, it's not when the British came. The British were not there.
We are not okay. It's all right. But let me
let's just leave that there, because we've been on it for quite a good while. But thank you, James. You put on.
I've not said what I wanted to say.
Go on, yeah.
Yeah, I've not. I said let me just ask him that simple question before I say what I want to say.
Okay, go on.
Like what I wanted to say is that all this thing about just starting from the narrative of this expansionist whatever mentality of the Igbo. We are talking about. No Igbo man believes that Ijo man is an Igbo man. You can have.
But they tied to rapper in Ijo land now.
So if they tied that's cultural similarities.
We've heard your claim. You posted a link. Do you want me to post my own link when they told us that anywhere they tie rapper to rapper is Igbo land?
No, he never said Igbo land. I've been listening to him directly. He's saying that we all come from the same. That is the language that is called Igbo. But he said, and if you look at the same thing, we don't want to. Let's not be hypocrites, because if we go down to the Yoruba, to the western, southwest, so where you will discover that it's just the Yoruba that everybody speaks. It's just a language that now circulated along all those clans, because everybody, an Ilajeman will come and speak in his own type, kind of dialect that even someone might not understand. If they had continued even to south, to Ishekiri, and those places would have been called even Yoruba up to now, by now. It's just because it ended at those sides of Ondo State. But I'm not talking about that. My point is this. The point I wanted to make to James is that it's simple. Just look, if you have time, look at that interview. The man you've been saying that he wants to gather you to Biafra, you hear exactly what he said when the woman, the Hausa woman, asked him about Biafra. Said, those places in the south. He said the south. He said basically the south region minus Edo State. So when I saw that, I said, so what is all this confusion from Igbo and James and the other brother called Dan? He didn't even mention Edo State. He said that when the time comes, if those people decide wherever they whatever, he didn't even
May I ask you? I want to ask you a
what Kanu
question.
says,
Let
man.
me ask you a
Kanu is
question.
already in jail, man. Forget Kanu, man.
Who created Edo State?
Okay. Then
Who created Edo State? I want to ask you, who created Edo State?
Please, James,
My
let
brother-
him not
my
answer
brother,
that question because I
want
want
Who
to close this
created
down.
Edo State?
No,
Fulani?
sorry, James. Sorry, James and Insebidi. Thank you as well. Let me go on to Ajanle Koko just to move this thing in a different direction. Ajanle Koko, thank you for holding on. You know what the talking points are, but especially I wanted to hear from
before we
you.
go to the talking point, I want to ask James a question. He was
there
saying
you
that Oba from all Obas are from Benin. Or what did he say? James.
Exactly what I heard him saying.
James.
He said all Yoruba Obas are from Benin. Well, I also disagree with that because Oromiyo is going to
How
establish
can that be
Oyo,
true? James, are you not? Can you hear me?
He's
James.
muted. He's muted. James is muted.
Sorry,
That's why
let
he's
me
talking
unmute
with
you. I think I muted you, James, because I wanted to. Yeah, let me unmute you. Yeah,
Okay.
so carry on, James. Yeah.
Okay. So
You say all
what brought
Obas
us
are
together?
from Benin.
Listen,
What do you mean
listen. Now
by
I want
that?
to tell you something. You listen
Yeah.
to me first.
Okay.
We Beninese, when we are pointing to history, we point to time, and we have a lot of facts to back it up with events that have been happening around us. In Benin Palace, they took Oba Ododuwa, crown head, to the Britain when they invaded the Benin Palace because history was well kept. That was why it was there. We Benin understand that the Oba, the first Oba that came to Benin, was not born in Benin, but his father was from Benin. Do you get what I'm saying? We don't bend history. We learn. We say it for people to learn.
But James, Oromiyo is Oduduwa's grandson.
None of Oba found Benin and Ife. They have been in existence. So all these things we are saying, sometimes we just brush it aside. That's why people bring confusion. I am not saying every Oba came from in fact, the Yoruba were not even having Oba. They were having Alafin, Alake, and so many titles. Most of the Obas were from Benin. I'm telling you, one find history.
Let me set this record straight to you. Look, what you said that I agree with is that your space has been in existence just before Yoruba people came there.
Before Oduduwa came, the Yoruba has been in existence. That's what I said.
Before Oduduwa descendant came there, it was formerly known as Igbolands. It was not even known as Benin.
No,
the name of that
it was
place
never known as Igbolands.
Okay.
It was not known. Igbolands, that is canon narration. Igbolands was never a town. Let me correct you here, please. Igbolands, listen.
And the name of your king, the title of your king.
Sorry, one at a time. One at a time. Yeah.
Hold on. And the title of your king is Ogiso. Am I right? You never called.
You are right, but we were not listening to me now. I want to tell you.
Oh yeah, it was
the
called
Ogiso rule over Edo, not Igbolands is just an adjective, like the way you say Great Britain. The Scandinavia will tell you Viking, Great Viking. It was an adjective. It wasn't a name of town, please.
According to history, that was the name of that
the Great Britain came through their achievement. It is because of the greatness they use Igbolands, which is something strong. That's what it means in Benin language. So Igbo cannot come and be teach. This is the problem we are having with this IPOB of a thing. First of all, they went to history.
I'm talking about history. I'm talking about history that I know, that I read, and that's what I'm saying. You can debunk it. You can try to rewrite it, but what I read is what I'm talking about. That space was formerly known as Igbolands, what not even Benin. Okay. And the name and the title of your king then was Ogiso. It was when Obatala came to take over the administration of that place that they started calling Oba. The title, they changed the title from Ogiso to Oba of Benin. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's true. That's true. The word Oba, I was going to say it, yeah.
The name changed from Igodo to Benin because the Yoruba people changed it to Ibinu. When Oromiyan was leaving that place, he left with anger, and they called that place Ibinu. So when British came, they cannot pronounce Ibinu. They call it Bini.
Thank you.
So they changed the name to Bini because British cannot really pronounce it well to Ibinu. So they changed it to Bini, and since then it has been known as Bini. But that name Oba, it is a short name.
I want to correct you. Let me correct you now. Let me correct you.
Let me finish my own statement.
Let Ajande Koko land and then correct him. Yeah.
Okay.
So the full name of Obatala was what was changed to Oba.
No.
You understand what that is? That's what the title was changed to Oba of Benin.
Yes,
so
what is wrong with this?
They are.
Yeah.
Ask them. They are Benin people.
So that name it is not made by you. It is Yoruba name and entirely.
It's an Orisha name of Batala. Okay. Orisha Obatala.
It is Obatala that is changed to Oba. You
understand? And Obatala is the most senior among all the Orisha.
From your place to Yoruba land. No, that's not true.
Ajana Koko, listen, I want to tell you, we don't have Obatala you said in our history. That is your own making. Let me tell you, listen to me. When the Portuguese came, I want to point to a time. You know when the Portuguese discovered Benin and the Germans? It was 14th century. All their book, they call us Benin. It is not British that changed our name. But however, we were two people.
That's your book you are talking about. When the Portuguese came,
you go to,
it was Yoruba
just go to
they were
Portuguese
speaking
museum,
in that
you will see there. You will see Benin there. You will see their street.
It was Yoruba language they are speaking in that your palace. That palace you have today, it is Yoruba.
You lie.
They were speaking.
So I was right there when I actually said they belong to us, and Mike was taking
offense
to that.
I disagree with you. The problem is that you see people from
the problem we have, it was caused by the British. The presence of the
hold on. Let James finish, and then
let me
hold your thought.
Let me round up with you, Wama.
Yeah,
you know, I would like to share my own history with the Yorubas, not an Igbo, because Igbo are unable to give their own part of history, so they should take their mouth away from Benin. They had the one through IPOB telling us we were Godomigodo, we don't know where we come from. I want to tell them the Godomigodo means something strong, Igodomigodo, something that is not level, something that's strong. It was an adjective to qualify the people. It means strong people. So it was never a time. Ogiso never ruled over Igodomigodo. He ruled over the Edo people. So it's unfortunate that he was only having one son, and that son was what is whom the Benin exile to the Yoruba land. The Yoruba and Benin don't have war.
Benin? Are you separating Edo from Benin? You say Ogiso was...
Let me tell you where the Benin came from now. I'm telling you, I want to tell you where the name Benin came from.
Okay.
That's what I want to tell you. Do you want to listen or I should stop?
No,
let me tell you.
Carry on, James. Yeah.
Both of us have been existent. There is nothing like war between Yoruba and Benin. And no tribe in Africa in the history of war that has ever fought Benin. It was a powerful empire. You go and read book written by the Portuguese and German. When the German came 16th century, they saw street light in Africa. I read it in a book.
Street light.
Street light. Would they like? You people don't want even to make one man. You are a very learned person. Take time.
I'm asking you. I mean, learned doesn't mean everything. What I don't know, then you can fill in the gaps.
That book was written in 16th century. The book I'm talking about was written.
Street light in Benin.
The Benin street.
16th century.
Not the present day street light, but
don't want to make lantern. Okay. I know what it means.
Okay, one man. One man, I want to ask you a question. Like this man said they were speaking Benin the palace when they came. That one is lie. There's never a time. They don't have it. Yoruba language in the Oba palace, we don't have it.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to tell you people, nobody come from the sky. Ododuwa is a Benin prince. You can't change that. He never fought from the sky.
I don't believe
that. That is the problem with you people. You want to rewrite the history.
Hold on, everybody. I want to hear from Spark, who wants to introduce the news. Who's that? Who wants to come in?
Okay.
Spark. Is that Spark?
Yes, this is Spark. Yes. I want to quickly chime in to to contribute to what James has said. Because the thing is this, one of the problems we've had in Nigeria is that the history that has been handed to us that we run with is the history basically British driven. And so a lot of things that happened before colonial Nigeria was in existence, when the Portuguese were around, have been eroded. And if you really want to know the story of the Edora's Benin Empire up to Delta, then you will get it from Portuguese sources. Now, talking about this issue of Oduduwa, let me explain something. I'm an Isoko man from Delta State, but we Isokos came from Benin, and our history is the same. In fact, we left Benin as at the time Oromio came to Benin. We left because we didn't, maybe some of my ancestors did not agree with his coming for whatever reason. So the history is the same, and this is how it goes.
There was a problem.
The only son of the last Ogiso of Benin, of Benin, Owodo. He was the only son.
So I'm right by saying Ogiso.
Yes, then we had
you are right.
James is denying it.
Ogiso dynasty.
No, I say you are right.
What happened was that one of the wives of the Ogiso conspired to say that Oduduwa was responsible for his childlessness and that he must be killed. And so what did Oduduwa do?
Guy, you're talking rubbish, man.
No, it's the truth.
You are talking rubbish.
That is the truth. That is the truth.
Oduduwa is a deity, man. You guys are talking about deity like.
I'm going to. Let me just.
Look, in Benin, Oduduwa is called Ikalederan. That's what it means in Benin. That is his original name, Ikalederan, not Oduduwa.
What does that mean?
That is, I have carved a way, or I've carved a path for myself, something like that. That's what it means. And he fled from Benin and ended up on the other side. And what happened? There was an interregnum in Benin for almost several years. And when they now went to the oracle, the oracle now told them that the son of the last Ogiso was still alive. And
can you hold on? We can hear somebody is talking.
And look, let me tell you something. If you say Oduduwa was a Yoruba man, I will question something. The only her who is the one that crowned the Oba of Benin normally and crowned the Ogiso was the one that went to Ife to talk with Oduduwa to come back. And when he did not come back, he sent Oromio. And what happened when Oromio came back? They handed him the scepter. That is the status of office of the Ogiso, not from the Ife Palace, which tells you that the only had knew that Oromio was the son of a Benin prince. But when Oromio came, of course, he grew up in Yoruba land, so he was already a Yoruba man, and he couldn't fit in. And by the time he got back to Benin, there was already a republican system by a man called Ogiame who was holding forth, and he resisted Oromio from entering Benin. And Oromio could not even get to the palace. He was at the outskirts.
No, that sounds more like a fable than a thing.
No, this is our history.
Let me ask you one quick question.
This is oral history. This is oral tales.
No.
Is this tale by
one man, he keep calling Oromio the son of Oduduwa. When Oromio is the grandson. The grandson of Oduduwa, not the son of Oduduwa. It's a grandson.
Grandson.
This sounds like you said son. When you are roasting yam in the middle of the night.
Hold on. If I said son, sorry, I meant grandson. But
no, you said son. You guys are always saying son. Today now I want to change it to grandson. He said the son of a priest.
Okay.
No, he's the grandson. Even by the time Oromio went to Benin, Oduduwa was already passed on.
Good.
Oduduwa was already passed on. Good. You understand? So you guys keep these stories, man, just doesn't align.
You guys are descendants of Yoruba people. What is the shame in that? Yoruba people are great people.
Listen, the Yorubas are descendants of Benin. What is the shame of that? No one came from the sky, so you should accept that.
Let me see. Let me make something clear.
Oh man. No, let me. James. One thing, Oduduwa, I'm not saying Oduduwa as a Yoruba man. What I'm saying is, he's not a Yoruba man and he's not a Benin man. He's a deity. Just like Shango was in
forget
Benin.
deity now.
No, wait. One man, I'm a priest. I study from a metaphysical, from the spiritual side.
You that you're saying Odufa, you know I wanted to pull you on Odufa. What do you know about Odufa?
I know it. Now let me say something. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Spark. James, in Benin, you guys have Shango, right? You have those deities, right? You have Shango, you have Oshun, you have Oromila, you have them there. Okay, now, you want to tell me Shango is a Yoruba man or Benin man? No, he's not a Yoruba man, he's not a Benin man. It's a deity. Shango is a deity. These are deities.
No, Mike, no, you are wrong.
No, Shango was a man.
Shango was a son of Orominyo.
But they are deities. Orominyo is a deity himself.
Yes.
They are different from human.
Orominyo is a grandson of Oduduwa.
Yeah.
And Shogo is a son of Orominyo.
Do you know in Igboland they have a Madiora? You know what Madiora is? That's Shango now.
It doesn't matter. But
Shango is a Madiora.
Shango,
Yes,
I don't
he's
know
a god of lightning and thunder. They just have different names. Even if you go to Egypt, all the way to Egypt, like those gods we are talking about, like ordinary people, these people rule all over Africa. The only reason why Benin and Yoruba is so Benin and Ife and Oyo are so prevalent that we are talking about is because that's more like where they are origin in the beginning. You understand? But these deities actually expand beyond Benin and Yoruba land. They all the way to this all over Africa, man. Anywhere you go,
Ogoni is a Yoruba thing, but
So-
people, they're non-Yoruba.
Ma-
That one is a normal thing. It's not a new thing. But what I'm saying is that this issue of Oduduwa, if you think I'm lying, call an Igala man. An Igala man.
No. Nobody is saying you are lying, but it's more likely that these are just fables that was passed
yeah, thank you.
down
But you're saying they want to
ancestrally.
hang him, they want to do this. You can't
This
say
is
that
not
they want to
history, these are
execute him.
fables.
Come on, you can't
But,
be talking like that, man.
Hold on, everybody. Let's hear Chiro's fable. So, Chiro, let's hear your fable. Thank you for joining us.
Well, no, which one is Chiro?
Is that Choiri, Sylvester? Sylvester
Chiori is Chiori, not
Chiori.
Chiro.
Oh,
Chiori.
sorry about that.
Yeah,
So Chiori, yes.
that's me.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what's your fable?
It's okay. It's okay. You are not the first making the program, but I feel the problem we have in Nigeria is that some of the stories are told halfway. And most of the times, the stories we have were the stories told by the British to us. And us to get the real facts, maybe we need to look back to our parents that really know stories. I am from Aruchuku. I'm from Abia State. I know the story of Benin. I know the story, the war between Idu Noba and Idu Dugrudu. That war, many have not heard about it. I know the story when it was called.
No, say it again.
The name Idu Noba and Idu Dugrudu.
Dugurudu.
Search for the name. Idu Noba and
we don't enter one chance with this one. No. Is it Dugurudu
now? Noba.
My God. Dugurudu.
It's not one chance. Those that know the story will tell you the story, but
what is going on here? We're still battling about Allah. Now you are introducing what is Dugurudu.
One man,
when I was you make fun. Listen, in every story there is.
Don't bring IPOB version, no, I beg you.
The problem we have is that we have stories in pieces. When somebody from Abo said he's from Benin, or somebody from Ahaba said he's from Benin, you don't blame him. But how did he come from Benin? Nobody asked that question. When the Benin kingdom, when the king died, the chief priest to the
the guy lost. But anyway, James, let me tell you one thing. Man.
I
you
think
know that
we lost him when we started to do guru. I think that was even too much for the system. That
the gods had to take him out.
The gods had to take action.
Can I tell you something?
So when we are talking about deities, we can't be lying. No, those deities, they hear us.
Mike, if you say these guys are deity, when we crown Oba, we reverend the Oba. Don't you see our people still bow for Oba? They see him as the man after God. That is how Yoruba see them. That's why they say Kabiyesi also.
Yeah, they say Alashe Ikeji Orisha. We see it the same way.
Do you know, James? Have you studied the oracle, the stories? Have you studied? I know in Benin you have a priesthood and everything, and there's education in it.
Yeah,
Have you got to sit down with priests and there's education about all the oracles and the odus?
The first Oba in Benin Kingdom, between Yoruba and Benin, it was not war. It was an event that led to it. And that is what that guy just explained, that one man said it's a feeble story. It was a woman who betrayed
the Dugurudu?
No. The one that said somebody betrayed Ogiso Palace. Ogiso Ewedo, the last Ogiso in Benin land. Ogiso means men from the sky. So it was a woman. And when the Ikaladeran was exiled, he became a king in the Yoruba land. I'm telling you, he did not come from the sky. And there was an event
don't
in
stop
Yoruba.
playing this thing. That is not true. That is a fallacy.
Let me tell you.
That's not true. That is the story that you people pray. You just want to rewrite history.
No,
and you start playing.
let me tell you.
James, have you started with
Don't
a
play it, man.
Hold on, everybody.
One man.
And you, James, as well. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, please. You know what the difficulty is? Because we've been at this thing now for well over an hour. The difficulty is that a lot of this history that we're reciting, they are told orally, essentially. So when they are told orally, they are told to
the Benin back their own
woman, those stories are inside of the
was taken from the Benin Palace. It's an evidence, so you should listen. Ododuwa bronze head was taken from the Benin Palace for history purpose. So you cannot come and just push everything aside.
James, do you know that they used to bury the Oba of Benin in Ife?
I want to give you 3 facts. You give me your own point now for me to believe you. 1, nobody come from the sky. Secondly, of what language did the Benin spoke to the Yoruba that was in Ife to demand for a king to return back and to speak a language that the king will understand? That one that is telling you Ododuwa is dead before the Benin went there is life, which the Benin spoke to Ododuwa, and Ododuwa gave him his own elder son, which is Obaeweka. You people that I say is a grandson, you like. When he came back, there was a turbulence in Benin. And that turbulence is what that guy explained. It was a very terrible something. Some tribes were forced to leave Benin. You know, when he came back, there was a war.
Ododuwa's son name is Okombi. That's the name of Ododuwa's son, Okombi.
Can we just agree that the whole southern part of
when he returned back, before he came back, the Benin, some Benis have created this Ogiame Palace that they don't see over here.
All right. We're going to have to cap this conversation because we've been spinning around in circles for well in excess of an hour. And I don't think over the course of this conversation, any point has really been made because Mike has his own version of history. James
this is not a version of history. I just go by
everybody has his own version. And then we now even have people now trying to introduce Dugurudu. So when we are starting to hear Dugurudu, then that is the time to Dugurudu.
That's when the girls came in and said, Ogu struck the guy. Right?
Okay, let me speak to
the When you start to hear Dugurudu, then you know that it's time to end it.
Shango struck the guy, man.
Okay, let me speak to the religion one man.
Yes, thank you. But before you go there, let me quickly acknowledge the super chat. I say that the conversation has been going on, but I think Alexander thoroughly enjoyed it. He says absolutely thrilling conversation. So that is what Alexander made of that particular cameo. We still didn't land on anything really, essentially, because what I wanted to land on was the real relationship between us and our Edo cousins, but we've not really still agreed what that is. Alexander goes on to add to that space via super chat. He says Shango was a human being, half Yoruba father, half Northerner mother. So half Hausa and half Yoruba is Alexander's version of half Fulani. This is it. Maybe that explains a lot.
No, I totally disagree with Alessandra there. Yes, the father of Shango was Orominyon. And the mother is a tapa. Is a tapa woman. Those that will regard.
Are you sure the mother is not Dugurudu? Because when I go to bed now, I think that word will haunt my dreams. You know, Dugurudu.
Hey, woman, you're from Oyo. Let me ask you a question. Woman, do you know what the word? Woman, let me ask you one quick question. So you're from Oyo. Let me test your knowledge. Do you know why they call Alafin of Oyo? Do you know where the word Alafin came from? You know why they started using the word Alafin?
Yeah, because he owns the palace.
No. The word was Oloyo. It was when Shango was born in the palace. You understand? He was the only kid that people were not allowed to be born in the palace, but he was born inside of the palace. You understand? And then that's why they started using what Alafin, since he was born inside of that palace and became the king, the authority Oloyo. Then they started calling him the Alafin, the owner of the palace. So that's where the word Alafin originated from. And now,
Okay.
James, you have to understand one
I
thing
have
also.
to check that, and that will be me checking you out now.
One man, do you know that
Because you say a lot of
every town in Yoruba land, every town, as when they discovered that town, the divination was a divination of divine to found that town, and every town has one of the 256 Odu assigned to that town. Now, when Oromia was living Ife,
how many Odu Ifas are there, Mike?
No, they are total of 256. There are 16 primary ones, and those 16 when the 16 combined from Ejogbe to Ofumeji. So when the 16 combined, they become 256. You understand? So now before they establish the town, they have to do divination, and that divination has to that Odu that comes out for that town is what they would name that town after. Now, when Oromia was living Ife, it was giving the
you know how Ifa works, Mike?
Yes.
How does it work?
What do you mean? How does it work? Ifa is the draw. The word Ifa is to draw. His knowledge comes from the divine. It comes from the divine word. You understand? It's a message draw from the divine word. Now, Oyo and Benin, when Oromia was living, the Odu that found those two kingdoms was Obarameji. That's why. And those two kingdoms were established specially to be very powerful when Oromia established those two kingdoms. You understand? They are the same Odu that came out that gave birth to those two kingdoms.
You are Oromina, or you are a Ohomila priest.
I'm telling you the history of Benin that you don't know. So the reason why Benin Kingdom was so powerful, the reason why Benin Kingdom was so powerful and Oyo was so powerful was because the same Odu that gave birth Oromia, the divine that gave birth to those two kingdoms, they divined their destiny that they were going to be powerful places. And that's why those two kingdoms were so powerful among the rest of the kingdoms. You understand? So that's one history you don't know. So it wasn't just Oyo and Benin that Oromia discovered the divinities, also other kingdoms. But those two became exceptional because the Odu they found them determine their strengths. So you guys need to understand those history. You got to go and sit down with a priest. They will give you the education according to the Odus of the knowledge from the Odu of Ifa. So the ones we are talking is the one people just bastardize and just throwing around and everywhere. This thing is deeper.
All right, but that is your version of history. But thank you. So to Ajale Koko now, take us to a saner place.
In addition to what Mike just said, you know the title of Oni back then was Olofin. And when Oromio came and found Oyo Empire, he changed the title to Alafin. It was in Ife. It was Olofin. You understand? You understand what I'm saying?
You mean the Oyo title?
No, the Ife title. This Oni that we call today. It was formerly called Olofin.
No. Let me correct you. Let me correct you.
I know about it. And when Oromio came, he didn't want to name it Olofin. He now named it Alafin. That he founded.
Let me correct one thing real fast before I go further. Let me correct one thing real fast. Do you know that the Oni himself is not a king? You know that, right? He's not king. The title of Oni is not the title of a king. Oni was not a king. Oni is the one that custodied the Orisha.
Oni is still not a king.
He's still not a king. That's why they call it the Arole. Is the Arole? Is an Arole of Ududua. He's the one just holding the crown for Ududua to return. So he's not. No one has been king of Ife since Ududua. Ududua is the only king. The Oni is the title. It was the Oni Orisha. His title is different from a kingship. It was when Ududua left that he gave him the title to the crown to custode. You understand? He's the custodian of the crown. So that's why they call it the Arole of Ududua. You understand? So he's not the king. The only king that directly connected to Ududua is the Alafin and the Benin. You understand? So those are the crowns where descendants of Ududua or anything like that. You know. So
all right, thank you. Before I come to you, let me go to Chiro or Chiori. I was mocking your Dugurudu, so I defend it. What is Dugurudu? What is this thing? What do you about Dugurudu? Chiori. Look at that. No Dugurudu. Okay, back to you, Ajale Koko.
All right. So, yes, Oni is a spiritual head, and is the king of all kings in Ile-Ife. He's a spiritual head and the king of all kings because Ile-Ife have about 7 kings. You understand what I'm saying? So, all of them are king in their own space, but he is the spiritual, the most supreme among them. So it was called Olofin. So when the son came, the grandson went to found Ile-Ife, Oyo, he now named that title, the kingship title, as Alaafin of Oyo. You understand what I'm saying? So, but let's move away from
would
there.
It not have been Ajale Koko? Would it not have been a better, just roll better off the tongue if it was the Dugurudu of Oyo? Maybe we should campaign for that. They're laughing to the Dugurudu.
Rama want to leave. Let me hear out something. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, go on, James. You want to leave away? Yeah,
Rama, why we went into this? Why we went to this history? It's just because of the challenges that we are facing as a certain people. We are unable to unite. Indeed, what really happened to our history is that the British, when they came, they were not interested about the way we live our life. All their mindset was to conquer us and create Nigeria. So, and the Benin was so tough for them. It was so powerful. Until they were able to bring the Benin down, they would have been Nigeria. So you should have this one in your own mindset. And we should have this one in our mind. But the fact is that the Yoruba, we Benin, we understand that the first Oba was born in Yoruba land. And when they brought in, there was already Ogiame. People have already, because there was a vacuum, they created Ogiame, which now led to a crisis. Within that period, some people decided to leave Benin, but the crisis was tough. So later, even he himself, he was forced to go out of Benin. So to resolve everything, when he came back, the Ogiame and the Oba was not called out because it was a trouble for the whole Edo people. They said, you know what is going to happen? Two of you should come and fight. Anyone that is able to defeat one will not remain our king. That is how they settle it. So when we are pointing to history, the Benin always have something to back it up. I will tell you why. So when two of them fought, Obaye Weka defeated Ogiame. It was about cutting off his head. Have you watched so many Oibo films like that where people lead army and you're not surprised two people are not fighting? Because they know that instead of we killing ourselves, you two of you should fight. So what happens is that the Benin who went to go and bring him from that side, back him up, create an army, and they say we cannot kill ourselves. Two of you, if anything happens, then we accept it to the gods. They now call God to judge. So because the Oba was able to defeat him, when he was about to cut off his head, he spared his life. Then there what is now called, I'm talking about history of 11th century, which the Benin still practiced in this, apart from this last Oba, even the father of this Oba practiced it. So they now, after sparing his life, they now reach an agreement. You will be Ogiame in your palace, but that will be the Oba of the Benin people of Benin. You understand me? So that is how the Oba issue was now settled between two of them. Then from that day on, anybody that want to eat Oba in Benin always wrestle with Ogiame. That is how we have been doing it. Till even this father of this our Oba, when they want to go to that street, people will gather. Two of them will now be using sword as a symbol of what happened in 11th century. Like that of Ododuwa you are saying. When the British came, they met Ododuwa sculpture in the Benin Palace that was cast on bronze. It's just to keep history. That was why it was there. So we are not disputing the fact. We are connected and we are one. We can work together. All we need to do is to allow every one of us to echo their own worries to one another. The Yoruba cannot say we are creating a Ododuwa Republic and they are creating it. Benin don't have choice. They belong to us. That is an insult. It means you already draw a line of battle.
I don't think anyone is saying that. It's all. I don't think
nobody is saying that.
I don't think anyone is saying that. The way they are saying things, it appears to sound like that. But that's not what they're saying.
We are watching you carefully because we don't know whether you are even serious with your Dodua.
No, but sorry, James, from all that you have narrated, everything that you have said so far is telling us that we are family. This is what you're saying, and this is what we are saying too. So where is the disagreement? Yes. So why can't you then be part of the totality of it? No. Why are you wanting to be distant from your own cousins?
Look at the disagreement. Look at the disagreement. When the British came, they did not meet Benin under Yoruba. They did not meet Benin under Ododuwa umbrella. But they met Ife under Ododuwa. History is there. So we have been autonomous people. They understand the large and the strength.
Actually, James, the kingdoms in Yoruba land were independent.
What does that mean?
Do you know that the Ekpa and the Oyo were at war when the British came? You know that, right? And it was actually the Ekpa that they used to conquer the whole Nigeria. It was the Ekpa because the way the British set up.
Listen, what I meant by that is this. The Benin people believe that they have right to govern themselves, full autonomy. It is the British who forcefully had us to the western part of Nigeria.
No, we are not with the British anymore. In this new situation that we're in now, what is the Benin?
In this new situation,
James, do you know that even the Ekpa disagree with the British?
Mike,
that they were
Mike, listen, the new situation we find ourselves is very sad. That
sorry, Mike, I'm bringing you back, but let's hear him. Yeah.
Okay.
Go on,
the thing is this. You see, we have misused ourselves through conquest and dominance of power, which has been a very big problem between the three so-called majority. And the only man who was trying to break all this yoke so we can live peacefully is Awolowo. We lost him and there was no chance for him. His vision was so great. And he made it clear, if those things are not addressed, this is how we are going to find ourselves. And we are in that situation.
We lost him, but
so
his vision lives on.
We cannot make the same mistake today again. James, you cannot do Ododuwa. Don't think when you are doing Ododuwa, you include the new. We are not there.
Hold on, James. You are still confusing me. So let me just ask you questions and then you address them without embellishment. What do you want? Are you part of the greater Ododuwa, the narrative, yes or no? So just tell us so we know if we're going without you or you're coming with us. Are we going without you or are you coming with us?
No, with the current situation, we don't even know whether you people are going. So we are not in your train. We don't know what you mean. Until we see that seriousness.
So that's no, then that's no.
You say Oduduwa is part of them, not that they are part of Oduduwa.
How can Oduduwa be part of them? Oduduwa is the Yoruba narrative.
See, Ododuwa, listen, let me ask you something, one man. In your Ododuwa conference, who is representing Edo there?
Because they don't want to come in. This is the attitude. The attitude.
You want me
to you close, and you are pushing us back.
No, that is not the way to draw people close. You go back to what Awolowo did in the past. When the British forcefully put us with the West, we told them we don't want. That's what my ancestors said. Since we have gotten independent, we want to live on our own. And Awolowo said it's not only Benin that is crying. Middle Belt is saying the same thing. The core region said the same thing. Let's go into referendum. And we did it. We left. And we were still brothers. It doesn't stop us. As I'm telling you, Austria and Germany speak the same language. Does that mean they are the same country?
So James, let me tell you, the first Yoruba nation, this thing they held in Ibadan. The people from Shekiri were there. So if you from Edo doesn't want to join the train, they cannot force you in. So you saw the struggle, and you people were pulling back, and then you want to blame Yoruba that they were who is representing you. You can't force them to join you. You saw the struggle. But
it's not the way you are narrating it.
Tell me how I mean with the true situation. Tell me the true situation.
See the let me tell you the complexity of the whole issue that is on ground. I keep on saying something here that people don't want to take serious. There's what is called distrust among the ethnic nationality that make up the southern part of Nigeria. If you don't have a complete mechanism or a system to address it, you are not going to satisfy people. And as you are doing your Ododuwa, you will also mark your own territory. The Benin are willing to leave Nigeria, but they are not leaving as Ododuwa. That will never happen. You see it now. So you must ask us.
No, look, let me tell you. What we have been doing right from First Republic, like I explained, Second Republic, we've always formed an alliance. So if you people don't want to join alliance,
but not alliance to leave Nigeria, because there's never a time. Listen, there's never a time we have alliance to leave Nigeria. Never. We only have alliance to work together to make Nigeria better.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have always been working in alliance politically. First Republic, Second Republic, we were together. So this time around too, I mean, the aborted Third Republic, we worked together because we had SDP controlling your state and we have SDP controlling all the Yoruba state. You understand what I'm saying?
Even ACN.
This Fourth Republic that we are into, we form alliance too. You see your guy, what's the name? Aliu, what's the name of that former APC chairman? Oshiomole. He formed alliance with Tinubu. They work together as a team. So what are you talking about? That Yoruba are leaving you behind? Yoruba never left your face behind. It's just we have some people. Have some people. Hold on. Let me talk. You have been talking now. We have some people among in your midst that are trying to cause that division. That is, what's the name of that police officer? That former police chief from
is it Igbenedion?
No, not Igbenedion. That what is that powerful politician from Oru? Tony Aneni. His own politics of not, alliance with the West, but rather with the North. That is where.
Who is that? Anthony Onaro?
No, not Anthony Onaro. Tony Aneni. Tony Aneni. I'm talking of Tony Aneni. Aneni. Okay. His own politics.
Anini.
Yeah, the politics of forming alliance with the North, and what's the name of that that billionaire from your space?
Igbenedion.
Aneni and Igbenedion politics that break away from the West, that join forces with the North. That is where the problem started, and that is where you are falling into now, seeing the West as Yoruba people as they don't call us. They broke that alliance.
I want to
make it look as if we are not one people just because of their own selfish interest, and that is where you are playing. You are playing into that trap, and that's why you are talking like this.
See where I'm pointing to, Ajale Koko. You are confused. You don't get me clear. I use Germany and Austria. They are the same people, but they are not the same country. So let me give you an example very clear. We and Yoruba are willing to work together if they want to restructure Nigeria, and we still remain brother and we are still connected. We don't have problem. We never have it, and we will not have it. But if you are declaring Ododuwa Republic, we are not part of it. That one is we don't betray people. We have been saying it clearly. There is no Benin stakeholder that is willing to go and work with you on that level.
Okay, fine. What do you want to do?
We want, if Nigeria collapse, we want our own republic. It's very simple.
Okay, that is fine.
Edo and Delta is bigger than. Listen, Edo and Delta is bigger than Belgium. They are bigger than Luxembourg. In population, they are even more than Sweden. So don't tell us we cannot take care of ourselves. We don't want to be under anybody.
Can we change topic, please?
Okay, fine, no problem.
Okay, sorry, let Nsibidi come in. Nsibidi, you were about to say something.
Thank you, one man.
Yeah.
So yeah, the engineer is just shouting we change topic. Sometimes
no, I've tried to change. Hold on, Nsibidi. No. I've tried to change the topic, but it looks as though people are determined to address this.
My space now,
so
my
if you want to address this, then
man.
I'm willing to allow it.
All right. So you want? Which one do you want me to address? Because I want to. Which one do you want me to address?
No, one man. I have not spoken. Let
Ajale Koko speak because he hasn't spoken. Sorry, Nsibidi. Yeah. So Ajale Koko.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Because these things are not is not something that we should be running away from. What is so bad in talking about our histories and
no, I don't mind it. It's not. I mean, we are trying to understand who we are, so it's important.
We should go do proper research before coming out and be giving every different kind of scenario.
No, you see what is happening is engineer. People are speaking to history. But a lot of the history that they're speaking to, it meets at some point and then it diverts at some point. So what we're trying to find is
Nobody's
commonality.
disputing
What
that
binds
one man.
hold on.
You understand?
What we're trying to find
Create a
is
platform for that.
commonality. What
One day
binds
people
us?
can come out and discuss that. If you
Listen,
can create
one
a
man.
platform, that will help a lot. You
Yeah,
understand?
but you know,
But when
this
people
is the
coming out
conversation people
discussing
want
this,
to have.
discussing that, you know, it's just at the end of the day, it's just like we're bringing hatred in between ourselves.
There's
That's
no
just what is
hatred.
happening here.
There's no hatred. We're speaking about
There's
the
no
history
agreement
of
then. There's no
ancestry.
agreement because nobody
Engineer,
wants to. Nobody
engineer,
wants his own soil. Nobody wants his own father's name to be
engineer,
tarnished.
engineer, listen. Let me tell you one thing. We are not talking from hatred. The chances for the Southern Republic of Nigeria to be created is there. The Yoruba never seal it. I still have to repeat that because there is room for dialogue. But any other people, like the one, like some people will jump into Benin history, they want to come and teach us our history, why they don't even have their own.
Hey, let
I
me
don't want to
let me
mention
Here
tell
we
you
go.
some,
Here
let
we
me
go.
tell you something.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
Let me
let's
tell you
move.
something. Your
So
space is
you
so
know,
small. You have to align with somebody. I mean,
This is what
some
No,
I
author
Ajane
disagree
in
Koko,
with.
that
You're
place is
Nigeria.
not
not
big
small.
enough.
Oh.
You're not big
Your
enough
space,
to. Yeah.
Ajane Koko,
No, that place
Ajane
is
your
Koko,
big,
space,
man.
your
listen to
space
me.
is so
You see,
small,
when you
and
bring
you are so
Ajane
scripture,
Koko,
entangled. You are
Hold on, one
so
at a time. One at a
James,
time. One at a time.
listen,
Ajane
and you are
Koko.
entangled between the east and the west. Where do
This
you have
is
to align with one side
No, no,
and
Ajane
for you
okay.
Koko,
to
no,
be
no,
Listen to
no. They
me.
don't
survived.
have to,
What
man.
do
They
I
don't
agree
have
with
to.
Ajani
and
Koko?
I have to tell you
James,
clearly.
what do you mean by
The
that
Benin
instance
people said we are
arrogance?
self-sufficiency. We are
Hold on,
not
James.
aligned
Hold
with
on, James.
anybody.
Hold
Can't
on,
you
James.
respect us on that first?
Hold on, James. Let Nsibidi put something to you, and then you can
James,
address everything. Yeah.
what
Nsibidi.
why do you arrogantly and so insensitively keep saying that nonsense about
About Nsibidi.
the people that are coming to teach you your history don't know their history? What
here
is
we
all?
go again. Here
So,
we
so, so
go.
what I'm trying to say is that why can't we have these discussions without some kind of bitter, or should I say, a skewed mentality? Have you
I
ever
No,
seen
said the
this
word
kind of
one man said this.
I thought largely it has been civil. The tone of this conversation, I've
I know
not
where
really
James
found
is coming
anything to
from.
he
explain.
has
Where
been
he's
saying
coming
that,
from.
if you, it's just, that's what I was telling Mike the other time. You can, if you know you have this kind of mentality, don't even
You
engage
see,
in the
Bidi, let me tell you.
conversation.
See,
What mentality? What are you
you will
talking
not
about?
understand because you are an
Don't
Igbo
engage
person.
in
Here
the
we go.
conversation,
Insibidi,
You will
because
Here
never
we go.
understand.
Insibidi.
Do you know what
that
if you tell somebody
conversation
tells
will
you your
not
own
be,
history?
that
Do you know why it's
conversation
called
will
Okay,
not be
Benin Hills?
productive.
okay.
Do you know
All
why
right.
it's
Thank
called
you,
Benin
One man,
Hills?
Nsibidi.
can
Now
you
you're
just
speaking.
let
Nsibidi,
people to
hold
stop
on,
this for
One
now,
man,
please?
hold on, please.
He's
Hold on,
very correct.
everybody.
James is correct.
Yeah.
100%.
listen, Spark,
Hold on,
just
you two in
calm yourself
CBD. In
down.
CBD, I thought you were going to put something to
That's
James
what I
rather
want to
than go
put.
after him.
Okay, I'm
So don't
sorry.
go
I'm
after
sorry.
him, just put something
Okay.
to him. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What I want to put to everyone, especially James, is I think one of the biggest problem we are having is this thing of generalization. You know, that was why before the first question I asked him was in that Edo State, because I can't claim to know. That's why I'm asking, because I'm not from Edo State. So I'm asking all these other tribes in Edo State, are they all of the same position with James, that they are all Bini people? That was a question I put to him. He didn't give me a clear
Okay.
answer, but that
Can I just quickly explain that to you?
then I don't know. I don't want. Should
The
we
the
go
whole
back to
of
that?
listen, the whole of Bende is still with Benin. We don't have problem. Any tribe that want to go, we are 12 tribe in
What do you
that
mean?
make up
What do you
Midwest
mean by the
region.
whole of Bendel is
Any
with
tribe that
Benin?
want to go and join Biafra or Dodowa, the right is given to them. We don't drag people. But what we are saying is this: the Yoruba, they are matured and civil the way they handle things. And if you look at it very well, they don't put the rest of us very hard because they
My
create a
brother,
door. At the end of it, we will now come to a table and iron our interest. But you see, your own side is that you are cooking it.
My
You want
brother,
to tell
calm
me
down.
I'm not a Benin man, I was conquered. Is that not an insult? My mother tied to Rapa is an Igbo. Is that not an insult?
One man, can you change the topic, please?
Engineer, let them have it out. Then we'll know that because so
no,
long as
having it
nobody
out is
crosses
just
the
gonna
line.
bring grudges. It's a bit kind of disgusting now, man.
This tone of
Engineer, don't see it like that. What you are hearing here is the real problem we are having in the southern part of
Yes,
Nigeria.
you know, this is what we should
It's a
address.
real
We can't
problem.
hide away from
But
it.
Yeah,
here
but
again,
at
it
the end
comes
of
to
the day,
our
we're not
senses.
gonna agree. We can stay here
That
till 6 hours,
if
4
the
hours.
British forcefully created southern Nigeria into two parts, must it be two? After killing king, deporting people, killing people, destroy everything, you say it's two. because it suits you. And when you mention Benin, you say Edo State. Is Edo State, is it Edo name? Is it a state? Is it from Edo? Is it not Fulani with collaboration with others that create Edo State? Now you are suffering the effect of Wazobia. You come in to blame the rest people from it. And when they favor you, you accept it. If they give your brother presidency now, you people will silent. You say we are not talking. You think we are fools? When you are serious, we will be ready. We are waiting. If they put Yoruba as a president, this agitation will stop. If they put Igbo, it will stop.
All these things, people should not have too much bitterness in, or should I say, skewed mentality in.
The minority in the south are very bitter. Right. Just have that one in your mind. They are very bitter. The minority. You may be doing something you may not even understand. They are very, very angry. If Nigeria fall down, you try anything to come and tell them they belong here, they will fight you. Just have it in your mind.
That is the generalization I'm speaking about. Like you're saying Bendel, as if Bendel...
No, sorry, in CBD, just to what James said last, did you hear that? Because I heard it. What James is saying is that the minority groups, and when we are talking about minority, we're still talking about millions of people. He's saying that they're very bitter because some of the larger ethnic groups are trying to consume them in a way that they don't want to be consumed. This is what he's saying. Do you acknowledge that? And do you see that in the space? That there's bitterness because their stories are being told for them, even though their stories, the stories being told for them, they don't consider that to be their story. This is what he's saying.
Yeah, obviously, that's correct.
We don't trust. No story. We don't trust.
Hold on, James. We'll let him address it now.
Yeah. That's the challenge with James. The man is too revved up. You know, I
understand that is what he's saying, though. He's saying that the bitterness is not, maybe even resentment that they are being consumed. This is what they're hearing.
Yeah. I agree. But there's also a deeper aspect to it. I agree with this. With the fact that obviously, generally, they all come together to have this kind of view of things, and it's true that they are not satisfied with the way things are playing out in the southern space. That is just a narrative between Yoruba and Igbo. But you see, the thing is that even among themselves, okay, if you go deeper, they are not trying. That's why I keep on asking him, why are you generalizing everybody Benin? Because even among themselves, deep down, can you go and tell an Ijoman that is from Benin, or you go and tell our Igbo people in Delta, in the northern part of Delta, Nioma.
Listen to me. We don't tell the Igbo.
Hold on, James. Let him land. James, you have to let somebody land. Let him land.
This is.
So my point is this. My point is this. That this thing is true. To be honest with you, I agree with what Mike said earlier on. That when you start saying Wazobia,
you agree with Mike. Let me check.
I agree.
Let me check my tape. Am I dead or alive? You agree with Mike?
Yeah, that's how I have conversations. I don't have conversation with this mentality of we are fighting war.
That's good.
But the thing is that I agree with that narrative of when you're talking about Wazobia. I think it was that term, or what is it called? Those acronyms were just made as one term for political convenience, because and without considering the long-term implications for the other tribes of the South, So when you say Wazobia, probably because of the population, so you just bring it out.
So that is still that resentment that James is talking about. Even that Wazobia in itself, it consumes them. It consumes the smaller ethnic groupings.
So the only thing we can do, what can we do about it if not to just maybe do away with the whole Wazobia thing? Because maybe you say, because the idea was, even if you do your own research, they'll tell you that there are tribes that are subgroup of Yoruba, there are tribes that are subgroup of Igbos, there are tribes that are subgroup of the Hausas. So I think that's how they now came to the conclusion that we just call it Wazobia, because every other tribe came from this tribe. But
because there are well in excess of 250 ethnicities in Nigeria. So if you wanted everything, you have a name longer than they have in all these Asian countries. But the real difficulty, sorry, I'm still with it in CBD. The real difficulty was the position that Janle Koko was putting to James. He's saying that and that ethnic grouping is a large and a proud and a historical ethnic grouping, but within the Nigerian dynamic, is still a small unit. So what Ajale Koko was putting to James, which I am putting to you to hear your opinions in Simbidi, is that okay, you are this ethnic grouping that, but you're not within the power dynamics of Nigeria. You don't have that quite full strength, but the fuller strength is with the Igbos and the Yorubas. So who are you essentially going to go with? Are you essentially going to go with the Igbos or to go with the Yorubas? But then, of course, James will have it that they want to be by themselves. But then what I was putting to then, James, is that you want to be by yourselves, but your voice is not reverberating in the space as all this fight is going on. So are you essentially looking there for that fight to take place and then to scavenge? So it's just all of you see the mix is very complex. In CBD.
To my from my own understanding, I feel like if there's like James has been shouting since I don't know how many hours now. If they want to, I think they feel more. Obviously, there is more. Should I say historical between the Yorubas and the Benin people. So definitely, I feel like they will be able to work together. But nobody should be forced into becoming one country. I've never believed that, And many of us, don't share that belief, or contrary to what James think. Many of us are even talking about giving us our Igbo-speaking states as Biafra. In fact, that's where some of us even disagree with Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu because if Nnamdi Kanu one day in his broadcast said, if he comes out now and say Igbo, they'll say, oh, this man is just only tribalistic Igbo. Then when he says, okay, we have our people in Bayelsa, they come out again and say, oh, you want to claim Bayelsa. So it's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But my point to James is, no, but if you feel like you want, because you have more, definitely you have more historical ties, cultural ties, everything with the Yoruba people, but still I would not say anybody should be forced into becoming part of a country that they don't want. At the most they can do is confederation. That's one thing Nnamdi Kanu always says, confederation. It seems people don't even hear when he says confederation. It seems people don't even understand what confederation is all about. Because
no, he moved away from that. That was the language when he was speaking to Kadira Ahmed, but he moved away from that language a long time ago, and he's now thrown all his chips in with Biafra. He's not talking confederation anymore.
No, he's saying when Biafra comes,
and that's one of the problems I have with him. By the way he dilly-dallies and just ebbs and flows from.
I think that will bring out another section of long argument, but I won't want to go into what he has been saying, because one thing I observed definitely he has been saying is, obviously you can't be fighting for confederations of the regions in Biafra, in the potential Biafra. You can't be fighting for that you can't be bringing them out when you're fighting for one thing. So you have to first get the Biafra, because if you remember when he released this is it map or something of Biafra, that they put all the regions, and he said these are all the confederates of Biafra. But when he's talking every day to that space, you can't be talking about the the region of for example Anioma people or Ikwere people. That's something that we'll all do if the Biafra comes. So what my point to everybody is this: nobody should be forced into doing anything that they don't want to do. Like people are talking about Igbos. Are you trying to tell me that there are no Igbos in Edo State? You're the one that have just said that Edo State is a creation of the British and the northern.
Listen to me carefully. We don't have Igbo in Edo State. When Midwest region was created, it was created with one tribe. Listen to me. The only Igbo, listen to me. The only Igbo we have is Asaba. We respect them. We don't force anybody, and history is very clear. We were 12 tribes. Listen now, I want to educate you. You people are the one causing confusion. The Igbos we have, they are immigrant to us. We hosted them and we are together. We don't have problem. But if it because of that you are drawing map, you are insulting us, and we are not taking it from you.
Yeah,
Ogutu
hold on,
River Niger, and that is where it ends. If you want us to be part of you, respect us. We will discuss. Don't come here and be dictating.
Hold on, CBD, please. James, are you saying? And please just shorten your responses just so we can push the conversation forward. Are you saying essentially that there are no Igbos indigenous to the Edo space?
Listen, though, if you did not add state, you add state to it.
Okay, region, the Edo kingdom.
If you say Edo State, we don't have Igbo. But if you say Midwest, listen, or Benin, we have Igbo. Are you hearing me now?
Saying, James? What are you saying?
James, you're contradicting yourself.
What are you saying?
I'm not
James?
contradicting.
You're contradicting yourself.
No. One man, you get what I'm trying to say?
You said.
One man, listen to me. My point is this.
You said Edo State
before
is a
Edo State, before Delta State.
An Igbo state.
One man, before Edo State, before Delta State, listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Where we start having problem with these people, that is setting everybody up. Listen, we have Asaba as an Igbo speaking people. And in the neighbor of Asaba, we have a Ka, it's an ethnic nationality recognized by Nigeria Constitution. They speak their own language. However, nowadays, 90% of them can speak Igbo. We are not disputing that. We don't dictate for them to say they will belong to us or they belong to anywhere. But you from Anambra, you come and tell me that there's Igbo in Edo State. You are lying. You don't have
in CBD, I'm muting you. This is the first time that I'm actually muting in CBD because I've never had to do that before. But in CBD, you do have to let him speak. What is telling you is the history of his own people. So let him say it, and then if you feel that there's some inaccuracies there, then you can come in and make those amendments. But let him speak the history of his own people.
What I'm trying to say here, the whole tribe of Midwest, when the British conquered the Benin Empire and create Nigeria, they try to form the southern part of Nigeria. Why can't you? Why do we have north? They don't have south. They want to put the headquarters in Benin. It did not work because the people were filled of resentment. They took it to Calabar. It did not work. They sacrificed the Lagos, which is already their own territory for Nigeria, to make it a capital. So they now decided to.
You always give us the long version. What all we wanted to know is are there Igbo people?
I want this guy. I want you to understand. I want to speak on the little history.
Otherwise,
we are with the Yoruba, the Igbo.
So
listen, both
the question again: are there Igbos, the indigenous to your space? And the reason why I'm asking is because you said they are settlers.
No. So okay, let me tell you why I'm saying so. Because this IPOB of a thing, they said in Edo State, there are Igbos. So I always tell them on the history, when we want to carve the Midwest region from the Yoruba, my ancestors want to do it. The tribes were 12. They all came together and they did it through referendum. Igbo were in our midst. We respect them. They respect us. Up to today, we don't have problem. But the problem is this. When the Fulani now carve the state for us, or the Wazobia people,
version. It's just a simple question.
Okay,
are there Igbos? No, hold on, please.
Currently in Edo State, we don't have Igbo, but we have Igbo in Delta.
You can answer a question without giving us a whole history. Are there Igbos
we have,
indigenous to your
space?
Me,
I'll be answering you. Yeah, we have Igbo at Asaba. Everyone have his own space. We have Igbo at Asaba.
That means yes now.
That means yes. So there are Igbos in that, but that is what in CBD.
No, you did not get the statement. You said we have Igbo in Edo State. That is what they are saying. That's what we are telling them. We don't have in Edo State.
So you do agree.
What is happening in our country, Nigeria, please?
But one man. You see this problem. You see this problem we are discussing now. The military caused this problem that we found ourselves today, particularly what James is talking about, that the bigger population, the Yoruba, the Igbos, we don't take into cognizance the interests of the minority. You see, in the First Republic, when we have this AD and all the rest, Awolowo and the rest of them fought for these the minority. They fought for the right of the minority. That is what brought about this Midwest. You understand what I'm saying? And that their interests were well taken care of, not only in that space, even in Kwara State, they did the same. They had a referendum. We have some part of Kwara that said, okay, Kwara had a referendum then that they wanted to go with the West because they were with the North. Geographically, the British carved them with the North, but they had a referendum to go with the West. So it was when the coup of 1966 came in that destroyed the structure we had then. And since then, we've been having this problem. When they now started creating states, all these states, the Bender State, they destroyed what we used to know as Bender State into Bendel and Delta State and other states like that were divided into pieces. Then everything mixed up and everybody, every interest group now mind their own interest. Every state now mind their own interest. They don't look at what they used to be in the past. So it was the military formation and creation of more states in Nigeria that destroyed what we used to be. And particularly the interests of the minority were broken up and brought us to where we find ourselves today. So it wasn't the Yoruba or the Igbo, but rather the military that caused this problem where we find ourselves today. So, Mr. James, the problem you found on the ground today that is causing this Yoruba trying to dominate us, or Igbos are trying to dominate the minority, it wasn't caused by those people, but rather by the military, so that they can continue to govern us and continue
that is what Nnamdi was saying essentially as well, that in the carving up of the states in Nigeria, they carved different cultures into one unitary state, where you then had all these different people existing within one state. And that is what Nnamdi speaks to essentially in the southern space, that there are Igbo lands that are carved into what is essentially South, Delta, etc., which, of course, they are essentially called Igbo people, but they find themselves outside of the border of what is essentially Igbo land.
Yes. So,
hold on. Let Adanleko address that, and then
I have a question for him, though.
One man for James. Okay, this thing, is it a secret, or is it that he doesn't know that there's a place called Igbanke in, what is that place called?
No, I think we've covered that with what I just said, but I'll let engineer put his question to Ajale Koko.
Yeah, but he keeps denying the fact.
No, I don't think he's denying that there are. You see what James's
I deny that.
Is?
I deny.
Igbanke is not an Igbo now. It's Igbanke.
Let me tell you one man. You see the greatest problem. Listen, the problem we are going to have in this house.
Hold on.
Let me tell you the problem. Listen to me. These people. Let me quickly point to something. What we need in the South is unity. The Igbos that make up the Bende and the Midwest, none of these tribes that have problems. But in IPOB,
James, you have to address what is being said to you.
Listen to me, no.
Okay, let's just abandon it.
I want to correct
you. To you. Hold on, listen. Can everybody please listen?
Can we
hold on, James, including you, engineer. James, you have to address what is being put to you.
I said we don't have Igbanke. Listen to me.
Hold on. No, listen. If you don't listen, then you don't hear. Listen.
Okay.
In CBD, just put something to you. So address that without going on a fishing expedition. So just address.
Okay.
So in CBD, put that thing to him again, and then address that thing specifically. So put it to him again in CBD.
Thank you. No, wait. Let me put it clear.
I had him. And I
let him put it again, and then you address it without going round.
My brother, if you don't believe me, unless leave alone the things we know from our parents, or should I say cultures. Can you also tell me that the people, maybe this Google and Wikipedia, do you even believe them at all? Or let's assume you don't believe them.
Okay,
Are you
what's
trying
your
to tell me
question
that
to him in
Igbanke,
CBD? You guys are
okay,
not cooperating with me.
sorry.
Yeah.
You're telling me that Igbanke people, the Ika people, like when you were saying something, you mentioned the fact that Ika speak Igbo, but they are not, but they have their own language. And it seems you don't know the difference between.
Okay.
Wait. It
Can
seems
I?
you don't know the difference. Wait. It seems you don't know the difference between a dialect of Igbo language and a different language. If Ika is a dialect of Igbo language, I can hear them when they speak. They can speak. They can hear me when I speak. It's just like the Ilaje and
Okay.
the Ekpa
Just
people
to
of Yoruba
no,
land.
forget all that. Just condense it. You are saying these Eke people who are Igbo speakers, they are in the
In
region
Edo
that
State, in
in Edo State.
I
Okay.
don't know
So,
how to pronounce that place, Ohyonwa, in Edo local government area. They don't have their own local government. They are located inside Ohyonwa local government area of Edo
and
State.
are
And
they
you're
in the
beginning to
Wama,
Benin
say,
State?
Wama, can I just
Hold on,
quickly
James.
answer him? I
Yeah.
am an Edo person. I'm from Orion local government. Igbanke people are mixed with Benin and the Eka people. Ogbemudia, have you heard of that name? The first governor of the BENINESE
Yes,
State.
we all
He
have.
is
Yes.
from his father name is Igboho, which is Benin name. He's from Igbanke. His own name is Ogbemudia. And if you go to that area, this man they call Erabo, the chief of general staff today, his root is to Benin. His name is Erabo. What really happened is that we were so generous to these people. They migrated in number to
so
our place,
because
and we still welcome them.
mixed.
And they are not claiming territory, and that is why we have problem in the south. I don't have
Okay.
problem with Igbanke. I
Okay.
don't
No,
have
no,
problem
that's
with
fine. You've answered it. You've answered it. Leave it
I don't
there.
have problem with
So what
Igbo.
is saying? Hold on. Don't come in, anybody. What is saying to you in CBD essentially is that they are settlers. So that is what he was saying. So who wanted to come in? Was that engineer?
Can I ask my question to
Yeah, go on,
Ajale Boko
engineer.
before the topic will continue till tomorrow and next tomorrow?
Yeah, go on.
Ajale Boko, you said that the military they came in and they changed everything. Is it with the help of the Britain or not?
The military break up everything in to help the north, to help the northern Nigeria, and then for them to have more state, for more resources to go to them in terms of this the Nigerian cake that we share. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's disadvantageous to us. It's advantageous to them because they have more state, more local government, and when we share this cake every month, this is what they call allocation. They have more than us, and disadvantageous to us in the sense that our people were broken up against each other geographically. And that is why we are having this problem now.
That is the truth.
So, yeah, and that is why we're having the problem now. And that is why you see the Edo people that originally sees themselves as part of Yoruba, historically and politically, are now, somehow drawing themselves back because they have created their own state for them. You understand what I'm saying, engineer?
Not that.
Yeah.
Yes, and we
that.
some
Listen,
people
the
came
Edo
up.
people believe they are on their own. They are
well, you might be right. Well, what I'm saying is my own observation and what I've seen all these years that played out. So, and you see the Biafra, what we used to know as Biafra. Biafra is not only IGBOLAND; it covers all the South land too. All those from Calabar and all the rest of them. They were broken up. They divide them against the Igbo politically. And since then, they don't see each other as one family before, as they used to see each other during the 60s.
That's why I
So,
like Yoruba people.
so that is the fact. And that is why you will see the Igbo, the Biafra now coming up with agitation. You see the South don't want to join them. Those from Bayelsa and this thing, they're looking.
Because of pettiness.
Yes. So they were able to. Yes.
Because of pettiness, how?
Yes.
Because of pettiness, how?
Pettiness.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not talking about Edo people.
Yes. Because they are looking at this cake,
let me jump in.
Cake that will come to them. This cake they are sharing from Abidjan. Oh,
you make
this
a very...
is my own cake. Oh, hold on. This is my own cake that, I don't want to share my own cake with Anambra State. Oh, I want to have my own cake by myself. Whereas before on the sharing of resources, the host community of any resources takes 45%, and the region 55%, and the region will now send 15% out of their own 55% to the federal government. So what we used to have, you see the host community benefiting from their own resources. You understand what I'm saying? Unlike now that they are proposing to them that the host community will have 3%.
Yes.
You see how they have been able to brought us down and reduce us to nothing. From 45% that we used to have in the 60s, host community used to get 45% of the process of their own product, 45%, and their region will take 55%, and the region will now send 15% to the federal government. That was when we have our own resources. We are controlling our own resources to our own benefit. Our own benefit. But what we have now, after we have creation of state and all this nonsense that you have, it has put us in a disadvantaged position.
It was Agui Ronsi that destroyed that system, man.
Yes, they pull us behind. We don't benefit nothing. We don't get nothing anymore. We contribute more, but we get less. That is the problem we have, and that is what is affecting our political space. It affects our economic position, political position, and that is the division that we are going through, and and that is why you see some of us are saying, okay, we want to go to Dua land, we want to go Biafra land. We know what we are talking. So whoever is saying that, we don't want to join the train, they are like people that want to remain behind. You want to continue suffering. You want to continue suffering and remain behind.
Smiling.
Because they want to fight. Because they don't.
Yeah, you want to continue suffering and you want to remain behind. The only solution is whether we have our own nation or we go back to that 1960 that give us our own right to our own resources. Our own right to our own resources, and we can develop at our own pace. And we can use our own resources to develop ourselves in any way we want, in any way we like. We know that is good for us. So it is not good for us as Southerners, except we come together and do things together. So that is when we can have headway.
Okay, thank you, Adanle Koko. That was worth listening to. That was a good summary of the Nigerian situation. So from history, just till date, essentially, is what Ajanle Koko has just given us in a snapshot there. So, and CBD, you were about to have some thought on that. And CBD.
Yes, yes. Thank you, one man. I've been saying this. I think even James has gone out, but I've been saying this. I've been saying that all these things like just exactly. In fact, I don't think there's anything much to add after Janle Koko have just said what he has said. But the truth of the matter is this. All these we are supposed to be is just because everybody wants to have their own voice heard, and nobody wants to be controlled or ruled by another person.
You
And
know,
we
that is
cannot.
the biggest fear. From everything that I was hearing from James, that what you just landed on there was really that people want to have their voice and nobody wants to be controlled. And there's that fear that they're about to be consumed.
Yeah, but
Yes.
he raises his issue is when you and Najale Koko said something about they have to be that his people have to be under Yoruba, they have to work with Yoruba. That's where he trigger off
Yes,
James.
well,
But
maybe it's the language.
I have a question for you too, one man, please.
Me?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Oh, all right. When
I hope
God
you're not going to
created...
give me a hard time, engineer.
No,
you
no,
know
no,
you're
no,
one
no,
of
no,
my
no, no,
own.
no, no.
No,
Because when God
Engineer
created
hijacked
Adam and Eve.
my session, but it's okay. But just ask because ask.
Sorry, my brother. I do apologize, please. I'm really
Yeah.
sorry.
All
When
right.
God created Adam and Eve, one man, what language did he give them to speak?
Yoruba, of course. You know that. Do you not
Okay.
know that?
So another thing is another thing we
One
need
man,
to
you've not
just
heard
like
that
what...
the Igbos are the first people on earth.
Yeah, but I was told, by some guy that used to come here. He even traced the history of the Igbos even before humanity started. Some guy that used to come here. He told us 3 million years ago they were
Exactly.
Igbo people,
So you see, is one man. I will give you this tax because you need to go and do research on that because this is the first time you heard that gods, and this is the first time I heard it. I think it's Dugurudu.
Who's that?
Who is that one again?
That's Kingsley. Yeah.
So it's the first time we heard about that gods, that spirit. So I think one man, you need to go do research because we need to know more about Dugurudu spirit.
Yeah,
because
no, this is the one thing. The whole of this session now, the one thing that I'm taking away is Dugurudu. That's
I
just
know, honestly, I
that's
was
just
shocked. I was about sleeping, but when I heard Dugurudu, I woke up straight away.
Dugurudu, for goodness sake,
Maybe
we're still
Ajale
fighting
Koko
over
don't know
Dudua
about
and
it,
who
though.
came first, and they came with Dugurudu. It's unbelievable. But sorry, and see, they carry on. You were interrupted.
Yes, yes. So it's just more about people who want to make sure their voice can never be, closed, or should I say, and also
Silenced. Yeah.
silence. Thank you. So then, and that's and how can you get that with all this in this kind of situation we find ourselves right now? Is it what they prefer? Because I keep hearing all this narrative. To be honest, I don't hear it so much from. I've lived in Akwa Ibom. I've lived. Well, it's just mostly. That's why sometimes I try to narrow it down. Like we should never have this kind of generalizing mentality of things. Someone is talking about Midwestern Delta says Bendel, and is calling it one, and these people in the how many tribes are in Bendel that is even talking about so many tribes. So what will happen to our Nyoma people, our Agbo people, all those people? And if you insist that they are the ones that the Igbos in Ibanke have they migrated there and they were given land or something, it's okay. I'm not going to start arguing that. But now you want to tell me they are no Igbos because they have mixed with Benin people. It's just like saying because you
No,
intermarry.
that wasn't what he was saying. He was saying that they are not indigenous to the space and they are welcome to move back to
Yeah.
Igboland. Essentially, that is what he's saying.
But the truth of the matter, he also conflicted, himself a lot, by saying some of the things he said, just contradicting himself in so many ways, and saying that Edo was created. Now he's saying that no Igbo from Edo. So if it was created, which year was it even created? So what made you think that they did not just gather some land group of communities that are totally different and make them one? If you tell me
One
that
man, can you
why is
allow
it,
me communicate my quotas and leave, please?
Oh,
I
oh,
have not spoken in this place. Can you give
yeah,
me
yeah,
chance to talk and leave this place?
yeah. Hold on. Let Nsibidi finish his thought, and then I'll come to you. So just
yeah,
allow Nsibidi to. Yeah.
yeah. So the danger of generalization that we always do, I mean, it's something that we should not, we should start, you
Okay.
know, and that's where all this problem is coming from. Even the people that have issues, that claim that they have issues with some Igbo people, is because they feel Igbo people are generalizing that they are all Igbos. So they should also do the same thing and not generalize. The other day, Wike was talking.
Would you concede in Sebede that the tonality of the no, I won't even say the Igbo, but the
Not the
canonary
Igbo,
is
yeah.
essentially like there's a land grab tone to some of their presentation, like
Land, you know,
they're out to land grab.
so
Would you
one
concede that?
man, land grab for, if you, what kind of land grab? Is it land grab for Biafra or
Yes.
land grab for, is it land grab for Biafra or
Land grab
land
for
grab
Yes, for
for
Biafra,
Igbo?
Biafra.
and
Yeah,
Biafra, of
for
course, being a
Biafra.
code
Yes,
word
true,
for Igbo land.
true.
No,
Let
no,
me come
no.
in,
That,
quickly.
wait, Spark, just a minute.
Okay.
So that's where we're having the problem, the entire problem. So land grab. In fact, I don't want to even use the word land grab. You're talking about the if someone is talking about the Biafran territory, and
Yes.
in somebody's mind, the person have just concluded, oh, he's talking about the
It's
Igbo
because
territory.
you've not had the
So,
experience of a minority. When an Igbo person tells you that you, as a minority, you don't have an identity, that you are Igbo, you've never experienced it. I have had that personal experience several times where people try to tell me my history that
who is telling you? Who is it?
I
An
have
Igbo
met
man that
many,
told
I
you?
have met several Ipob guys, even normal Igbo people that generally believe that everybody in the South, outside Yorubas, are
Where did you meet them? My
originally
brother,
Igbos. I'm telling
my
you the truth.
brother.
No,
I'm
it's the
an Igbo.
fact.
Okay. Oh
I'm
yeah.
telling you.
I'm not doubting your
The truth.
experience. I'm
Very
saying me
painful. When you now
myself,
try
I'm
to
an
explain
Igbo.
your history, they now tell you your fathers lied to you. Even your people that are supposed to be your friends. It's very, very painful. Then when Kanu now comes and starts shouting, oh,
And shout,
Ijo is Igbo, Isoko is Igbo, Urobo is Igbo, even Ichekiri. Haba. These are the things that annoy people.
my
These are the
brother,
things.
my brother. I understand where you're coming from, but you see, what I'm going to put is this. If I'm
So
telling
that's
you,
the
if
land grab right there. Sebede, that's the land grab. No, but
one man,
that's what I'm
one
sorry.
man,
That's what I'm
one man,
calling colloquially
one
as a
man,
land grab. Yeah.
one man, we can't call it like that. I've said there's a danger. There's this lady, Chimamanda Adichie, that gave a TED speech about the danger of one side story and the generalized
Yeah,
story.
single story she
So
called it.
the single
Single,
story, yeah,
was it the single story thing she came up
yeah,
with?
something like
Yeah.
that. So, and that's the same thing, that it's a very big danger. You know, when people just go with a narrative, and okay, for example, I'm an Igbo engineer here is an Igbo, and we can both tell you that you are not an Igbo. So now you get one of your friends somewhere that told you that you are an Igbo, then you say Igbos. You
No,
understand what
Kanu,
I'm
but
trying to
Kanu
say?
is mounting it every day. He say he go do the key for Biafra. These are things that annoy Benin people. He insults the Oba of Benin, and Benin respect their monarchy. How do you expect a Benin person to now agree to Biafra? How do you expect them to now look at, and when Igbos now join and say yes, it's true? It's a very
So,
painful thing. You don't
so
understand.
which is not okay. You would
I
have
know my
just thought that
history. When somebody tells me,
you
an
would have
Isoko
thought
man, that
listen.
I came from where
You
is
would
that
have
place?
thought that
From Imo
Kano. Why
State.
are you
Come
saying
on.
Igbo people joined? Which Igbo people joined?
Ijo that has been there
Even
for centuries. You said Ijos are originally Igbo. Akwa Ibom, Ibibio, they were all Igbo. They are junior
So,
Igbo.
so
They have
in
said this
CBD,
several
you
times.
can
These are
hear
the things.
from James, who was really
These are
driven
the
by the
things.
emotion of it
It's
all,
very
and you
painful.
can even hear the emotion in Spark's voice, and you can
Painful.
even hear the irritation in Eagle's voice. So that just tells you that in the rounds, there's a lot of tense feeling in that region about some of the narrative that comes
uh,
out of our other quarters, essentially wanting to own them as a people. It's almost
one man,
it's like
one man,
colonization language, isn't it?
and
Can
anyhow
you
you
guys
look at
give Ego chance to speak, please?
anyhow you please wait. Ego will speak. Anyhow you look at it, it's just the same thing we are facing. I mean, you guys are facing in Yoruba land. It's just because, but anyhow you want to look at it, some people will tell you this, some people will tell you. I'm sure there are Yoruba people that will tell you, that will stand, that will support the position of James, like Mike. I'm sure Mike is a Yoruba and is understanding James. So that's just the same thing with us Igbos. So, but the thing, my point is this: we should not generalize. I also agree that let me be honest with you, people like us that listen to Nnamdi Kanu, it's not like we listen, what we do, we listen, even sensible people from other tribes listen to what he's saying. But many of us, many Igbos will tell you that they just want Igbo speaking parts as Biafra. But because, when he's saying he's the one with the microphone, you even if you speak, we will hear your voice. But the truth of the matter is this: he's talking about the Biafran territory, or should I call the old Biafra that was there.
Let me just ask you one question, and then I'll go immediately to Igbo, who is now almost getting irritated with us. Would the story not be better told if you just narrow what you are talking about to Igbo land and abandon this Biafra as a theme? So speak, because I had this conversation with Ada when she was last here, that the narrative of that space really should be an Igbo land narrative rather than a Biafra narrative. Because within that Biafra narrative, of course, now you have all of this confusion that we have been hearing for close to 2 hours.
One man before, just in one of in the most recent broadcast Nnamdi Kanu made before this thing happened to him, he said something that if they want him to leave talking about the other tribes, the other states or whatever, then they should carve back in all those places that they intentionally placed in. Just leave alone the people that have their own cultures, that's close to us, that we are similar to. We are talking of our own Igbo-speaking people that was carved into all these areas, in rivers, in Delta, and all that. They should give it to us back.
But James was telling us that they are migrants, so they are welcome to return.
No, he's telling you about the people of Igbanke, which is very much debatable. I'm talking about, okay, are you going to tell me that the 8 local government areas in Delta states are migrants? Migrants from where?
So they are not Igbos.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from Igbo. So Igbo, yes, to you.
They are from Benin.
No, hold on.
You listen, Mr. Isibidi. You've been talking for more than 1 hour here.
Let's hear from Igbo.
You listen and let others contribute their quotas. This is how you impose your this thing on people and don't let people speak.
Okay, everybody hold. So in CBD hold, let's now hear from Igbo, who has been very patient. So Igbo, we are going to hear from you next. So you just speak to the narrative as you have been hearing it. So your contribution, Igbo. So Igbo, to you.
First, I took side with all that James was saying. Then secondly, let me go to this issue of Igbo in Delta. An Agbo man is not an Igbo man. Agbo. Listen, let me tell you, these people, they keep destroying this country, confusing this country. If you go to the tradition, go to look at Agbo King and go to look at the Warri King, you will see the 2 staffs that they are using. They are the same. These are the same people that come together as those 12 tribes that are Midwestern vision of their own. Come, you claim that Agbo is an Igbo man. Listen, one man, let me tell you. If an Agbo man is speaking language here, you see similarity to Igbo. If Urobo man is speaking, you see similarity to Edo. Are you calling an Urobo man Edo man? What is this man talking about? This Igbo thing of Igbo, this one. You people should try and set this country on a good space and stop setting confusion around. Make people understand what it is. If because an Agbo man say is an Agbo, how is he an Igbo man? Do you speak the same language with that Agbo man? Because I know Agbo language, I've lived with Agbos for a very long time. Even their tradition, go and see the tradition of Ichekiri man in Warri, the staff that they hold, is still the same staff. So where did you come from that Igbo? You don't want us to rest in Delta State. Edwin Clark once claimed that Delta State, South is not an Igbo region. One calls someone Ekpa. started insulting the 100-year-old man. I keep quiet. This is how they go to this space where you don't agree with them, they throw insults on you because you don't agree with their understanding. Now, the Igbos they are talking about that is in Delta State are only in Port Harcourt. And in that Port Harcourt, the Igbo people has refused that they are not even Igbos. They refuse. The people self who are the Igbo race, the only people who speak Igbo there, they've refused that they are not Igbo. When they get up, they say Asaba is Igbo land. How is Asaba Igbo land?
Do you know?
How is Asaba Igbo land? I want you to tell the audience, tell the world, how is Asaba an Igbo land?
Okay, can I answer that question? Can I answer that question? I think I've listened to you people talk.
Who's that? Is that Kingsley?
You know.
Okay, Kingsley. Yes, Kingsley, you come in. I was just about to bring you in. So Kingsley, yes.
Let me tell you a little story. Yeah,
and before you do that, sorry, hold on, Kingsley. As part of your narration, we want to hear more about Dugurudu because you brought Dugurudu to us now. We want more, but carry on first. Tell us your thing, and then we want to hear about Dugurudu.
When I was kept on the backstage,
okay, let's hear from you, Kingsley.
Somebody finished. When I was kept on the backstage, somebody finished this story how the Oba and fought and spared his life. But let me come on to the issue of Abo, Asaba, and the rest. When the king of Benin died, and a representative was sought from Ife, from a Yoruba land, to replace him, the chief priest to the Oba of Benin was a man called Ezekanu Chima. I don't know if you've heard about him. He was the chief priest to the Oba of Benin. So he was thinking, since he didn't have a son, that when he died, he will become the king of Benin. But it didn't happen. So he left. When they told him, you are not an indigene, so you cannot rule us. Yes, you are a chief priest, you are strong, you qualify to be a king, but you are not an indigene. You cannot rule our land. So he left. When he left, you can make a research on a man called Ezekanu Chima. When he left, he was heading to his hometown, Aruchukwu, but he didn't get to Aruchukwu. The only emissaries that got to Aruchukwu to tell the Aruchukwu people that
Kingsley, we only really wanted to hear Dugurudu. So if you don't have Dugurudu, then just tell us about Asaba.
This man is very
Let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
Let him speak now.
Wait,
I'm enjoying him.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Continue, Mr. Kingsley.
So when Ezekanu Chima left, he died in Onitsha. But before then, he normally goes back to Benin for businesses because he was a businessman. So when he was leaving, because what they do as at that olden days time was when a man leaves a place, as he's moving, he plants his people along the way, so that whenever he's going back, he will have where to pass the night or where to get food when he's going back to where he came from. So when people, he left some people in Abo, in Asaba, and he got to Onitsha, where they normally farm, a place called Onichubo. I had this argument with my roommate when I was in university. I asked him only 3 questions. Go back, he's from Onitsha. I asked him, go back to your people in Onitsha. Ask them, before Obi of Onitsha is crowned, did they go to Aruchukwu? That is what I asked him. I asked him a second question. During September, during the Aruchukwu New Yam festivals, do your people go to Aruchukwu for the New Yam festival? He went back and asked his father. His father told him that, go back to that person that told you the story to explain what he wants you to know and listen to that person. The father never answered him that question. So he came back to me and asked me, please tell me this story, because we Onitsha believe we came from Benin. I said, yes. Your founding father, Ezekanu Chima, left from Benin, but he was never from Benin. He is from Aruchuku. But because of the secrecy that surrounds it, many people believe you people came from Benin. But Abo, Asaba, and before others joined them, they were all from Ezekanu Chima. So, but I don't see a reason why we should be arguing where you came from or where you didn't come from. Nobody fall from the sky. If I decide I'm no longer a Nigerian, I have the right to decide where I want to belong. All these arguments for the past 4 hours, where you came from or where you didn't come from, it's not taking us anywhere. Instead, it's creating more division than unity. I thought at this age, what we should be thinking about is what binds us together and not what separates us. I mean, we have come of age to decide what we want, what we need, and how we can go about it. We have been here arguing. You came from here, you came from, first and foremost, nobody fell from the sky. That is the truth. If your brother decides he doesn't want to be your brother, let him live and you live. All we want is peace, harmony. Not all this argument of history that was broken down that we couldn't even piece all together. Why don't we forge a way forward? How do we move forward from here? What are we to do?
Kingsley, thank you. But Kingsley, we've learned a lot from what you said. But the two things that we were hoping that you would land on, you did not land on it. Igbo gave you the space because he asked the question: Asaba people, Igbo people? You did not answer that. And then I wanted to know. Hold on. And I also wanted to know about Dugurudu. And you've not answered that. So can you just give us just quick answers? Dugurudu and Asaba people, are they Igbo people? So
yes, Asaba people are Igbos. They are from Ezekanu Chima. They are from the descendants of Ezekanu Chima. Other people joined them after he left some people there and moved to Onitsha. Asabas are Igbos. But if they say they are not Igbos, they have the choice to make their own choices. You don't have to force them, but naturally they are Igbos.
I still have one question for you.
Sorry, before you go to that question, just for my own satisfaction, what is Dugurudu? Is he a deity?
Dugurudu,
what is it?
You know, when we were growing up, stories are told, histories are told in stories. There was a war between Oba of Benin and his and someone challenging him. So they normally tell us the stories as Idugurudu and Oba. But as I grew up and made my research, I found out that it was just a cover-up. It was, I think, 11th or 14th centuries, and they were having problems who will become the Oba. So the people said, we have killed ourselves so much. Why don't we have fought so many fights, from one fight to the other. Why don't the both of you that are contesting for this post challenge yourself? Whoever wins will follow the person. So that was how the fight happened. I think someone, when I connect, I had halfway someone finishing this story. So that that is it.
All right, thank you. So Idugurudu. Thank you. So
can I put my question?
Yeah, go on. You go.
My brother Kingsley, sorry. You said the Asabas are Igbos, right? Good. What make them
Yeah,
Igbo?
yes, I said so.
So why
What
are we
make them
arguing
Igbo?
about Asaba people?
Mr. Man, quiet. You are not talking. I'm talking to someone. Quiet. When it's your turn, you can speak.
Settle down.
Don't
No,
interrupt
settle
me.
down, Igbo. No, settle down. Tone it
So
down
why
a
is he
little bit.
interrupting me, man?
No,
You
he
need to
can.
shut
No,
the
hold on. No, Igbo,
Don't
we can't have
argue
that.
about Asaba.
No, please.
In
Igbo,
your
you have to
own
tone
way.
it down. Tone it down, Igbo, please.
But one man, allow me put my own question
No, put your
now. I'm
question,
not
but
talking. That guy
don't be
just jump on
aggressive
me.
now.
After that,
You are
you
better
close
than
the
that.
question.
Yeah, go on, Igbo. Hold on, Insibidi. Let him answer his question. Yeah.
Igbo. So, Igbo, where are
Kingsley.
you from, please?
Leave Igbo
where are you
alone.
from?
Let him have his voice. Igbo, go on.
Let him answer
Is that
question.
Kingsley? I'm talking to Kingsley, please.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
Kingsley.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, please.
Igbo, where are you from?
Yeah, I said. Yeah. I'm from Delta. I'm from Delta, Sabah boy. I'm from Delta.
Which
See,
part of
you
Delta?
say,
Delta is
excuse me
there's
now.
nothing like
I'm from Delta
Delta
right.
State.
home. Where are you from? What is your tribe? That is
I'm
who
from
you
Warri.
are.
I'm from Warri. I'm an Urobo.
Thank you. You are an Urobo man. Who told you you
Are
are an
you okay
Urobo
now?
man?
Hold on. Let him ask you the question now. What is
Answer
going on
me. You
here?
answer me.
Ask your question, give an answer, and then we move on. Okay, we're going to start rounding it off soon because we are just now spinning around in circles. But ask your question, Igbo. Answer the question, Kingsley, and then let's be civil about it.
Okay, please, my brother Kingsley. This issue of Igbo, you know, has been going a lot, and it's good for us to let people understand very well so that people will know the left. And so, even if the Igbos or the people in Delta are making mistakes, they should try to know their mistake themselves. Because I have Agbo, as I speak to you now, Agbo man is with me in my own apartment here. You understand? Now, the Igbo they speak in Onisha and what they speak in Asaba, is it the same thing? Because why I'm asking this question, you see these people in Agbo. Wait, brother.
Question.
Good. Is it the same thing?
Wait, let me answer you the question. Wait, let me answer you the question. The Igbo they speak in Nsukka.
Asaba.
Even you as an Igbo man cannot. The Igbo they speak in Ungwa. Even you as an Igbo man cannot understand it. So my brother, don't go there. The truth is that an Asaba man.
You spoke right.
Okay. So the because we are going to spin in this circle for a long time. So essentially, Igbo, who is from Asaba, he is telling you that he's not an Igbo man, and surely a man must know what he is and who he is. So that's it. I mean, it doesn't get more than that. If Igbo from Asaba is saying that he's not an Igbo man, then how can there be an argument? How can you argue about with a man?
He never said he's from Asaba. One man. The man is not from Asaba. He says
I am from Asaba. I am from Asaba. I live in Asaba.
He said he's from Asaba. Can you not hear him?
I said I live in Asaba. I'm from Asaba. I'm a Delta man.
Again.
Full Delta man.
So you can't tell him who he is. Even you in CBD with your mighty name, you can't tell your fellow man who he is. I mean, come on. Where are we going to here? You say you are not land grabbing. You are not land grabbing. You want to start owning people now. You want to own him. You want to put him on his leg.
Let's get this straight.
Let's speak little language. You claim is an Igbo man. Little dialect. See, the language is speak in Delta. And similar to Igbo language. That they all like people. What are you talking about? These people, they just make claims. If you speak the language that are going on in the Midwestern region, all this language interlinked to Edo language. Ask the Edos, they will tell you. Does that mean those people are Edo people? You people just setting confusion in this country and you think people will not know what to say or what they're talking.
Okay, Igbo, let me ask you two questions. Are you from Asaba?
I am from Delta State. I live in Asaba.
But you are
not. I am born in Warri. I live in Asaba.
Okay.
Just confusing people.
What do you mean? As I'm born in Warri, I live in Asaba.
So Igbo doesn't have the right.
Asaba, not my state.
Ajale Koko, George is getting out of hand.
Okay. I think we just have to end it there. So we end it there and we start rounding it off. So in just like pretty much 2 minutes closing remarks. I'll start from you, Kingsley. We get your closing remarks, and then I'll go to Spark. We'll get your closing remarks. It's only to reduce the room to the people that traditionally come here anyway. So just 2 minutes closing remarks from you without interruption, Kingsley, and then the same applies to you, Spark. So Kingsley, you start it off, and good to meet you, by the way, Kingsley, but I'll start it off the closing remarks. Oh, there he is. It's gone. He didn't want to. So then to you, Spark.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just want to say something. Yes, we are all preaching unity to address all the issues of Nigeria, and somehow we've delved into history, which has been very healthy. And I would just say that for Southern Nigeria and Nigeria as a whole to make headway, we should all respect our various species and accept that, okay, we are who we want to be, and let's just agree on certain principles. And that is the principle of the Midwestern region. And that's why virtually when you talk of Edo Delta, it's a mini Nigeria, and everybody respects their space. Nobody tries to dominate the other. Nobody tries to impose their cultural or historical perspective. Everybody has his own, and people work that way. And for me, that is the only way Southern Nigeria and Nigeria as a whole can work. Let us agree to respect our spaces and work together for common good. That's all.
All right, thank you, Spark. Well put and to the point. So hopefully we'll see you again. And it's not usually this messy, but we just went down some portal this time around, and we cannot seem to emerge on the other side. So Kingsley, should we give him a chance, or should we just move on? Okay.
Let's give him a chance.
Yes, his system is spinning, but okay. Whilst Kingsley is waiting to connect, let's hear from Ego. Ego, your words.
Yeah, just to round it up, what I'm saying, I'm not really saying that these guys are land grabbers, but what I'm saying to the space is that they shouldn't try to bring that kind of, making these things look like a big deal. It's never a big deal. The Midwestern region is the only region created legally in Nigeria, and is the easier region to get out of this country if they want to do that today. They are the only country that they are this place. The Midwest is the only place that is created by referendum across the Nigerian space today. Every other thing you see, they are fake, which we all know. If they want to leave the country, there must be the people that will leave the country easily without any fight. So these are the things. So what we must do, let's begin to think of what brings us together. Very important. What brings us together is what we'll be putting forward. It's true, everybody is tired. Like my brother once said, James, if you want to talk of the oppression they've mouthed on the minority, I don't think one Igbo man will come and tell them that they are the owner of one place in their region. These are the minority that have been feeding this country, drill the out here to the whole nation. They don't give, no worry is dead. Nobody acknowledges his good work in Nigeria because it's from the minority. And then you think the minorities are happy, you begin to come every minute. So let us think of what put us together, please. Let us work together in what will make us move forward, bring us together, not what will making us to be dragging space and area. Let this betrayal by one section of the country or one section of this area stop, and let everybody begin to think and reason in one formula. This is what I have to put before us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ego. Well put. And sorry that you had to wait so long to have your turn. You see, what's happened is, Ego, I tried to upgrade the platform so I can have even more people on the screen. But what I have now discovered with this experiment is that having that many people on the screen is actually difficult to manage. So you just saw how the place was almost running amok at some stages. So yeah. I have upgraded it, but going forward, I'm just going to be limiting it to just the traditional 6 that we do have on the screens, just for the reasons of being able to manage it. So that's how it got messy and a little bit out of hand in some instances. So apologies to anybody that was jarred by that. But then, of course, it's just really trying to move the thing up and ended up moving it slightly down instead. But thank you, Ego. We'll see you hopefully tomorrow again, where we shall no doubt go down another pothole, and then we spiral as we always do. So thank you, Ego. as we wait for Kingsley to connect, we hear from let's hear from Insibidi. Insibidi, to you.
Yes. One man. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, like what we've been saying since. Me, I agree with these people. I don't know where even the problem is coming from. I agree with all these people saying I wish, like Igor said, I wish it could just the Midwest can, the old Midwest can just decide to go on their own. If they have that means, what are they still doing? Are they not seeing what is happening in this Nigeria? What are they waiting for? So, but the thing is that when someone now starts saying, okay, let me not go too deep into some of the incorrect statements that people are making. If someone start telling you Asaba is not Igbo and it's from Wari, then later he said it's from Asaba, then, then you're telling me Osadebe himself is not Igbo. Osadebe that came from, imagine Osadebe engineer, imagine Osadebe is not Igbo anymore. So,
who is Osadebe? Osita? Osita?
No chance.
Are you saying Osita Osadebe?
Yeah, Osita, of course.
Osita Osadebe is not an Igbo man. What are you talking about?
No, that's what I'm saying. He's from Asaba. So if someone is telling me that is not Asaba is not Igbo, that's what is implying that Osadebe is no longer an Igbo man because he's from Asaba. I'm not even talking even of the Agbo people. I'm talking of people from Asaba. Now, what's it called? What's the name of that guy? Is it Kingsley? Kingsley made a lot of statements, and that's why I really even learned some things as I heard from him. That's the problem we keep on doing. We just say things without even doing any kind of either personal research. If you don't trust Google, if you feel Google, like I heard one guy saying the other time that Igbo people have put their information in Google. It's so funny. They think Igbo is everywhere in the world. They have put everything everywhere.
That was Mike who said that. Mike, don't hide away. You said it, I remember.
Yeah, they do go on the internet to
yes.
pull up
You are trying
wrong
to hide
information.
like it wasn't
A lot
you
of
that said
propaganda,
it.
man.
I
They do it.
remember. I
Can't
remember
deny
everything
it.
that everybody says here. Oh, don't try and hide from your. You see, 10 years from now, I'll remind you what you said. But
I mean, I don't comment to lie. I tell you the truth, man.
All right.
I don't know well, okay. People, this truth is now something that I don't even understand how people understand it anymore. So the thing is that, so when we are saying all these things, like I told the other brother the other time that came on, Dan, do your thing, whatever struggle, anyhow you can do to free yourself, free your people, do it. But don't try to, don't try to look at, because I've never seen an Igbo man going to your land and telling you that, now I will become the king of this place and you must make me the king of this place, or you must be my, you must follow my religion. Or if you don't follow my religion, I'll kill you. Like what we are seeing right now in the southern part of Nigeria from these people of the far north, So that's the thing that I don't understand. Where is all this thing coming from? And even
But just to hold you to that space for a moment, in CBD. So you know that you've gone through a few names now. You've heard it from Igo, you've heard it from Kingsley, you've heard it from Dan, and I can tell you, if the sender was here, you would hear it from him as well. Engineer will tell you that. So almost all of the voices that we're hearing from that region, they are speaking of a concern of an incursion into their space. So they can't all just be fantasizing or confused. So why exactly do you think that almost in totality, or at least in huge percentages, the voices from that region are expressing that concern?
If you also do some kind of that's why I'm very careful never to generalize, no matter how aggressive it's coming towards me. Because if you look at the people you've been mentioning, they're either from Edo State, even Igbo. I'm just surprised. Okay, let's believe him. He said he's from Delta State. Well,
Let's
actually,
believe him. You see, this is where we will have issues. He's
okay,
told
okay,
you now. You
okay.
can't dispute it.
I said let's believe him. I don't say I'm not believing him. You know, because I feel like he's a bit changing so many, his kind
See,
of story.
it's CBD. You have to understand one thing I said earlier. We have to learn to
No,
respect
no,
other
don't.
tribes.
I don't
The
want
thing
to go
is,
into another rabbit
no, I'm not
hole.
going another route. I'm not going another route. I'm just saying we
No,
have
no,
to learn to.
I want. Let me just close out. Then, when you're speaking, you can even anything you like
Okay.
to
Okay,
tell
no
me.
problem, no problem.
Okay, carry on in
Yeah,
CBD.
yeah. I don't want to go deep into this thing anymore, with especially with Mike. So
I
now,
know say the truth they pay you now. So
no,
Oh,
it's not
Mikey,
about
don't
him.
be.
No, no. So what I'm saying is this. All this, just do your own thing. Okay, you said something about all these people mentioning, and I was telling you that if you also look at the trend, is mostly these our brothers. They are our brothers. All of us, we are brothers. These are brothers from the Edo. From I've never, because I would have been so. I would have been, I would have accepted that it's a general thing if I find so many people from even Efik, Ibibio, or even the same Ikwere that everybody is shouting here. Do you know that? All my friends, majority, if I have 10 friends, about 7 of them are not the people you call the
Shut
Southeastern
up
Igbo.
in CBD. I'm the only friend you have. Don't come here and pretend like you have friends. I am the only friend you have. It's only me and engineer that are your friends. Who will be
Somebody
friends
tried.
with you apart from me and engineer?
I
And
be
Najan
friend
Lekoko.
too. I be friend
me
too.
go. I've been friend.
I be
There you
friend.
are. And it's claiming like he has friends. You don't have friends. We are your friends. Your friends are here.
The guy's been telling you that Michael's right. Michael's right. So now don't tell you stop being friend.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, well, you're right, my brother. So,
That means we are friends, you know.
Carry on in CBD.
when someone also it's in this platform. I saw someone trying to tell me about my own mother's people, where I go for, where I still visit till tomorrow. Ikwere, that the Ikwere people have decided they are never Igbo. That's why I told you that the truth of the matter is that there's also some people, as much as I will tell you that most of them see themselves as Igbo, but there are some people, a few people that probably have followed the footsteps of Wike, that they are not Igbos, even if they have, but it's okay. And that's why I'm saying that this thing is never by force. The other day, what's the name? Amechi said he's more Igbo than Abaribe. Because he said if you ask him, if you ask an Igbo man what is the meaning of Abaribe won't that Igbo man won't be able to to tell the meaning of Abaribe. But if you ask another Igbo man what's the meaning of Amechi, they will tell you what's the meaning of Amechi. And that's the same thing. That's the thing that is bringing me to the point that Kingsley made. When this brother tried to argue about the dialect. I was surprised. Do this guy know how many dialects is in the place you call Southeast, that we can't hear? Do you know that if the people from Abakaliki speaks right now, I will just be looking like this until they speak the general Igbo that we understand. If the people from from Ungwa, from Oafia, even in the Imo State, where I'm from, do you know the dialects that are there? But everybody speaks the general Igbo so that everyone can understand. But when they go into their dialect, we won't understand. So if you want to use that, and that's just the same way, that's why an Igbo man will not naturally think that someone that is from Agbo is not an Igbo. Because we know in our place we have people that are speaking when they speak their dialect, we can't understand until they speak the general Igbo. Even if we can hear one or two, we will still be hearing some of the words, but we won't be able to fully understand. So that's the thing. So that's another aspect that we are not looking at it. That's one of the reasons why an Igbo man will not think that someone from Agbo or from Anioma, Aniocha, all those places. That's why we will not just think that these people are not Igbo, because we know how we are. We know our people. If we are going by that, then just come. If you want to go by that, you just come into Southeast and divide people, because you will find dialects there. You'll find different dialects from Unsuka, from Ohafia, from Ungwa people, from Aro people. You will find the dialect. You will be shocked. So that's my point there. And what I'm saying is that to just round everything up, what we are facing right now in Nigeria with this narrative of the Yoruba, the Igbo, have any of these people come to your land and tell you that you must speak their languages? No. So this thing is just some kind of it's just something that they've done, politically to the South. And we need to understand that it's like a bullet, or how do I call it? It's like an atomic bomb that was thrown in the southern region to disorganize the whole place. And once we understand that, then we'll just free ourselves from this thinking of we cannot, you want to attack, you want to take over my land, you want to take over my heritage, my culture, and nobody is taking over your heritage and culture. You can't see an evil man that will just come and say, in Edo State now, this Edo State, I can just have my house here. You will still have to pay. Tomorrow, if you tell him to leave, he will leave. So where is the thing of domination coming from? So that's what we need to,
all right. Thank you, Insebide.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Thank you, but completely abandoned all the talking points today because people were just determined to have this conversation. I tried to move it away from this conversation. Even engineer pushed very hard to move it away from this conversation. But this conversation, it just took on an organic life of itself. It just, so, and still we haven't really landed anything. Everybody has just spoken. Everybody pretty much just stuck to their grounds, even to agree how the relationship between the Edos and the Yorubas, which I thought was just an easy conversation. That didn't even land anywhere, and nothing really has landed anywhere, even after all these so many hours of talking. So that just tells you how complex the situation is. But thank you, Insebide. Always come back to add even more light to shed even. Yeah.
One man. Let me just go by saying this. Let us all understand that this whole thing, it's a deliberate plot that these people, have done to us in the South. When they were creating all these states and putting people in different regions, and you imagine an Igbo man is in Southeast, is also in South, two different regions. In fact, is even in Benue, that is which is Middle Belt region. So we need to understand that this whole thing, the same thing with the Yorubas in Kwara, in Kogi, in everywhere, this whole thing is something that they did to us, and I'm sure wherever they are just sitting down laughing at the success of what they've done. And one thing, why we should not play into the same narrative. And that's why I look at these people, some of these people, because some of them have genuine points. Like obviously you must regard them. You should never have that that mentality that some of us want to have as majority and minority. That's I totally disagree with that. Everybody is a majority in his own space. So what I'm trying to say is this: as long as they are not in your space, if it is when you're trying to generalize the whole thing as Nigerian South, that's when you're coming up with these things of majority and minority. As you as a Nigerian, that your population is 250, is it 200 million? Can you go to a country like Togo and say, because I'm 200 million, I will rule over you? No, you can't do that. So that's why we need to remove that thing of a majority and minority from our head in the South.
Right. Thank you.
I would just say let us understand that this whole thing is the game plan of these people. This is what they want, and that is what is happening. And let us not play into that narrative. Let us not continue dividing ourselves every day by fighting Yoruba and Igbo domination. That's the narrative they want. We need to unite. We need to remove that from our head. As nobody is coming to your land to become your king or to impose an Igwe in Uroboland or Isoko land. The same thing with the Yorubas. So what's the point of all this fighting? Nobody is coming to impose their religion on you. Nobody is bringing herdsmen to kidnap your people. So let us face what is affecting all of us here in the South. Let us unite and understand that we are in this thing together.
All right. Thank you, Insebide. perfect words to end it on. Thank you, CBD. Always a pleasure. The man with the superstar name. You don't pronounce his name in CBD. You announce it in CBD. So in CBD, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. To engineer now, your thoughts rather, or however it is.
Oh, finally.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry, engineer. You see how it has gone. This Nigerian thing is just a
no,
never-ending issue.
no, something you need to realize, one man. I think the time will come where you have to like reschedule one day just to put it.
To this matter.
Nigerians, let's discuss about our tribe. That's it. You know what I mean? Because these are the things that is causing problem, and if they keep carrying on, you see the bitter, the anger, the agony, the frustration. So all this will pile up in one person, and before you knew it, you start exchanging voice. And when you start exchanging voice like this, people will be looking at us from every country that wait. Are they not Nigerians? So why are they fighting? We are a public figure, but we need to know how we communicate. We know sometimes we allow anger to control us or to take over ourselves. That's just one of the fact. But when it comes to things like this, we should be always thinking that we are here to understand ourselves and to achieve way forward. Apart from that, is to make sure that people all over the world, we are like lecturing them. If I tell you some, they believe in this station, you can't believe it. They love to be hearing more live interaction compared to Nigerian news that they will come out and be talking blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? So if you look, we are from different background, different area, but still we are all Nigerians. So come to think about it again, you see, the problem I always said is right from day one is the Southerners today, even though they put the presidency to the south or southeast, they will be fighting. They will fight themselves to the
Well, you
core.
can see that already just from this
Yeah,
conversation.
so
Yes.
that's where to tell you we have a long way to go. And another thing that people need to realize here, one man, you said something, was it you? Which I personally do some research regarding that, the level of the oil that is siphoning, that is passing through underground in that southern area. Apart from that, the borehole, everybody has their own borehole at home. You raised a very sensitive question that very day. I was wondering, and I started doing research. One day, won't be surprised there will be earthquake in that country, Nigeria, because the level of how things are passing on the ground in that country is unbearable.
All the water will be drained out.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So it's something we have to be very, very careful. Honestly.
An environmental disaster, a catastrophic environmental disaster in Nigeria is not a matter of if, but when. It's not if is it will it happen. It's not will it happen, but when will it happen? It's
When will it
almost a
happen?
certainty.
Because we don't have. You see, Dubai, they have done a research. They knew that their oil will soon finish. What are they doing? They are building the top building.
Do you know that, just to interject you a little bit, engineer, do you know that Dubai, their energy mix, they are a very oil-rich country and they can drive the whole of that country with oil and gas, but their energy mix, it takes all that they have within their space. If you look at the solar panels that they build in Dubai, it's just miles and miles and miles. So that solar energy, because it's just free sunshine all year round, so they pipe solar energy in. We're not talking about putting some silly little thing on your roof and say you're doing like industrial solar energy at a national level. That is about what?
Wow.
I think about 10 to 15% of their energy mix, but don't quote me on that, but a significant percentage of their energy mix, so Well, we just continue to drill
No,
into that ground.
and
There's
apart
oil.
from
We
that,
drill and
Dubai.
drill and drill and drill, and you think
Oh,
that it's not
Dubai, they
going into
knew.
something.
They
Dubai,
drill and they share the money, and that's it. They don't even invest in the future
exactly.
or anything. There's no investment in
It's just a wild
education,
country.
science,
Wild.
anything.
Dubai, they have done the research. They knew that their oil will soon finish. That's why they're making that country to become a tourist place for people to go and visit and see. And it's very attracting, it's something that they're making that money. But come to think about our leaders, that's the truth. They don't have even the facility to check what's up with the oil that they are draining on the ground. What's up with the water? If you go to the south, everybody in their house they have borehole. Once there's no water, they pump the generator. The generator, all these things. They need to do research because honestly, one day we're not praying for anything to happen, but if there's earthquake, that's it. That's it. All the oil people are fighting, killing themselves, and what will happen? That's it. And something we need to realize here: we have to start speaking in one voice. Without that, tomorrow people will be saying, "Oh, Buhari is this, Buhari is that." Let's watch and see. Buhari people, they are going in one voice. They speak in one voice. They do things in one voice, and they're succeeding. They're progressing. But come to think about us here, we end up fighting. History, do this. Oh, British people, they come in, they do this. But without the British people, we can't be communicating in social media like this, isn't it? So sometimes we should be very mindful of what we say. And I pray that God will help all of us.
Thank you,
That's all I
engineer.
can say.
I
Yeah.
don't know if you've noticed, I tried to upgrade the system so I could have more people on the platform, as I was saying, but I don't think it's worked out quite well because it's just been bits of it was almost running out of control a little bit. I mean, what did you think of it?
Yeah, it's just like I said, it's you see, everybody they have their own history, they have their own pain. But when something like this hits the nail, you can see that the tune of soft voice will becoming hard voice. That's just the fact, and that's just the truth. It's just like I said, one day just prepare how we can take water and build.
You know that day I will just come off the screen. I will hand the code to you, and you can host it because I think you have the temperament for it.
Thank God, Ajale Koko, the wise man, will handle that situation that very day. To be honest,
Right.
because these people, God will
they are
help
too
us.
wild, some of them. All right, thank you,
God will
engineer.
help us.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
staying for this long. I know that it's way past your bedtime, as is way past
Yeah.
mine. But thank you,
Yeah.
engineer, ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen. So before I go to Mike, Ajale Koko will round it up for us. But before I go to Mike, Kingsley has been desperately wanting to come back to have his final word. So let's just have just very quick words, Kingsley, because we are now looking to shut it down. So Kingsley. Okay, well, I tried. Kingsley. Okay, so to you then, Mike, your words.
Okay, what I was going to say, where I agree with James and disagree with Ajale Koko earlier when some name were talking when Ajale Koko said James people, the Midwest people, the Benin people, and the Midwest, that they have to make a decision to either join BIAFRA, the Igbos, or join the Yorubas. To me, I don't think that's an idea. That's a smart idea. If you look history, you can't, if you want to create a new country, you can't have a country where one group is just way larger than the rest of the groups. You understand? So if you say they have to join Odudua, or join Yorubas, or they join the Igbos, that means in that country, if they join Yorubas, for example, Yorubas would be one large ethnic group where every election, Yorubas win every election. The same thing if they join the Igbos. And history has proven that it didn't work in the first place because that was what led to the old division of the old Western region to Midwestern region. So that's proven. Even in the East, well, that's what led to the old agitation with the Jaws. So history has already proven that if you want to create a country, you can't have a country where one group is just the sole majority and the rest are just minorities.
I didn't say they should join. What I'm saying, they should work in alliance. That is what I said.
No, you said that also. You said to work in alliance. I agree, but you also said like there was a point where you said they have to decide. You say they can't have more than 2 countries in the south.
What I'm saying is that, you know, they're entangled between the middle of the west,
the Yoruba and the Igbos,
and the east. So they have to work in alliance with either side for their politics.
Oh, the politicals I agree, but I'm talking about the nation creation, when we have to create like right now we're agitating for.
Although it's the politics I'm talking about, you know, when it comes to nation creation, they have the right. No,
I'm
they
talking
have
about
the
the
right
secession
for anything. They
So
have
I'm
the
saying,
right.
okay, now let me ask you a question. So if we have to divide the South now, how should it be divided? If you have to create 2 countries in the South now, because to me, I think it has to be 3 countries in the South or 1 country. To me, that's what I believe. It's either a Southern country where at least you have 2 majorities, so one group cannot dominate everybody. You understand? Because if the South is 1 country, the Yorubas are large, the Igbos are large, and the minority can form 1 union where there won't be 1 group just oppressing everybody, you understand, or dominating everybody. There'll be some kind of balance, you understand. But if we have to divide it where Yorubas have to go on their own, Igbos have to go on their own, then the minorities have to come together where they are all minorities, not one. They can't oppress each other. They will be equal because they are all equal minorities. You understand? So that to me, that's an idea, because history has proven it. Even the Soviet Union, the reason why it broke was because Russia was just larger than the rest of them. And it always leads to a breakup, because when you have a country where 1 group is just larger than everybody else, that is not going to work. That's why when I say what to do, I don't want to include the minorities.
But you know, the geographical space is going to be very difficult for the minority, those that are regarded as the minority, to go together, because you see the middle belt right between us and Igbo, and then you see
the Midwest,
south side. You see the south side right behind, all the way back. So how they go to fall? That means that the Edo people or the Midwest have to have their own country separate from those in Calabas and all the Bayesas. Those one, you know, they kind of geographically, you know, I mean, close to each other. Those one can form a country on their own. So if we want to break into countries on our own, we might have like 4 countries right there. The Midwest have to have their own country by themselves, and the Bayelsa and the rest of them can have their own country, and the Igbo we stand on their own. So it's going to be like, I mean, minimum of 4 countries, if it's not much.
That would make sense. That would make sense. Well, that would make sense. But to me, I mean, it's up to them to decide to me, this is what I think. I think if individual like Yoruba agitate on their own, then if any one minority group say, okay, you know what, I want to join you, then it will be their decision. You understand? Like, for example, if the Igbos start agitating for their own nation, somehow I believe inside of me that some of those minorities will want to volunteer to go along with them. You understand? People like maybe the Akwa Ibom, they may want to say, okay, hey, we want to go along with you. You understand? And then whatever happens when their nation is created, they will know that, okay, it was their choice. But if we start saying, you have to go with us, you have to go with us, you have to go with us, and then that new country comes, you have to start a whole new problem, because now there'll be another agitation that, okay, you are just too dominant. You win every election. If you have to do referendum, anything, you win it. There's too much domination. So to me, that's what I see. To me, the idea, the best thing that would have happened if the South, when the British colonized the Nigerian space, it was a Southern protectorate and a Northern protectorate. If we, the South and the North, were smart enough to understand that, hey, we were one colony separate from the South, and they saw themselves as one North, and they play politics against the South. But we in the South, we constantly trying to be outsmart each other and trying to be, we are this way, or this one is. One thing that kills us is our dishonesty. We want to do anything, we're not straight honest. We want to trick others to follow us, and want to do that behavior is why the South is so divided, and that's just killing us, because that's Southern Nigeria, just like one man just said, the Dubai and all these places, those people that are moving on, they understand the resources that they have, and how they are using it to invest properly. Is because we are not in full control of our resources. The Northerners, the reason why they can't look to the future, say, oh, this oil that we are getting, let's not invest in the future, is They just want to take as much as they can, as long as Nigeria exists, until Nigeria break up. So they are just sitting there, just, you know, your wealth is coming from the south, all the money coming from the south, whereas the internally generated revenue that comes from the southwest pumping to them, they are sharing it. The oil wealth coming from the south going straight to the north. So people like that, all they are focusing on is to continue to the chop. They won't sit back to someone to say, let's start thinking about the future. If oil finish, what are we going to do? Let's start investing on education, the new generation. Let's start investing on brain. Let's open science academy. Let's look for scientists. Our children training to be scientists. They're not thinking like that. Their own is one day this South might break up, so let's chop as oil as long as you can. And the only way we can get away from that is if the South and Nigeria can unite. But unfortunately, people like in CBD and in Kano and all these people, they can't think like that. They just want to dominate, grab land, and form BIAFRA.
You see, you
Anyways,
always you see this is you, but this is Mike. Isn't it? You can't help yourself, can you? When you know that in CBD is not here, you just have to.
Mike.
But thank you, Mike. We just leave you on that note because we don't trust you to speak anymore. So thank you, Mike. So to you, Ajanle Koko, just sum it up for us so we can now leave.
Yeah, today's session is a very interesting one. We have educated each other.
We've educated and confused each other in equal measure because I've learned a lot, but then I've just also confused myself even more in this session.
We have educated and informed each other about our history, the history of our homeland, and the relationship with other part in the southern space. I am a Yoruba man. I spoke well about the history of Yoruba, and I defended it very well, particularly the historical link with Edo. And Chris. Is it Chris? Yeah, Chris spoke well of Edo and defended their history, and in Simbidi spoke well of Igbo and defended what Igbo stand for, the history of Igbo. The same with Kingsley and others as well. And it's very enlightening. And what I think that we in the southern part of Nigeria need to realize is that we have been divided. The military, the northern part of Nigeria used the military to divide us against each other, and that has really affected us as people. Before the creation of more states in Nigeria, when we used to have a region, all of us at our individual region saw ourselves as in Yoruba. We saw ourselves as Yoruba because we didn't have state. Awolowo was the premier of Western region. Other than Lagos State, that was British protectorate or colony, they call it. The whole of the West was under Awolowo. There wasn't. We have some division, Ijebu division, Abeokuta division. We have, but we also, saw ourselves and the politics in one direction. There was no. Our resources, we manage it very well, and we use it in Yoruba land to develop, the cocoa. We use it to build first television in Africa. We use it to build first standard stadium in West Africa. We use it to build cocoa house. We use it to build Western. We use it to build La Paz. First. First housing estate in the whole of Africa, free education, first industrial estate, Ikeja industrial estate, and we use it, we manage it well, and develop ourselves. Our Lord invested on education. That make a significant impact in the life of Yoruba, and that was what brought Yoruba to where we are, if we didn't have that free education that Awolowo provided and gave Yoruba people, but maybe we won't be where we are today. We won't be well enlightened and well educated people as we are today. So the same with Igbo in their own land. They use the palm kernel and palm oil to develop their people, and they saw themselves in the Biafran space. Then in the eastern part, all of them saw themselves as Biafra. There was no division between Calabas and the South people from. They were all, in fact, we all Yoruba call all of them Igbo. Back then, we don't know the difference between them. We saw all of them as Igbo, but that the Easterner. But where are we today? Everybody have been divided against each other in that eastern quarter. Nwuke is saying that he is not Igbo. He doesn't want Igbo in their space. He's fighting against Biafra. You see the Calabar. They are seeing themselves as different people, but it wasn't like that before. But creation of Moses divided them against each other. And what has it brought to us? It has brought nothing to us. What we used to have as, the what is this? The resource control. What we used to have, the resource control that we used to have, and for our own benefit, we don't have it anymore. The host community used to have 45% of whatever they get in their own space, any product or whatever natural resources or whatever product that they make in their, they get 45% of it. The host community we have 45, and the region we have 55, and the region we send 15 to federal government. And the region developed well, the host community developed rapidly, and everybody was happy. But what do they have now? We don't have nothing. They are proposing 3%, and they are fighting over 3% for host community now. That's a shame. So what that tells us is that we Southerner, in the present situation we have ourselves together in Nigeria, we have to go back to where we are coming from. And that was when we had, the region, and we control our own resources, and the restructuring that some people are fighting for can get us there. We have to stand together. The governors of the southern part of Nigeria have started this. The geopolitical organization we have in each of our land are supporting the governors. We have to come together in unity. Our unity is a strength for us. It's a weakness to the other part of the country that are enjoying the resources that we have in our space. So we have to keep together and see ourselves as one full brother. Otherwise, if we are playing politics of division among each other, oh Lord, we will be enslaved forever. So unity will stand, and that is the only thing that can get us to our promised land. So thank you, Woma.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko, as ever, summing it up in the way that only Ajanle Koko can. So that has been the session, one of the longest we've had so far. We've started off with talking points, but then, of course, even within the first two speakers, those talking points were completely jettisoned because people wanted to speak to things that really mattered to them. 5 hours and a bit we've been talking, a lot has been said, but I am only taking one thing away from this section. They've talked about the relationship between the Edos and the Yorubas, the relationship between the Yorubas and between the Edos rather and the Igbos, who constitutes what are the people from Asaba called, etc., etc. So everything said, but one thing emerged, and that one thing alone, Dugurudu. So Dugurudu it is, as we part with Dugurudu and the K guys. Dugurudu.
Apa you don come o. Apa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodame ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.